Good morning, everyone. We can begin together. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, January 19th. It is around 9 a.m., and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues here. With me today, I believe will be Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us today is also our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. So if you intend to comment on any one of our items today, you should be here on the Zoom platform with us. If you are not, there are instructions on and a link on how to do so at the top of the agenda and on the board's website. But if you are having any issues with that, please do email the clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you here onto the platform. Once here, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it is your time to comment on the item you've indicated you wish to speak on. With that, we can, before we go into public forum today, actually, we have a Superior Accomplishment Award. It is a thing we do here at the board to acknowledge the incredible work of our staff and programs here who sometimes don't get as much time for that acknowledgement here at our board meeting. So I have the pleasure of calling up today Eric Ekdahl to present an individual's award to 25 individuals, and we'll let him explain what it's for here. Good to see you this morning, Eric.
Good morning. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm going to run through a bit of a script. It is a real pleasure to be able to provide this award to the staff today. So I'll start by saying good morning to you, Chair Esquivel, and other members of the board. This morning, I'm pleased to present a Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award to the members of the Division of Water Rights Delta Drought Response Emergency Regulation Team. As you're definitely aware, and as you'll hear more about during some of the items later today, California is in the midst of one of its most severe droughts on record, with the 2-year period of 2020 through 2021 being the hottest and driest on record for many parts of the state. That's in records extending back over 100 and 120 years in some circumstances. One of the most challenging aspects of administering water rights in California during drought is knowing when conditions actually tip over from dry to actual drought. And much of the winter is spent kind of waiting in this state of uncertainty as we watch storms or atmospheric rivers come by or not to replenish our snowpack and reservoirs. And we find ourselves in a similar position today, waiting to see whether precipitation observed in December will persist through the remaining part of the season. Last year, almost a year ago to the day, it was increasingly clear that after a dry 2020, 2021 was trending dry as well, and we pulled together kind of the management within the division and began our drought planning efforts in earnest. And ultimately, those plans and activities were all needed and were used to accomplish a truly remarkable set of activities and drought response actions. And the team receiving recognition today was responsible for some of the most important, critical, and necessary kind of water management activities in the entire state of California last year. I'd like to list some, but by no means all of the accomplishments, rather than kind of calling each person up person by person to list their individual accomplishments. It is a true team effort. There are 25 recipients of the SSA in total, and staff worked across existing units, across existing management structures to coordinate and develop plans, technical methodologies to respond to public inquiries, manage and interpret huge data sets, and at the same time kind of still keep one eye on the skies as the summer turned into fall and turned into winter. So specifically, the team has developed a robust water availability methodology for the Delta that included not only drafting it, writing it up, but also holding numerous public input sessions, webinars, and soliciting input from stakeholders to modify and update that methodology, and then modifying and updating that methodology numerous times over the last 10 months. Conducting just an immense amount of data analysis, some of the most complicated data analysis and cleanup that I've seen in my time at the board. It had to be done quickly, it had to be done accurately, and then not only kind of worked and analyzed, but then communicated back to the board management, division management, and then back to the diverters as well, who reported that data originally. And on top of that, there's always more data coming in. So it's kind of a never-ending process. They issued notices of water unavailability after taking that data, doing the methodology to over 17,000 rights or claims of right in the Delta watershed. And then immediately after issuing those notices, set about working on emergency curtailment regulations for the Delta itself, including an immense amount of public outreach, public workshops, drafting the regulations, and ultimately working with the board's input and the board's adoption to manage this process through the Office of Administrative Law and to implement those regulations. Implementation included issuance of more than 12,000 curtailment orders to different rights and claims of right. And then equally, if not more important than the issuance of those orders, was the response and kind of working with stakeholders throughout. So working with the customers, if we can call them that, customer service, and then responding to questions and updates, and just the kind of nonstop stream of people calling in and asking questions about something that really had never happened in the history of California before. So in addition to that, there were weekly updates on water availability that have since turned into daily updates as the wet season has developed, and a really fast and efficient response. In addition to responding to data inquiries, there's reporting inquiries, legal questions and challenges, petitions, and working with diverters who were curtailed for the very first time to really understand what it means and how they can respond, and then providing hydrology updates to the board and stakeholders. These are by no means all the accomplishments. There are many more that deserve recognition as well, but these highlight just the scope and scale of what they did and what they were able to do under extremely challenging times and circumstances. And with that, it is my sincere pleasure to award these SSAs, or Sustained Superior Accomplishment Awards, to the following staff. And I'm going to read them off.
And Eric, as you call folks out, if you are here on the platform, please do come on camera. And just so incredibly thankful for the work that this unit has done. I'll say more, but I'll let you get into the names.
No, thank you. Diane Riddle, who is the branch chief for the Bay Delta and Hearings branch. And I think, Diane, you may have a few words you want to say as well.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I also wanted to extend my appreciation to the team for their extreme professionalism, hard work over nights and weekends, the technical team, the management team. It really has been a tremendous effort, and it's been fantastic working with these staff. They've all gone into it with the best attitude, hard work, enthusiasm, creativity. It has been a tremendous experience, and I appreciate working with everyone on this.
Great.
And if I could, Eric, I just want to make a comment, because I think this particular item is a team item, and truly the laboring oar was taken by the Division of Water Rights and its tremendous staff. But you did call out, and the board is calling out, several of the OCC attorneys who participated. And I just want to say, for those listening, I mean, this truly is a testament to how carefully the water boards throughout our programs integrate the legal staff and the technical staff, because these types of fast-paced, high-profile, challenging matters that have both complex legal and technical matters in them really require a team that's integrated at the outset, because otherwise, if we'd not done that and gotten it to the board meeting and identified a fatal legal flaw, we would have been delayed. We would not have been able to curtail as early as we did, and the impacts to our system, our water rights system, and those who rely on it would have been even more dramatic. So again, just a tremendous team effort across the board.
Great. In fact, you stole my narrative. I was going to save that for when I got to the OCC staff, but a huge thanks to the Office of Chief Counsel staff for working throughout this entire process, responding to all of my questions, and I know staff questions as well. It really could not have been done without, as both Diane and Mr. Loffer noted, just long hours, long nights, weekends, and a ton of effort behind the whole process. So I'll continue to read off a couple of additional names. Connie Mitterhofer. Connie, are you on? She notified us that she may not be available today, at least for this morning. Matt Holland. Congratulations, Matt. Nicole Williamson, Jesse Jankowski, Lisa Hong, Mara Irby, Riley Nolan, Alyssa Campbell, Thaddeus Hunt, Kevin Long, Andrew Hill, Rob McCarthy, Lauren Adams, Yang Zhuang Gao, Tim Nelson, Jeff Laird, Reza Gazimidzida, Lauren Bowden, Michael Macon, Scott Laguerre, Karen Nia, and then from the Office of Chief Counsel, Dana Heinrich, David Rose, and Stephanie Postal. And that's the full list of 25. Our huge thanks and congratulations on your award.
Can I add one more? I think we may have forgotten Nicole Williamson. I'm not sure if you said that. Okay.
We did. Yep.
She's done a fantastic job. Thank you.
Worth a second mention. Just thank you all. Virtual, applause, awkward applause, but not awkward appreciation. You guys, it is hard to completely encapsulate just the incredible work that was done. And as Eric and others have mentioned, just the amount of sacrifice that you have all put in this last year, along with many communities who were struggling under drought. But the patience, the communicativeness that was exemplified by this unit that allowed for there to be trust with a number of communities, and trust that we saw not just in the Delta, but other watersheds that importantly we had to work in, but here in so complex a place as the Delta, to do something we haven't ever done actually in the state of California, which is actually curtail and minister water rights in a way that is reflective of the future of what we need to be doing because of these extremes that climate change continue to threaten our communities with. And we know the continued need to do what we can to build what certainty that Mother Nature isn't providing and better administer water rights in a way that helps us last through these deeper, drier droughts. And certainly even in times when water is in excess, how we move that water, where it goes. Just the work that you all did this summer, I can't just be thankful enough, and just know that certainly we'll have to continue to see how 2022 shows itself. But there, even as Eric said, seeing the toggling of the curtailments, their suspension, as to allow for water to be moved into storage. And again, for the first time, truly, water rights administered in real time here in the state is no small feat. And so I just thank you incredibly for your time. Kick it over to the vice chair for words as well here, but just thank you deeply.
Well, I just also want to personally thank you. As someone who's always asking a lot of questions, asking for additional briefings, and really being critical many times, I can't express how pleased I really am for all of the outcome of your hard work. You should be proud of what you've done, and seeing just how this system, the water rights system, we are better enabled in order to actually administer the water rights system, which is so terribly important all the time, but especially in dry periods. And I have full faith that you're going to continue to refine your good work and improve upon it, and continue the very good transparent communication that you've had throughout this period, throughout the critical period. So thank you all, and look forward to continuing to work very closely with you in the coming days.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Other board members, please, if you have any thoughts you'd like to reflect on.
Ditto. Same. I'm incredibly thankful for your work. I know what slog it was during the summer and spring, as it became more and more clear that we had to take action. We had to be decisive, and we're in some ways starting from scratch. And so, the fact that we came up with this approach, that it was thoroughly vetted through a transparent process, and that frankly, almost all of the feedback I've received from stakeholders over the last several months has been positive and appreciative, just like we're talking about today. And so that was, really an effort that hasn't been done before, as we've said multiple times here. And thank you. Really appreciate it and look forward to continuing to work with you here going forward. Challenges lie ahead for sure.
Thank you, board member. All right, just thank you again incredibly, all of you, and look forward to what is going to be another incredible year, certainly, either way. And here, certainly a watershed moment when it comes to the actual administration of water rights here in the state of California, where for the first time we did do something that I think most imagine happens within water rights, which is we see what's hydrologically available, we match up what we understand individuals' rights to be and say, is there enough to fulfill them? If not, a need for curtailment. Pretty simple, but actually quite the incredible thing to be done here in the state of California. So congratulations. Okay, thank you. Really appreciate everyone's time and patience to be able to take this time, important time, to acknowledge, the five of us up here. It can look like these things just kind of happen, and they don't. But for an incredible amount of work and sacrifice from our folks here in the agency, but importantly in communities as well, who we couldn't do this work without the feedback, the engagement, and the trust to be able to do it. So thank you all. With that, we can transition over to public forum. I believe we have about 5 or so commenters this morning, and would start with Doug Engfer from the City of Santa Cruz Water Commission. Good morning.
Hi, my name's Doug Engfer. Can you hear and see me? Great, thanks. I'm a member of the City of Santa Cruz's Water Commission. I'm here to ask for your support for our water rights project. I've been a Water Commission member since 2016, and before that, I was a member of the city's Water Supply Advisory Committee. That committee, which we refer to as the WASAC, uniquely involved the community in taking a fresh, comprehensive look at how best to ensure a safe, reliable, and sustainable water supply for the city. The city had been pursuing desalination, a collaborative effort with neighboring water agency Soquel Creek Water District, because the community and the city chose to put that project on hold and evaluate other supply alternatives that may be founded in existing sources. The WASAC was formed. WASAC spent 15 months in 2014 and 15 holding community meetings and conducting technical analyses of all of our options. The picture I was hoping to share is from one of our educational meetings. As you can see, we had a number of folks attend. We decided to assume as a cornerstone that the city would keep doing its very active work on water conservation. I'm proud to say that as a result of that work, the city has one of the lowest per capita water use rates in the state. We're currently at about 48 gallons per capita per day. The plan that the WASAC developed is reflected in the Water Rights Project and petitions that are pending before the state board. As my colleague Donna Myers will share with you shortly, they incorporate the stream flow standards that the city has worked out with the resource agencies, groundwater replenishment, water transfers, and other things. We've known for a long time that the city needs more storage. Through the WASAC process, we determined that the city could indeed achieve supply reliability by increasing total storage using wet year water. We own Newell Creek Reservoir, but it's not enough by itself. The groundwater replenishment project reflected in these petitions proposes implementing state-of-the-art groundwater storage using aquifer storage and recovery, or ASR, wells. ASR was one of the key storage elements in the WASAC's recommendations to the city. As regards our surface storage, in the early 1970s, we obtained permits from the state board for our additional Felton project, which pumps water approximately 5 miles and 340 feet of elevation gain from the San Lorenzo River to the Newell Creek Reservoir when water is available and it's appropriate. To date, we haven't needed that marginal increment of storage so much as was originally anticipated, largely because of our great success with conservation. By adding ASR to our storage mix, we can increase our effective storage capacity, taking better operational advantage of the reservoir's capacity, and thereby achieve supply reliability sustainably, even in the face of climate change. In order to implement the agreed flows for fish, though, we will need that full increment of storage. We can make it work better for both people and fish now through ASR because injection technology and our understanding of our local basin's hydrology have both come a long way. We can take the water lower on the river than Felton, so it stays in the river longer for fish. We can then inject it into the groundwater basin, so it can be both a supply for later and also help to stabilize groundwater levels. And we retain storage at the reservoir for base flows and dry year water supply. It's a win-win-win. Coming out of our community's work on the Wasatch, we think that the city's water rights project is the right solution, not only for our community, but also for the environment. And we hope that you will support it. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Engfer. I appreciate the presentation and the leadership truly when it comes to water management, knowing there is such a conservation ethic there in Santa Cruz, and also needing to expand supply is important. Next, we have Donna Myers from the city of Santa Cruz.
Good morning, board and chair. Let's see here. Sorry, getting my video on. Good morning, board and chair, and excuse me, chair and board. I really appreciate your time this morning. I'm Donna Myers, and I'm here to talk to you about the City of Santa Cruz's water rights project. The city has several petitions for the project pending in front of the state board, and I'd like to emphasize how important they are for our community and the region. I'm currently on the city council and just finished a term as the city's mayor in 2021. Even aside from serving on the city council, though, my whole career has been involved with water on the Central Coast. In my day job, I'm currently serving as the general manager for the Salinas Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. And as you probably know, that agency is managing groundwater in one of the most productive agricultural areas in the world. But it is facing its own share of water problems, and especially seawater intrusion. I also was a member of our water commission as well during the formation right before the Wasatch process. So I've certainly I've seen and lived a lot of the information and a lot of the development of the things that you'll be considering with the water rights project. Consistent with all my previous work, the part of Santa Cruz's project on which I want to focus today really is the stream flow standards that the project incorporates. I think you'll be shown a picture back from 2003 when I and other city staff met with the State Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service to talk about how the city's water operations were affecting listed coho salmon and steelhead. It was a bumpy day because the resources agencies strongly believed that the city's operations were hurting those listed species. But it was on that day that really a 20-year partnership started between the city of Santa Cruz and the resource agencies to figure out the stream flow standards in the local creeks and the San Lorenzo River. And I was actually the project manager at one point during these efforts. This was really hard work that a lot of other agencies in California weren't doing at that time because we really needed to figure out stream flows that could support both the coho and steelhead populations, but allow the city to actually serve our public water in a reliable manner. And the Santa Cruz region really doesn't import any supplies from anywhere else. So we were really on our own for figuring this out. We also strongly believed in the right to maintain our native species. And we were committed to making sure that happened as part of this project. And of course, that was not an easy balance. The very detailed stream flow standards that the city's water right petitions include are the product of all of that work over the last 20 years. And we are extremely proud as a city, but also as a community, that we were able to reach an agreement with California Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service. We even received, I believe, a letter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife to your board supporting these petitions. And I just like to reflect that we're getting very close to having all the pieces in place to make this difficult balance work for the long term, both for our community's water supply, but also for our native species. And it will involve, among other things, extending our time to maximize use under some of the city's rights and implementing groundwater storage under all of them. One of the last steps for the city is to obtain the state board's approval for our petitions. So we very much hope that you can do that to help us move into our future that works for both the fish and the city And we hope that you'll look to the city and this work as an example for the rest of the state of California in a community that's been willing to balance the environment with our community's water needs. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you as well, Ms. Myers. I really appreciate the local leadership here and again, flagging the good work and pending decision here before the board. Thank you. Next, we have Sierra Ryan.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Sierra Ryan. Like Doug Engfer, I'm also a member of the City of Santa Cruz Water Commission. However, my work on water issues in Santa Cruz County goes beyond that role with the city because in my day job, I'm the Water Resources Manager for the County of Santa Cruz. I too am here to support the city's water right projects and the petitions before your board. Due to my job, I have a regional view of projects and programs that the city is undertaking. As part of that job, I've worked on the groundwater sustainability plans for 3 groundwater basins in the county, which are the Mid-County, the Santa Cruz Mid-County Basin, the Santa Margarita Basin, and the Pajaro Valley Subbasin. The Mid-County Basin and the Pajaro Basin are both along the coast, and the Santa Margarita Basin is just to the north in the hills. The Mid-County Basin is identified as a critically overdrafted basin. Accordingly, we completed its groundwater sustainability plan in January 2020, and we are very proud of the fact that the Mid-County Basin's GSP was one of the first ones that DWR approved under SGMA this June. Historically, the overpumping of the basin aquifers lowered the groundwater elevations in the coastal portions of the basin where the majority of municipal pumping takes place. These lower groundwater levels allowed seawater intrusion into portions of the aquifer and pose a much more widespread threat of seawater intrusion as well. I have a graphic to display. It's a little complicated. There you go. Thank you. So this is a figure from the Mid-County GSP that shows the risk of seawater intrusion in various places and different aquifers along the coast. For those familiar with Santa Cruz, the beach boardwalk is just at the very left end of that red and purple line. It's the western boundary of this map, essentially. As you can see, we have a significant risk of seawater intrusion in several locations all along the coast, as indicated by the larger circles on that map. We think that the city's water rights project is a very important factor in addressing this risk for a number of reasons. First, with the city's dedication of more stream flow to Coho and Steelhead, the city needs to maximize the flexibility of their existing water rights so that they can avoid pumping groundwater when there is surface water available. This is an important shift from the city's water supply strategy, since for over 100 years, the city has relied primarily on direct diversions from local streams to meet the public's demands. Now we need the flexibility to optimize groundwater storage. And this does not require any new water rights. They just need to be able to maximize the ones that they currently have. Second, given that local streams depend entirely on rainfall, they can be quite flashy. So there may be times, even in some of the dry years, when the city can share supplies that are surplus with its neighbors that currently rely on groundwater. And just for context, many of the water supply agencies throughout the county are entirely groundwater dependent. The city's water rights petition would allow them to do that and in turn allow those neighbors to rest their wells, which is very important again for our groundwater sustainability planning. Third, while the city's water is in groundwater storage, it will help stabilize the basin and the aquifer levels. The city's pumping strategy, which includes injection and extraction, will be consistent with the Mid-County's GSP and the net effect of reducing the risk of intrusion, and it will be done in close collaboration with neighboring water agencies. We think all of this is not only a very good approach for addressing the city's water supply needs and the Mid-County Basin issue, but it also is a great example of how to practically implement the state's policies supporting the regional integration of supplies. So again, we hope that you will support the city's pending water rights petitions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ryan. Really do appreciate your leaders from Santa Cruz coming and explaining the project and flagging the good work that's been going on to produce it. So thank you again. Appreciate your time this morning. We have 2 additional public forum commenters. I'll note that Ms. Huerta and Eddie Lane, that we do have an item on the Kern River here coming up. And if so appropriate, your comments can be given then as well. I don't believe Ms. Huerta is here on the platform currently with us, so I will call up next Eddie Lane.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Eddie Lane. I'm a 35-year resident of Bakersfield, so I've been here a long time, and want to talk about water in the Kern, which is so essential to me and my family and so many here in Kern County. Aside from being here 35 years, I'm basically a valley boy. I was born and raised in Reedley, walked along the Kings River as I grew up. So my river experiences are from a very young age. I've been involved here for many years with Sierra Club. I'm on the executive committee of the Kern Kauai chapter. We have worked very hard to do whatever we could to encourage water in the Kern and to encourage parks and natural resource protection for especially for economically disadvantaged communities. So I speak both from my personal experience and from the Sierra Club. Water in the Kern is the lifeblood for what we call doses of nature. Doses of nature are that occurs when you bring kids and families and older people like me to natural settings, to absorb opportunities to see fish when the water is there, to experience the beauty of the trees, and to watch the water flow down the Kern, to hear it, to feel it, to touch it. So that lifeblood is really essential in terms of those experiencing nature here in Kern County. We don't have a lot of water opportunities. This is it. So the protection of that is so important. I want to speak more from a personal perspective. Yes, from a Sierra Club perspective, but from a personal perspective. Some 25 years ago, when I used to take my son down to the Kern River, when the river flowed more frequently, at Allen Bridge, we walked along the Kern, and we invented a tribe. I'm sharing this publicly. It was called the Kernies. So we had the Kernies tribe along the Kern, and we talked about the chief and the all other members of the tribe. So we kind of went back centuries to picture ourselves back in the time when the native peoples were along the river. And we had a good time inventing the Kernies. More recently, a few years ago, I want to share, I don't know if you can see it, but this is a picture of my granddaughter. This was taken the last time water was at Allen Bridge. And take a look at her looking at the water. This is a magical moment. This is what we need in Kern County. We need opportunities for children and grandchildren to have magical moments. We cannot have that unless we have water in the Kern. So my request, both from the Sierra Club perspective, but also from my personal perspective, is that through these administrative hearings, through what you're doing now, you will do everything you can to bring water back to the Kern. We need it. We desperately need it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I appreciate your time this morning and hear your comments. And just so you know, we'll treat them as really part of the item on the Kern this morning. So do please try to tune into that item here on our agenda, as we'll have an additional discussion here as a board about the Kern. So, but thank you, Mr. Lane. Appreciate your time this morning. Okay. With that, we conclude public forum and thank everyone for their time. It's something we do here at the board to allow us to be able to hear things that are not pending as an item before the board. Next, I'd like to go on to our board business. Our first item here is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the January 4th and 5th board meeting. Do I have a motion or any corrections? Yes, Ms.
There
Townsend.
are no minutes to adopt. They have been moved to the February 1st board meeting.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, now I see that in my notes. Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Skipping over board meeting minutes then, and apologies for that. We'll go straight to our uncontested items number 2 and 3. Ms. Townsend, do they remain uncontested?
Yes, they do. I have no comment cards for that.
Okay, thank you. Any board members wish to have any discussion or pull them off? And then otherwise would entertain a motion.
I'll just note that, well, both of these are important. And in particular, I think just calling out the importance of continuing to move the operator certification online. It's critical to allow for accessibility for more folks throughout our state. And I think is a testament to hard work from our staff, the ability to get resources and just continue that. So just wanted to acknowledge that importance. And was there a change sheet that went with that one? Yes.
Yes, I did want to point that out for the
Okay.
board so that it's clear in the motion that there was a change sheet on the operator certification item. And so the motion should include that as well.
Great. So I'll move to adopt both items with the change sheet.
Thank you, board member. And I totally agree how the importance of the item on getting computer-based testing for drinking water and wastewater operator certifications, one of the really important work that we do, but not often highlighted. So thank you for calling that out. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. Carries, and both items number 2 rather, and 3 with the change sheet are adopted. And thank you, everyone. That brings us to a couple of informational items. And the first is item number 4 here, which is a drought update and current hydrologic conditions update. Mr. Ekdahl, good to see you again.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. We have a few short slides to discuss for our drought and hydrologic update. Next slide, please. General outline, pretty similar to what we've seen over the last couple of months. We'll talk about general hydrology. I'll turn it over to Michael Macon, and he'll run through the hydrologic update itself. And then I'll jump back in and run through some watershed specific hydrologic updates on just other issues in the Bay Delta watershed, Deer Creeks, Russian River, Scott and Shasta rivers, and then turn it over to the Division of Drinking Water. And so without additional delay, I'll turn it over at the next slide, please, to Michael Macon.
Thanks, Eric. And good morning, board members. I'm Michael Macon, and I'll be providing you the hydraulic update today. Starting off, this is a look at precipitation patterns across the state. As you can see in the Northern Sierra precipitation region, we're sitting at about 31.5 inches to date for the water year. This is already above what we had last year, which is promising. We're sitting at 141% average for to date. Next slide. Moving down into the San Joaquin region, we're sitting at 20.2 inches to date. Again, higher than last year already, which is again promising. On to the next slide. And rounding out with the Two Layer Basin, we're sitting at 13.0 inches for the season and 119% average to date. So far, we've seen a fairly dry January, and it looks like that may last through the end of the month. As Eric mentioned earlier in the board meeting, we're kind of in this wait and see period to see how hydrology plays out for the remainder of the season. And so far, we're off to a good start, but we'll have to wait and see how February and March turn out. Okay, next slide. So this is looking at the snowpack from top to bottom. We have the northern, central, and southern Sierra snow water content as a percent of average. Right now, we're sitting at about 60% of the April 1st average in the northern section, 58 in the central, 56 in the south. This is well above average at date. Northern is about 126% average for this date of the year. And similarly through the remainder of the Sierras. Next slide. So here's a familiar overview of the conditions for selected water supply reservoirs across the state. Most reservoirs are still below their historic average, with the exception of Folsom Lake, which is currently at 133% of historic average. Lake Shasta is sitting around 55%. Lake Oroville is at 79%. Trinity Lake up north is around 50% of historic average. And for the next couple slides, we're going to dive into these reservoirs a little closer. Yeah. So next slide. So taking a look at Lake Shasta, Lake Shasta is seeing some rise from the most recent atmospheric rivers. It's at about 1.5 million acre feet and rising. We still have some ground to make up to reach last year's level or storage levels. As you can see in this, I think it's the red or the black line. So we're still below what we were at last year. We're hoping to get some more rain in February and March to kind of rebound from this. Next slide. Lake Oroville is doing a little better than Shasta. It's benefited a lot from these atmospheric rivers. It is also at 1.5 million acre feet. But as you can see, it's well above that, not well above, but above that black line. And we're doing better than we were at any point last year, with peak storage last year happening around May 1st. We're already above that. So again, silver lining, but we still have a ways to go through the water year, and we'll see how this plays out going into the next few months. Next slide. So Lake Folsom benefited the most. It's a smaller storage reservoir, and it's actually reached above the flood control level for Folsom Lake. That occurred right around New Year's. So as you can see, we started to spill water out of Folsom and into the American River to drop back down to safe flood control levels. Currently, we're at about 558,000 acre feet. And that's going to drop until we reach that safe flood control level. And then Folsom will manage to just ride that flood control level as long as we can through the season. All right, next slide. New Melones Lake is showing a steady incline at the moment. It's sitting at about 965,000 acre feet, which is 71% of historic average. Again, we're still in this wait and see period to see how these conditions will improve through the remainder of the water year. It's difficult to tell with February and March being some of the wettest months, and how precipitation can vary. Okay, next slide. Looking at some other reservoirs across the state, the Kachuma Reservoir is about the same as it was last month, saying around 93,000 acre feet, and that's 48% of total capacity and 75% of average to date. The Diamond Valley Lake Reservoir is saying around 598,000 acre feet, and that's about 74% of total capacity. San Luis Reservoir continues to increase as exports from the Delta continue. It's sitting around 730,000 acre feet out of the total 2 million acre feet capacity. And it's about 53% of average. On to the next slide. So term 91 curtailments are currently not in effect due to very negative supplemental project water, and we're seeing very high delta outflows. This may change if precipitation continues to remain dry, but you'll receive updates on that. We're going to take a look at the Drought Monitor next. Next slide, please. As you can see, the drought across California has improved. We are no longer experiencing any exceptional drought, and it's only a small portion of the state experiencing extreme drought. However, severe drought conditions and moderate drought conditions are still persistent across the entire state of California. So we're not out of the woods yet, but things are improving after those atmospheric rivers and rain events in December. Next slide, please. Looking at the Colorado Basin, it's a similar pattern. Very little of the state is experiencing exceptional drought. There is a greater proportion of extreme drought than California, but otherwise, we are seeing improvements in the drought conditions in Colorado as well. Next slide, please. Stepping out and looking kind of at the big picture. This is an overview of the US Seasonal Drought Outlook for the next 3 months. If you notice in the Pacific Northwest and most of California, it's covered in this gray color, and that's expected to have drought conditions improve, but still persist following that. So while we may see improvements in the short term, we will still have some drought conditions to deal with if this is accurate. And then the Southwest is expected to see persistent drought through Nevada and Utah. All right, next slide. This is a monthly temperature outlook. Blue is just a higher chance of seeing cooler temperatures. Red is a higher chance of seeing warmer temperatures. As you see in California, Southern California is expected to see just normal temperatures through the month of January. Northern California is slightly cooler. Next slide. For monthly precipitation, similar to the temperature outlook, green is slightly higher chances of slightly higher precipitation. This beige brown is slightly lower precipitation. This outlook was predicting roughly normal precipitation through the Central Valley. As you've noticed, we've had a fairly dry January so far. And if you look at normal weather forecasts or 10-day outlooks, we're not expecting much rain in the near future. So it looks like January will kind of be persistently dry. And we'll have to see what February brings us. That concludes my hydrology update.
Great, thank you, Michael. I'll run through a few slides on the other kind of ongoing curtailment and watersheds statewide. In the Delta, we have reimposed curtailments. They had largely been lifted following the storms in December, but as January has continued to dry out, we have re-implemented in just a handful of watersheds so far, I think 3, maybe 4, and for relatively junior water rights. But if the month continues to be dry, we anticipate that we will need to add back in some curtailments in additional watersheds throughout the rest of the month. We generally update about once a week when there are no precipitation events forecast. And as always, we have our compliance tracker online, and you can visit it at the link at the bottom. Next slide, please. Mill and Deer Creek, just a quick update today that the flow requirements have been met consistently since regulations were implemented in October. Flows are higher now because of all the precipitation, but the 50 CFS targets that we had established through the emergency regulations have been consistently met. We do plan on offering a little bit more detail at our next board meeting as a general kind of check-in related to progress in Mill and Deer Creeks and where things are more broadly. Next slide, please. The Russian River, we've suspended curtailments through February 1st, 2022. And we'll update that number again as we get towards, or that date again, as we get towards the end of January. It could be that we extend that curtailment for some additional period of time. Compliance status, 92% of right holders have responded. And again, by volume, that's probably over 99% of the water use by volume. And the interactive response tracker is available again at the link. Next slide, please. Just a graph showing where things are in Lake Mendocino. I think as of the 13th, things were about 44,000 acre feet, probably closer to 45,000 now. So things are certainly much better than they were even at the high point of last year, which was around April 1st or so at about 37,000 acre feet. We're in a much better trajectory and much better condition. Next slide, please. In the Scott and the Shasta, we did suspend curtailments through multiple, we call them addendums in the Scott River watershed every time we modify or update the ongoing curtailments. Flows in the Scott have been greater than 200 cubic feet per second over the last week or so. The Shasta has had all curtailments suspended through January 31st, so long as flows are maintained above 135 CFS. And at this point, we do anticipate that they will remain above 135 CFS. Staff are continuing to meet with interested parties to discuss local local cooperative solutions, we're calling them. In a sense, they're like drought voluntary agreements, looking at what options are available to reduce water use over the coming months if conditions remain dry. Staff have also published a new guidance on local cooperative solutions on our website to give an overview of kind of what we're hoping to see when we have these discussions. It's by no means a set of requirements, but I think it's been helpful in just communicating, what is a potential cooperative solution. There's a couple of different approaches, and that's something that we've been referring people to look at. We're also looking at reviewing and acting on petitions for human health and safety, livestock watering, and in-stream uses, kind of ongoing workload. Next slide, please. A couple of slides to show where things are in the Scott. So you can see that things have been, at least through January 9th or 10th or so, consistently above that 200 CFS target established by the emergency regulations. A few fish numbers: we've observed 134 adult Chinook and 829 adult coho. Comparing it to the last kind of applicable cohort, that's about 100 more fish. So again, pretty good numbers despite drought conditions so far this year. Next slide, please. Shasta River, again, we've been consistently above the 135 target. Fish entering the station or the counting station, about 6,900 adult Chinook, exceeding last year's by almost 3,000, and 50 adult coho. So again, good numbers. Next slide, please. As always, additional information and updates are available here, and remind everybody to sign up for our email subscription list for updates about curtailments and other drought information in the various watersheds or in general. And with that, I will, I think, pause there and see if there are any questions on the hydrologic update or other drought activities before turning it over to the Division of Drinking Water.
Looking to my fellow board colleagues, seeing none, just thank you again. An incredible amount of work and just communication going on to be able to be, again, putting in these addendums and suspensions and allowing for us to administer water rights here. Again, incredible. So thank you, Mr. Ekdahl.
Hi, this is Eric Zuniga. I'm the Drought Response Program Manager. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I have a couple of updates for Division of Drinking Water. If you could please go to the next slide. So the good news is our drought response has been pretty stable. Our numbers have not been increasing, and we've had a number of drought emergency systems moving downward to drought warning, which simply means we're going to try to identify some drought relief projects for them over the next couple of months in preparation for the summer. Next slide, please. So I'm going to focus most of my updates on, we've already looked at 4 other indicators of, people that were anticipating a water shortage in 90 days, people that were receiving hauled and bottled water, and then drops in daily production and also groundwater and surface water production. So today, this is the last analysis that we did for our drought reporting that we received last year. And we're going to look at 3 areas. So the first one is going to be groundwater depth daily change. So you could think about, how your static water levels have dropped over time based on the reporting that we received. The second one is looking at the source depth versus the pump depth. So certainly you can imagine if the static water level goes below the pumping level, we probably have an issue with that source. It's a source of extreme concern for us. In terms of the surface water reservoir depth, of course, having a large drop in reservoir depth could definitely result in an outage for that source as well. So next slide, please. So I'm going to look at this one first. So what we found out is of the 119 records that had the highest negative % change in groundwater daily depth, it roughly represented a drop of greater than 1 foot per day. It's pretty severe, I think. And that represented the top 5% of the records. So we thought that that was a good metric to look at. So I think that's going to be a really good metric that we use in the future to create a drought response framework for doing this more automated. So those are our numbers that we have there. Again, we didn't do great at it, but this is something that we're going to implement for the future. We didn't use this to really help us. It was really just flags and indicators. And I think the important thing is to, let and alarm the water systems and alarm our staff to be aware of these changes, and drastic changes like this should, prompt some type of action on behalf of both parties to work together to do that. Next slide, please. So this is a source depth versus pump depth. One of the issues is we had a number of systems report that their static water level was below their pump depth, but yet they reported production. So that was an error in the data collection that we are going to have to fix for the next time. But even then, we did have a spread of systems out there. We generally looked at, basically, if you were below the pump depth, then we flagged you for it. I think that's going to continue to be a good flag, but with better parameters. I'll discuss that in the future slide. Next slide, please. Okay, and then this was the surface water reservoir depth. We found that the most egregious, the worst 5% of the records that we received were decreasing by a quarter of a foot per day, and that was, some of the worst of the records that we had. So we thought that that was going to be a pretty good metric to look at how a reservoir is reacting to drought. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are the planned improvements that we have. So we want to automatically flag the reports that show a water system is dropping by 1 foot per day, specifically the groundwater wells that they have, that their static water level is dropping that fast. And then automatically classifying the systems who show this high drop in static water levels as a drought warning system, and we'll increase their monitoring from monthly up to weekly monitoring so we can better track the trends in source levels. And then we would downgrade the classification back to drought watch when the system reports improvement. So if the value drops to less than 1 foot per day, we'll drop them back down to monthly monitoring. With the groundwater source depth and pump depth, don't allow a user basically to enter a pump depth lower than the well depth. We had some errors with that as well. Show warning if the pump depth is higher than the static water level, and then production should be 0. So we won't allow folks to put in production if they shouldn't be getting water from that well. And then we would flag if they're equal, because obviously that's a warning that would be for that water system to be aware that they're getting really close to going dry. For the surface water reservoir depth, similarly, we're going to flag the reports that show the reservoir levels dropping by a quarter of a foot per day, and we would automatically classify them as drought warning systems with weekly monitoring, and then downgrade as they show improvement. Next slide, please. So as for the other updates that we have, so with the water hauling issues that we were experiencing in the Central Valley, we did generate a GIS map with the help of the EMP group and RPP, and we sent that to help self-help enterprises to allow for alternate sources of hauled water to be identified for these domestic wells that are going dry in the state smalls as well. So we now have a map of potential available water sources that could be used should other sources of hauled water not be available. We now have that, and it seems to be pretty easy to roll out to other areas as we continue. The more people that go on hauled water, the less hauled water sources are going to be available. So we are trying to preemptively plan for that by creating these maps in the future right now when we have the time. As for data coverage, so the new data reporting tool development is essentially complete. I've initiated a beta testing that has started now, and we have a rollout expected in March. And I'll explain that because I'm off on parental leave for the month of February. My boss says I planned that very well in the off season. And so I'll spare you the next update of a bunch of baby photos, and we'll just skip that update. And we'll go right back into the training tool, or this new data reporting tool for March. And that'll be one of the next things that I'll show for the board. For SB 552, our coordination continues with DWR and Cal OES. We're developing resources and guidance around these new requirements. Folks from DDW have been presenting to Cal OES and some counties, letting them know just some of these requirements for water shortage contingency plans on the county level. So we are continuing to do that outreach and starting to let people know what this rule is and the drought relief requirements that come with it. For HCD, between this week and next week, we're going to be having a meeting to coordinate with HCD. We've developed a number of memos that we have to negotiate with them and figure out how to best coordinate our efforts on severe water outages in mobile home parks and campgrounds. And lastly, just ongoing enforcement review that still continues with the water outage related violations. And as you may be aware, these water outage related violations will be may be used for future risk assessments for these water systems. So we can kind of tie in the work that we do with risk and the work that we're doing with drought response. Next slide is for questions, if there aren't any.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. When it comes to how we categorize systems and watch for the drought warnings and watches and the various metrics we might use, I do appreciate the overview of some of the thinking of the Division of Drinking Water. I think it would also maybe be helpful to do maybe some public workshops around it. Now that, as you said, we're kind of in the off season and well-deserved February off here, and look forward to seeing you in March. But let's think, again, appreciate having here the thinking of the Division of Drinking Water out, and would think maybe having some staff level workshop to further sort of really make sure those are the best that we can identify and use moving into particularly then the summer, where we're here preparing for worst case scenario, no storm door opening, and then continued drought response here later in the year. We have some time here. Let's I would just flag it's probably worth doing a little further discussion and workshopping around.
Absolutely, that is the plan. We're gonna get a draft framework for you guys in March, and I think that'd be a perfect timing to do it as draft and then get some public input and then go ahead and release that. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Appreciate that. Other questions from fellow board colleagues? Thoughts? Okay. Thank you again. Appreciate it. And I believe now we have an update from the Division of Financial Assistance.
Hi, yeah, we don't have an update.
Oh, we don't. Okay, sorry
for this meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's all right.
Good to see you, Joe. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, then with that, Mr. Ekdahl, anything to wrap up with? We do have a couple of commenters. If there isn't any other discussion, either from folks here or board members.
No additional updates on my end.
Okay, great. Thank you. Again, a lot going on, I know, and so appreciate the good hydrologic update and also update on our drought activities. I'd like to first call up Deirdre Desjardins.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. So my background, I did research in nonlinear dynamics at the Center for Nonlinear Studies in Los Alamos, and we looked at nonlinear and stochastic prediction. So I'm very familiar with these weather models. Now I wanted to suggest that you consider adding the North American multi-model ensemble forecast to your updates. It was launched during the 2014 to 2016 drought by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's National Center for Environmental Prediction. And Daniel Swain, who's probably the most famous climate scientist in California, regularly tweets these. It's got the ensemble models has the best skill. He did say that the updated multi-model ensembles continue to suggest that the second half of the winter and spring will most likely be drier than the first half. So that's helpful. And with these stochastic predictions, all you can do is narrow the uncertainty a little. We don't know, but it is more information for the board. And I think that would be helpful. The other
Really
thing,
appreciate that.
The other thing is I wanted to suggest, since the board, I spoke at the last meeting about the coordinated operations agreement and how in the 1960 hearing for the permits for the Central Valley project, it came out that the applications and the water availability analysis assumed the entire unimpaired flow of the Feather River for the Bureau. That's 4.4 million acre feet. And clearly there was a conflict. So at the suggestion of the board, the hearing was recessed and the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau hammered out the coordinated operations agreement where they agreed not only to share responsibility for meeting the water quality requirements, but to share shortages. And the board did retain jurisdiction. And this year is a drier, critically dry year. There's no COA sharing a formula agreement. What the 2018 COA addendum said is that DWR and the Bureau are going to meet and work something out. And I think that's something the board should keep an eye on. And the other thing is, I think, so although San Luis storage, Oroville storage is at 1.5 million acre feet. We've heard reports that 350 that under the COA accounting, coordinated operations agreement accounting, DWR, the State Water Project, owes the Bureau 350 to 400,000 acre feet of that water, and it's a debt I think from last year, but that really should be incorporated in your own reports. And we looked on the Bureau hasn't been reporting. They used to report the co-accounting, and since the 2018 addendum, it said, well, we're waiting to work out the accounting. But it should be public. It should be provided to the board and members because it's very much of interest given the DWR the State Water Project did take on increased obligations in dry and critically dry years, which puts a lot more stress on Oroville. I think it's 35% of releases from storage in a dry year, up from 25% and 40% in a critically dry year. So they went into debt last year, and the board and everybody needs to track it. And I also wanted to suggest tracking the state and federal share of San Luis as well, because you just see one number, but that doesn't tell what's state and what's federal. So that's my conclusions. And thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. Really appreciate your good comments and insights today. Thank you. Next, we'd like to call up Regina Chicozola.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. I just wanted to thank you for again letting us know what's going on. And I also wanted to say how great it is that we're actually seeing some good salmon numbers on the Scott and Shasta rivers. And I just would like to point out that all of those fish would have died if you did not take action, or either died or been stuck in the Klamath River where they would have gotten pretty sick from the high temperatures until the rain came. If you did not take action in order to do curtailments in the Scott and Shasta River. And I know this is the first year the board has taken these actions. And as you know, we have written a letter to the board to ask for these actions to become a permanent action, not for curtailments to become permanent, permanent, but for the need to have actual in-stream flows in the Scott and Shasta rivers to be a permanent action. We've been joined by the Karuk and Yurok tribes, and dozens of environmental groups from across the state that are seriously concerned about the Klamath salmon runs. And as you know, these are very important cultural species and food species, and are also, the run is what makes it so that commercial fishermen can fish in the ocean within the Klamath zone, which is much of Northern California and Oregon. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is we have asked for this permanent in-stream flow to be protected, both in the Scott and Shasta rivers, but we haven't gotten a response to our request from the board yet. And we would like to get a response and try to figure out how to move forward with this. Obviously, for this year, if we don't get a lot more rain, we'll have emergency curtailments again next year, which is really important, especially because these curtailments came really late in the season last year, and also didn't really help deal with the groundwater pumping in the Scott River. So they weren't nearly as impactful in the Scott River because of that, because of the interconnectedness of the groundwater there. But as you know, we have pretty much a drought situation every single year in the Scott and Shasta, except for extremely wet years, because there is such extreme over allocations of water and over pumping of water. So what we might see happen is, because these salmon were able to spawn this year, we have a bunch of fish go up, and then even if it's a good water year, all the juvenile fish will die. I'm sure we lost a lot of juvenile fish this year in the Scott and Shasta rivers. So until we make sure there's actually water all the time in those rivers, and not just when there's a massive emergency, we're going to have the fish dying, and we're not going to be able to restore these salmon. And it's going to be especially important within the next few years as the dams come down, that there's somewhere for these fish to go and spawn. And as you know, these are the two largest watersheds besides the Trinity River. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, I think the board should take some kind of action to protect Trinity River carryover storage. As you can see right now, the Trinity River storage is not rebounding the way that it should. And I think it's because it was allowed to get so extremely low this year. There's currently no protection for that carryover storage, but there is an agreement that there needs to, what the flows in that river need to be. And so having an agreement that applies to what the flows need to be for the salmon to survive, and even having a process in place for emergency flow releases when fish start dying, like what happened this year, but not having a requirement for carryover storage, are in conflict with each other. And we know that the state board could work with the Bureau of Reclamation to make sure that there is a requirement for carryover storage there, so we don't get in this situation again. Hopefully I'm within my 3 minutes. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. And I have lots to say, of course, about the Bay Delta and Sacramento, but I'll save that for another time.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Chicazola. I appreciate the continued engagement here at the board. Good tracking of important issues and comment here before the board. So thank you. That wraps up our commenters for item number 4. Anything further to reflect from my colleagues? Okay, hearing none. That concludes item number 4. Thank you everyone for your work on it. Next informational item is number 5, which is an update from the Department of Water Resources and your US Bureau of Reclamation on their December 1st temporary urgency change petition to modify delta flow and water quality requirements from February through April. And I'd like to call folks up for the presentation on this. Good to see you both.
Hi, good morning. Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, board members, Molly White, Department of Water Resources, and Water Operations Manager for the State Water Project. I'm here with Kristen White and with Reclamation, and I'll hand it over to Kristen to introduce yourself.
Sure. Hello, my name is Kristen White. I'm the Operations Manager for the Central Valley Operations Office for the Bureau of Reclamation. I'll present and wrap it up at the end.
Excellent. Thank you, Kristen. So yes, back in, Kristen and I were at the January 5th TUCP workshop, and during that workshop, DWR and Reclamation did notify the board that because of the improved hydrological conditions, that a TUCP was unlikely for February. However, we did commit to come back to this board meeting after we could confirm this conclusion with the January water supply forecast. So here we are today. Next slide, please. So the January water supply forecast did incorporate precipitation and runoff that was seen in December. And as expected, it did show improvement over the December forecast. As board staff mentioned, we're certainly, snowpack and precipitation are still above average for this time of year. And while the February water supply forecast will be the first of the forecasts for this season to incorporate actual snowpack measurements, we do expect some reduction of forecasted runoff just due to the dry January observed thus far. So therefore, both Reclamation and DWR continue to plan for a third dry year. Based upon the January runoff forecast where where the storms landed during the October through December period, Oroville and Folsom definitely have seen an improvement in the storage conditions as compared to 2021. But what is very clear is that Shasta and Trinity are in need of storage improvement in 2022. So because of the improved conditions, delta outflow and water quality standards are planned to be met through a combination of means this spring. These include system-wide runoff, increased releases from Folsom Lake for storage management, reduced exports, and also, if needed, increased releases from Oroville. And then lastly, just with the improved conditions, primarily focused on the state share of San Luis Reservoir, they do support a slight increase to the state water project allocation. And with that, I will go to the next slide, please. And I will hand it over to Kristen.
Great, thanks, Molly. So I get to make the big announcement and kind of wrap it up with where we landed with all of this. So because the January has been so dry, and as you heard in the water supply update, it's expected to continue to be dry for at least the next 10 days. We looked at assessing this under very conservative dry hydrology. So not just what's in the forecast, really kind of pushing the limits of, is there anything that's on the edge? Is there anything that, this really dry January, even a dry February could pop up, and really just try to kind of push it in every direction we possibly could. With that, what we found was there are some potential in some very extreme circumstances for storage benefits to Folsom and Oroville, more in the late spring in that April period, but there just is no way that we could find that a TUCP would benefit storage at Shasta and Trinity. And this isn't too surprising. It's primarily because we don't see any way that we'd be relying on Shasta and Trinity releases for delta water quality or outflow in the February through April period. And so if they're not being relied upon for those delta conditions, then we're not going to be able to back water up by relaxing the delta conditions. And there's not really a way without some major infrastructure. There's not really a way to translate those benefits from from Oroville and Folsom up into Shasta. So with that, we sent a letter yesterday to withdraw our TUCP for the February through April period. Next slide. As Molly mentioned, for 2022 being poor, it certainly doesn't mean it's going to be a great year. It just means that where the need was and where the water fell didn't really line up such that the TUCP was going to be beneficial in the places that we needed it. So we are continuing with that dry year planning. Our next action there is that we'll have an update on the drought contingency plan that will be sent out on February 1st and posted online afterwards. And we will be continuing to evaluate conditions and the potential for a TUCP later in the year, depending on kind of how this February-March period shakes out. These are our last two chances for some big precip. And we'd be happy to provide future updates at water board meetings as needed or as are helpful. And that's it. Any questions?
Just thank you. First and foremost, it's been very helpful to be able to have both you, Ms. White and Ms. White here to be able to understand where we are and what is not a lot of certainty in our water year, but a needing to be able to be communicative here and pivot as the water year shapes up. And it's something that we saw that we had to do numerous times. Although we knew what we could anticipate in the middle of summer, continued dry conditions, but continue to manage the system in a way that hopefully here gave us our best options. And just thank you incredibly for being here, for being able to here importantly explain why we're pivoting off of the TUCP, but the need to continue to watch the water year and that and here anticipate that you may be back. So understanding and getting continued updates is going to be important. So we know just what are the conditions we're looking to try to improve. And here we need to try to back water up in Shasta and improve what our cold water pools for what we know are going to be difficult circumstances either way later this summer. So just thank you. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? Okay, hearing none. Again, appreciate the update. We do have a couple commenters here then as well. And so would first call up Doug Obigi from the NRDC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am Doug Obigi with NRDC. I want to first take a moment and just echo the congratulations and thanks to staff's hard work on preparing for the drought earlier in the meeting, and really do appreciate all of the hard work that so many staff members have put in over the last year. Droughts are really hard for all of us, and it's really important that we give thanks and really are grateful, express our gratitude to all of that hard work. I appreciate DWR and Reclamation withdrawing the TUCP request for February to April. I think this is it's an encouraging sign, and I think it is a sign that the board's continued diligence on this matter has made a difference. It's all too easy to rubber stamp these TUCPs, and the board has not done so. And by requiring analysis and providing public comment, we've avoided the need for gutting these environmental protections. That said, we remain very concerned that DWR and Reclamation are going to be announcing water supply allocations in January and February, including 50 or 100% allocations for Feather River settlement contractors and high allocations for Sacramento River settlement contractors that will impair the ability to meet Shasta temperature requirements and may lead to the need for a TUCP later this year, as DWR and Reclamation have acknowledged. And so I'd encourage the board to request additional modeling from Reclamation and DWR on their planned operations for the year. My understanding is that we've been informed that they have produced modeling of the proposed interim operations plan. It's not clear whether that modeling assumes TUCPs or not, but the modeling that's been provided to the board to date really doesn't give the board the information it needs, and certainly not the public. We need to see modeling that shows how the operations in the Delta relate to storage levels and operations at the upstream reservoirs, and how that relates to water supply deliveries and allocations. All too often, the modeling just shows one piece of that and not the whole picture. So with that, I thank you and request that the board post the letter withdrawing the TUCP request on its webpage as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obigi. And yeah, I think as course of matter, we were looking to post it. So we'll make sure and blast it as well, perhaps onto our LIRIS list for those that are interested. Thank you. Next, we have Deirdre Desjardins. Good to see you again, Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you, Deirdre Desjardins, with Director of California Water Research. And I wanted to echo the concerns of Doug Obigi. So there was major errors last year with the runoff forecasts. And as near as I could tell, and I had to do forensic investigation and online to discover the methods that DWR uses for snow forecasts, they were using a linear forecast based on the last 50 years of hydrology, which I cross-examined them about in the water fix hearing. And I was like, this is going to be a problem. Things are changing. And my understanding is that they moved to a 30-year forecast, forecast based on years picked out of the last 30 years. And we're in a time that's non-stationary. And I applied to DWR's own modelers said back in 2006, we're missing things because we're assuming stationarity, and even a 30-year forecast might be too long given the kinds of, we're in a period where the last decade we've had extreme warming and it changes evapotranspiration. And so it's something that independent scientists like myself need to be able to look at. And so I would really encourage the board to think about, last year I asked the board to require a report and hold a workshop. But I understand the Bureau held a workshop, but I wasn't invited. None of the NGO or environmental or fishing or Delta stakeholders that are so impacted by these reservoir decisions were invited, and we can't look at it. And it's something, if we're going to collaboratively manage it, we need to use the best available science, and we need to have an open process where we can talk about what's happening with climate change. So I very much do that. And then as far as Doug is talking about, I've pushed for a long time to look openly at their long-range forecasts for reservoir operations, and it's very important about carryover storage targets for the following year. And Kristen White did tell the Delta Independent Science Board that there's issues with carrying more storage over. And there are, in the sense that there's always a trade-off. If you carry over more storage in the reservoir for 2023, then you have less deliveries this year. But you reduce risk in 2023. And that has to be done in a much more transparent fashion. It's not being done transparently, and both of these are about risk, and there needs to be full disclosure. And the board did, thank you very much, ask DWR to provide the modeling in the Bureau, and what they provided was, quite frankly, ridiculous. It was absolute obfuscation to only provide for the TUCP two things. And I did raise the issue. There is a CalFed ops briefing. They are providing the board with reservoir operations forecasts, but I'm going to send a letter. I want the board to specifically ask for more detail. And I'll also do a Public Records Act request. But we can't continue to manage the reservoirs only based on internal dialogue with the water contractors. And it's not even clear if the area of origin contractors are that much in the loop. Yes, Feather River service contractors have priority and they have a certain allocation, but they could reduce exports. And they're not even conserving. They're not proposing to do any mandatory water conservation members at MWD. And that's very concerning because we know Oroville owes a lot of water to the debt, and we don't want DWR to come and say, well, oops, we missed again this year, because it's entirely foreseeable given the scientific and technical issues. So thank you.
Thank you for your good comment. I really do appreciate your time today, Ms. Desjardins. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola.
I will pass. I said speak only if necessary. Thank you.
Okay, yep, thank you, thank you. Okay, that concludes our commenters on the item. Any discussion, direction, thoughts here from fellow board colleagues on the TUCP? Okay, thank you all. And concludes then item number 5 here. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, come back at 10:40, and we'll continue on with items from our Administrative Hearings Office and item number 6. So thank you, everyone. Be back in about 10 minutes. All right, we can begin to return. And we will return to here now then, item number 6, which is consideration of proposed order prepared by the Administrative Hearings Office on the petition filed by Merced Irrigation District for reconsideration of State Water Board Order 2021-0094. And good to see you this morning, Mr. Lilly.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Alan Lilly, and I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office, and I'm here to present agenda item 6, which is consideration by the board of a draft order on Merced Irrigation District's petition for reconsideration of Board Order WR 2021-0094, which the board adopted on October 5 of last year. The board members are very familiar with the underlying facts and legal issues, having considered and adopted the order just 3 months ago. So I'm not going to discuss them in detail now. They also are briefly discussed in the agenda item for this matter, and of course in much more detail in the prior order. The current agenda item concerns a petition for reconsideration of that order that Merced Irrigation District filed on November 4 of last year. And after Merced ID filed that petition, my colleagues and I prepared the proposed order that is before you today. And I'll just briefly discuss the proposed order and then the comments that the board has received on it. So after briefly discussing the rules for petitions for reconsideration and the background, the proposed order discusses on pages 5 through 7, Merced Irrigation District's actions and comments during the Administrative Hearings Office proceeding and the subsequent board proceedings. This discussion is important because Merced Irrigation District's attorney made several incorrect and misleading statements during the September 21 and October 5 board meetings. In particular, during those meetings, the attorney indicated that Merced ID's settlement agreement with Mr. Gonzalez, the respondent in the underlying action, prevented Merced ID from participating in the AHO hearing. And also he said that the AHO did not allow Merced ID to comment on the AHO draft proposed order. As discussed in our new proposed order, those comments are incorrect. And this point is important because if the district had participated in the AHO proceedings, the AHO could have received evidence on the points that the district now argues. The AHO could have addressed that evidence, and a lot of time and energy that the board members now have had to spend on these issues could have been avoided. Going on to pages 7 through 8, the order briefly discusses the draft compliance plan that Mr. Gonzalez has filed with the Division of Water Rights Enforcement section for its review and comments. And my understanding is that review is still pending. Moving forward to the substantive provisions of the order, proposed order, which are on pages 8 through 14. The first section on pages 8 through 12 discusses the property law issues associated with the question of who owns the lands on which the Canal Creek berm pipes are located. The text in this section discusses why this ownership issue is unresolved, why it was not and is not necessary for the State Water Board to decide this issue, and why the courts are in a much better position to decide this issue. This section also discusses the edits to that the new order would make to ordering paragraph 1B of order 2021-0094 to make it even clearer that the board is deferring to the courts on this property law issue. The second substantive section of the proposed order, which is on pages 12 through 13, discusses the issue of the risks of failure of the Canal Creek berm that could arise if the pipes in the berm were plugged, as Merced ID has urged the board to order Mr. Gonzalez to do. The order notes the uncertainties about this issue and explains why the State Water Board should and has decided to defer to the Army Corps of Engineers and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board on this issue. The third section of the proposed order on pages 13 to 14 discusses Merced Irrigation District's request that the board order Mr. Gonzalez to work with the district to remove the Canal Creek berm pipes. The proposed order explains that this requirement would be inconsistent with the conclusions on water law issues in order WR 2021-0094, and that Merced ID's petition for reconsideration does not challenge those water law, the conclusions on those water law issues. And it also decides, it repeats once again that the courts are in a better position to consider and decide the property law issues and then to determine what, if any, remedies are appropriate vis-a-vis Mr. Gonzalez and the district. So the conclusions in the proposed order on pages 14 to 15 reiterate that the courts are in a better position than the board to resolve the property law issues raised by Merced Irrigation District's petition for reconsideration, and that the Corps of Engineers and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board are in a better position than the board to resolve the flood control issues raised by the petition. So based on these conclusions, the proposed order would amend the provisions of the various provisions of Order WR 2021-0094 to make these points clearer. And in particular, the proposed order would amend ordering paragraph 1B of the prior order to make the deference to the courts on the property law issues and to the Corps of Engineers and the Central Valley Flood Protection Board on the flood control issues clearer. The proposed order would delete ordering paragraph 1E of the prior order because with these changes, that paragraph no longer is appropriate or necessary. I have submitted change sheet number 1, which Ms. Townsend has posted. It would just delete one word, significantly, on page 15, because this word is not necessary, and frankly, the order after my review will read better if that word, one word, is deleted. So we did receive, the board received, and I have also reviewed 2 comment letters, one from Merced Irrigation District's attorney and one from Mr. Gonzalez. The Merced Irrigation District's attorney's letter largely repeats the district's prior arguments, and I'll just go to the conclusions in that letter rather than going through it point by point. The first full paragraph on the very last page of that comment letter states that Merced Irrigation District is asking the board to grant the district's petition and do 3 things. And those are modify ordering paragraph 1B of the prior order, modify ordering paragraph 1E of the prior order, and add new provisions that would require Mr. Gonzalez to work with the district to remove the Canal Creek berm pipes. As I've discussed, the proposed order that I have submitted would modify ordering paragraph 1B to make it clearer that the board will be deferring to the courts on the property law issues that the board does not need to resolve, and to the Corps of Engineers and the Flood Protection Board on the flood control issues. These modifications will address Merced Irrigation District's concerns about these issues by making that deference clearer. The proposed order, as I said earlier, would delete ordering paragraph 1E, which should address any concerns Merced Irrigation District has about that paragraph. The proposed order would not grant Merced Irrigation District's 3rd request, which is for an order directing Mr. Gonzalez to work with the district to remove the pipes. And that request is not appropriate for several reasons, which I'm going to just briefly mention here. First, the Merced Irrigation District's original complaint to the board, which was filed several years ago and started this whole proceeding, I never asked the board to take that action. The proposed order on page 12 and footnote 5 quotes the operative provision of the district's initial complaint and demonstrates that the district did not ask the board to take that action. Second, because the district never participated in the AHO hearing, it never submitted any evidence to support that request. And third, the district's request, as I mentioned earlier, is inconsistent with the conclusion in order WR 2021-0094 that the Gonzalez Pond has become a natural condition for water right purposes, and the district's petition for reconsideration does not challenge that conclusion. So for all these reasons, the proposed order appropriately concludes that Merced Irrigation District's third request should not be granted. So rather than spending any more time on the district's other arguments, I'll just say that I disagree with them and recommend that the board reject them and adopt the proposed order. So finally, Mr. Gonzalez, he did not, although he did not file a petition for reconsideration of the prior order, he did file comments on the proposed order that's before you today. His primary argument is that the board should amend the prior order to allow him to divert natural flow water from Canal Creek during the winter for frost protection purposes. And he argues that he has riparian rights that would authorize such diversions. This argument is inconsistent with the prior order, Order 2021-0094, which Mr. Gonzalez has not challenged in a petition for reconsideration. And specifically on page 31, the prior order concludes that any riparian rights that the Gonzalez property may have once had were severed when the Crocker-Huffman Land Company, the prior owner of the property, conveyed the water rights in 1922. So regardless of what amounts of natural flow water that may be in the creek during the winter season, Mr. Gonzalez does not have any riparian rights that would authorize him to divert and use such water. Mr. Gonzalez also asked the board to reconsider the $25,000 administrative civil liability order that was imposed in the prior order, and apparently which Mr. Gonzalez already has paid based on his comments. The board considered that issue of the amount of appropriate administrative civil liability and decided it was the appropriate amount when it adopted the prior order. And I don't see any reason for the board to go back and reconsider that prior order, particularly when there's no petition for reconsideration on that. So in conclusion, I recommend that the board reject the arguments submitted by both Merced Irrigation District and Mr. Gonzalez and adopt the proposed order with the change in change sheet number 1. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any board member questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. I appreciate, as always, the good and thorough work here on this project. Board members, any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, then we can go to our commenters. First, like to call up Mr. Thomas Berliner.
And Chair Esquivel, I'll just point out, and we've offered the opportunity for her to unmute, that Ms. Ainsley has raised her hands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Loffer. Then yes, Ms. Ainsley.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Can you hear me adequately?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. I will be speaking today on behalf of Merced Irrigation District. My name is Julianne Ainsley, as Mr. Loffer just said. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Dwayne Morris. And I'm here speaking today on Merced Irrigation District's petition for reconsideration of Water Right Order 2021-0094. And MID also provided comments specifically to the proposed order of the AHO revising that order 2021-0094. We brought that petition for reconsideration in protection of our property rights and interests. And we will not speak to all the details in those petitions for reconsideration, since those are in the board's hearing materials. In 2017, MID discovered that Mr. Gonzalez was illegally diverting water from Canal Creek, a water body that MID owns and operates as part of its 800-mile water distribution system. MID issued a cease and desist letter to Mr. Gonzalez and charged him for the unauthorized diversions of water for the time period of 2014 to 2017. We charged him pursuant to a resolution that Mr. Gonzalez himself approved when he was an MID board member. In the months following that discovery of the unauthorized diversion, we also discovered a number of additional facts that were unknown at the outset. One of those facts was that there were actual pipes connecting a reservoir on Mr. Gonzalez's property, extending through the berm of Canal Creek and into the creek itself. Now, all of these facts that I'm saying are also substantiated by the Water Board's own investigation. But the story goes back further in time. As the Water Board determined, in the 1990s, Mr. Gonzalez, or purportedly his father on his behalf, constructed that illegal and unpermitted reservoir and also put those pipes in, connecting the reservoir with Canal Creek. The pipes resulted in diversions of Canal Creek at all times that flow in the Canal Creek, which MID owns, including during the irrigation system, and in the absence of floodwater, was above the level of the intakes of the pipes. Correspondingly, water was retained in that reservoir anytime water in the reservoir was below the level of the pipes in the reservoir. So to be clear, this unauthorized point of diversion that we're dealing with here in Water Right Order 2021-0094 was never in compliance or constructed with the approval of any agency with jurisdiction over Canal Creek. Now, these include the Army Corps of Engineers, as you know, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and MID. Further, as the board knows, the diversion was done without an authorized water right, hence the Water Board's conclusion that this is an unauthorized diversion of water. Since 2017, MID has been seeking to stop this unauthorized diversion of its water from Canal Creek. This includes removal of the pipes which encroach on MID's property and distribution facilities. In 2019, MID entered into a settlement with Mr. Gonzalez to remove this unauthorized diversion point, subject to the approval of the other regulatory agencies with jurisdiction. Order 2021-0094, however, does not order the one person at fault, Mr. Gonzalez, to rectify the non-compliant and unpermitted situation of facilities that he created. Instead, now finding that this illegal reservoir is a natural water body, it orders the continued maintenance of the illegal point of diversion, which is the continued diversion of Canal Creek water from Canal Creek and into the pond, and the continued encroachment on Canal Creek. The order, however, does not require Mr. Gonzalez to bring these facilities into compliance by obtaining the permission of agencies with jurisdiction. Mr. Lalina's comment says that the order defers to those agencies, which is the Army Corps of Engineers, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and MID, to come in, but again, the order does not order Mr. Gonzalez to come into compliance. He is authorized by this order to maintain the unpermitted status quo unless and until those agencies themselves put forward a proactive action, putting the burden on those agencies to approach Mr. Gonzalez as opposed to placing the burden on the unauthorized diverter to bring those facilities into compliance, if indeed they are needed to be maintained. The order does not even require Mr. Gonzalez to obtain any access agreements he needs to maintain the pipes, as ordered, which again extend into Canal Creek. The effect of this precedential order is to transmute an illegal diversion of water into a de facto water right to continue diverting such water to maintain an illegal reservoir. Even diversions for recreational and aesthetic purposes require a water right. All grants of water rights require an applicant to show sufficient access to the points of diversion under the Water Code's regulations, Article 13. In his petition, MID merely seeks a revision to the order, putting the burden on Mr. Gonzalez, requiring him to work with the agencies with jurisdiction to remove the illegal point of diversion, a revision that would consider the safety of the Canal Creek berms because it would actually involve the agency with the responsibility for the integrity of Canal Creek. The order as it currently stands excuses Mr. Gonzalez from taking these steps. It gives the Water Board the responsibility of monitoring Mr. Gonzalez's ordered maintenance of the pipes and their impact on Canal Creek in perpetuity. None of the agencies with jurisdiction have a say in that compliance plan, which the Water Board is apparently currently reviewing. MID has not seen that compliance plan. So as outlined in our petition and then our comments responding to the AHO's proposed order, we feel that ordering paragraphs 1B and 1E, which now I understand is suggested to be struck, are not supported by substantial evidence. The evidence in the record, and here we brought a petition that more narrowly focuses on our main issues. We did not bring a petition for reconsideration on all the problems we have with the water rights order, but the evidence in the record showed, and these are actually the deeds for the properties at issue, that the pipes encroach on MID's property. No evidence put forward by the prosecution team, or at least credible evidence other than the testimony of Mr. Gonzalez himself, indicates that those pipes are on property owned by Mr. Gonzalez. The Water Board does not have the authority to order Mr. Gonzalez to maintain facilities on property he does not own, and it doesn't require him to obtain access in order to follow the directives of the order. Further, the evidence in the record also does not support maintenance of an illegal point of diversion based on a largely unsubstantiated concern concerning hydrostatic pressure on the berm of the creek. But the order does order Mr. Gonzalez to maintain that pipe, but then it leaves that matter uninvestigated by not ordering Mr. Gonzalez to come into compliance with jurisdictional agencies for the actions it orders him to take. So the proposed order, including change sheet number 1 now, which only slightly revised order 2021-0994, it does not address the concerns raised specifically by MID. And we hope that you will take another look at our petition for reconsideration, the comments we submitted to the proposed order, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding the specifics of that petition or our subsequent comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ainsley. Appreciate your comments here and time and points. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Kevin Gonzalez.
Yes, I'm here.
You are noted as only speak if necessary. So, Mr. Gonzalez, just providing you a moment if you need.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the board, Mr. Lilly, for hearing our case and giving us due process. I do agree that Mr. Lilly was fair enough to listen to our request. Unlike Merced Irrigation District, who extorted $204,000 fraudulently out of me. So they gave me no hearing. Miss Ainsley was basically, I appreciate her trying to retry the case, which is wrong. We're going to end up in court. I think Mr. Lilly is correct that the property rights issues do need to go to court. We had settled with them, but part of the settlement did, it was essentially broken by MID. They did not withdraw their complaint. Part of settlements is usually we'll settle if you drop the case with the State Water Resources Control Board. That key factor was not adhered to by MID. The fact does remain that I've been slandered and retaliated against by MID. I was a board member, that's clear. I do agree with Ms. Ainsley about that. I was a whistleblower. I did basically bring information that MID was doing wrong. And because of that, during the election season, I was not only threatened, but I was shot at. And this case here is just one more auxiliary retaliatory attack. But with that said, our property is unique. It is one of the only properties behind the Castle Dam project, which is Water Code 12667. Some of her statements, which she said I will need permits for, are not true. Ms. Ainsley has repeatedly been untruthful with you, and I apologize for her on that part. Our evidence was submitted in the hearing, and I appreciate that it was reviewed. But basically, Water Code 12667 and Site 108E1, which is in the Operations and Maintenance Manual of the federal project, already identifies the ponding area. And that ponding area has been there, has always been there since the 60s when they did the review. And hence, that's why it's on our deed. So in this case, the water area, the ponding area, and all her lies that she made up, it's already been addressed from Army Corps of Engineers in 108E1, and it's on our deed. The question of who owns the property, MID owns several properties in Merced, but they do not own this particular property. They have, as a quasi-government agency, a right-of-way to pass water over the top of our property. Passing water over the top of our properties is completely different than their accusations that they actually own our property. So I appreciate Mr. Lilly's decision and also the board decision for deferring that to the courts because it is convoluted and difficult. I submitted the evidence of my deed and of the Crocker-Huffman deed, which was quite difficult to get because it was buried in the vaults of MID. MID has repeatedly refused to submit truthful information. And you yourself, the state board, has been victim of that. And I apologize for that. We brought the information forward so that we could prove our case and our point. And it is highly contested between us and MID. Other than that, I believe because MID has lied to you, the board, that they should actually pay the fine for the 304 hours that the inspectors had to do on this investigation. And the 3 hours that they spent with us wasn't fair. But I would like to volunteer for the futures to help you and the State Water Resources Control Board develop better policies and procedural guidance for investigative procedures. I do have some experience in investigative procedures, and I'd like to offer my services to help on policies and procedural guidelines. But with that said, we are not trying to retry the case today. I do support Mr. Lilly. Although I don't completely agree with him, I do appreciate the efforts that the board has put in to get us to this point. So thank you. With that said, I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. I appreciate it. Board colleagues, any questions, thoughts?
I'm prepared to offer a motion that we adopt the order with the change sheet, and just want to thank Mr. Lilly and the office for the further review and more importantly, the thoughtful review and the clarifications that have been provided in the order. I especially appreciate the clarity regarding our role and what is before us versus what might be before the courts or the Flood Control Board or the Army Corps of Engineers. I know it's a complicated decision, but the order, I think, helps to clarify some of those, helps to clarify those issues, all the issues.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have a second?
I concur with those conclusions as well, and I'll second. I'm satisfied with the changes that have been proposed in the order.
Great. Thank you, board member. Any other board colleagues? Okay. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote carries unanimously, and so the order is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Lilly.
Thank you.
And still here then with the Administrative Hearings Office, we have item number 7, which is consideration of the proposed order on the petition filed by the City of Bakersfield for reconsideration of the hearing officer's legal ruling letter dated November 3rd, 2021 in the matter of the Kern River applications. Good to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you. Good morning. Thank you. I do have a slide presentation, which I see is coming up, but I will introduce myself. I'm Nicole Kinsey, a hearing officer with the board's Administrative Hearings Office, which I'll likely refer to as the AHO in this presentation. Let's go ahead and move to slide 2, please. And I'm presenting to you today a proposed order on the City of Bakersfield's petition for reconsideration of a November 3rd ruling that I issued in the matter of the Kern River applications, which is a pending matter before the AHO at this time. Next slide, please. I'll start with some background about the pending matter, and it will take a little bit of a time, so I apologize, but I think it will be worth it to get us oriented. The Kern River is depicted on this map. You can see Lake Isabella in the upper right-hand corner as you're looking at the screen. The Kern River flows from Lake Isabella towards the City of Bakersfield, which you see here near the center of the screen. And when there are sufficient flows, it flows through the City of Bakersfield towards the California Aqueduct. Also shown on this map are green dots. They're a little bit hard to see, but there are green dots identified as the first point of measurement and then the second point of measurement. And these are legally significant points for the allocation of water in the Kern River system for the various users. Next slide, please. There are currently 6 applications before the board for permits to appropriate water from the Kern River system. 5 of these applications were filed in 2007, and then the 6th was filed in 2010. Next slide, please. The allocation of water on the Kern River is governed by what is known as the law of the river locally. It is a collection of court decrees and agreements among the various water users. Nearly all of the rights to divert water from the Kern are claimed pre-1914 appropriative water rights. The water rights associated with the first point of measurement, which I pointed out on the map, were adjudicated in 1900 in a decree known as the Shaw Decree. And then the remaining rights on the system have not been fully adjudicated at this point. Also of significance for this proceeding is a 2007 decree by the 5th District Court of Appeal in a decision commonly known as the North Kern decision, in which the court determined that Kern Delta Water District, which is another first point diverter, had forfeited a portion of its pre-1914 appropriative water rights. Next slide, please. The State Water Board had declared the Kern River system to be a fully appropriated stream system, and that was done in 1989 based on the board's decision 1196, which is a 1964 board decision, in which the board found that all Kern River natural flow had been fully diverted and beneficially used. However, in 2010, the board revisited the fully appropriated streams declaration, and in order 2010 amended the declaration of fully appropriated streams to allow acceptance of the 6 applications that are now before the AHO and that are now at issue. The board's decision in that order was based on evidence that high flows are occasionally diverted from the Kern River through the intertie into the California Aqueduct. Next slide, please. After the amendment of the fully appropriated streams declaration in 2010, the Division of Water Rights began processing the 6 applications. And in 2019, the applicants submitted differing water availability analyses in support of their application. In addition, the Kern Water Bank Authority submitted a complaint, and that complaint challenged, among other things, the scope and validity of Buena Vista Water Storage District's pre-1914 appropriative water right claims, and those challenges could affect how much water is found to be available on the system. Next slide, please. In March 2021, the executive director of the State Water Board assigned 3 issues related to these 6 applications to the AHO for further proceedings. The executive director asked the AHO to determine whether there is unappropriated water available in the Kern River system, and if so, how much. If unappropriated water is available, in what order should the division process the 6 applications, and how should water be allocated among those competing applications? And then finally, what effect does the partial forfeiture of water rights by Kern Delta, as found in that 2007 decision, have on the availability of water for appropriation pursuant to these 6 applications? Next slide, please. As the hearing officer in this matter, I held an initial status conference last summer in August 2021. Based on input from the parties, I decided to conduct this hearing in phases. So I issued a public notice for hearing, what I called hearing phase 1A, to address whether the partial forfeiture of water rights by Kern Delta resulted in unappropriated water in the Kern River system, and if so, how much unappropriated water. In the hearing notice prior to the hearing, I also directed the City of Bakersfield and North Kern Water Storage District to address several underlying legal issues that I thought were important to phase 1A. And it's my ruling on these legal issues that the City of Bakersfield challenges in its petition for reconsideration. Next slide, please. These are the issues that I directed the parties to brief in advance of the phase 1A hearing. First, does the forfeiture of a portion of a water right necessarily result in unappropriated water on the stream system? Or must the board consider the available supply and the amount of water used pursuant to existing valid rights to determine whether there's unappropriated water available as the result of any forfeiture? And then finally, I asked the parties to brief whether the board should consider protection of public trust resources when determining the amount of water, if any, the amount of unappropriated water, if any, that is available. Next slide, please. Before I move on to the substance of the legal ruling on these legal issues that were briefed, this is a timeline of the events, just to give us a sense of where we stand. I issued a ruling on the legal issues on November 3rd. The city of Bakersfield filed its petition for reconsideration on December 3rd. North Kern Water Storage District and the city of Shafter, working jointly, filed an opposition to that petition for reconsideration. We went ahead and held the Phase 1A hearing on December 9th and 10th. And then most recently on January 12th, my office issued a notice of hearing Phase 1B, which as currently scheduled would begin the hearing on March 15th of this year. Next slide, please. Turning to the legal ruling and the substance of the ruling that I issued on November 3rd, that is the subject of the city's petition for reconsideration. I first concluded that the forfeiture of a water right does not necessarily result in unappropriated water because the water becomes part of the supply that is available to other right holders in the order of their priority. On the second matter, on the matter of consideration of public trust resources, I concluded in the ruling that the State Water Board has an ongoing duty to supervise the appropriation and use of water to protect public trust resources. However, the board and the AHO have discretion as to when in any particular proceeding to consider those issues. And the appropriate timing to consider public trust resources may vary from matter to matter. For purposes of the Phase 1A hearing, I concluded that consideration of public trust resources that might be affected by the applications should be deferred until a later phase of the hearing process or until after the applications have been publicly noticed by the division and are further along in the application process. Next slide, please. So with all of that as background, we finally reached the city of Bakersfield's petition for reconsideration. Bakersfield filed its petition on December 3rd, as I mentioned, and the petition purports to be filed pursuant to Water Code Section 1122 and Title 23 of the California Code of Regulations, Sections 768 and 769, which are the relevant provisions that govern petitions for reconsideration of a decision or order by the board. Bakersfield's petition challenges the AHO's November 3rd ruling based on alleged errors in law, both in determining that the forfeiture of water rights does not, as a matter of law, result in unappropriated water, and also in deferring consideration of public trust uses. Next slide, please. The proposed order that is before you addresses Bakersfield's petition on purely procedural grounds. The proposed order concludes that the AHO's November 3rd ruling was not a decision or order of the board that is subject to a petition for reconsideration under Water Code Section 1122, because those provisions only apply to final decisions or orders by the board and do not apply to a ruling by a hearing officer in a proceeding. The order also concludes that to the extent that the board has the authority on its own motion to review the AHO's decision, there are policy reasons that weigh against allowing this type of what you might call an interlocutory petition for reconsideration. These policy considerations include the disruption that would occur if every preliminary or procedural ruling by a hearing officer were subject to reconsideration, which would essentially frustrate the efficiency of the hearing process for all the parties involved, not just the AHO, and would also introduce a significant burden on the resources of the board to address these petitions in ongoing matters. In addition, by waiting until the board has issued a final order or decision before a petition is heard, many issues may become resolved by the hearing process itself and ultimately may become moot. I think that is possibly the case here. In this case, the city of Bakersfield will have an opportunity to raise the arguments in its petition upon the board's consideration of any proposed order by the AHO. And once again, once the AHO, once the board has completed its process, and if and when it adopts a final order, the city will have the chance to petition that order for reconsideration. So there are multiple opportunities here that I think are already built into the hearing process for the city to make its arguments. And at this point, we simply don't know whether any final order will actually be adverse to the city's interests or will otherwise incorporate the concerns that are raised by the city at this point in its petition. With respect to the proposed order, we did receive 2 comments. The board received 2 comments. One was submitted on behalf of North Kern Water Storage District and the city of Shafter. That comment supported adoption of the proposed order. And the other comment was submitted on behalf of the city of Bakersfield. And I believe representatives of the city are here and have asked to address the board. So I'll let them summarize their own comments. But I will just say that I don't think that any changes to the proposed order are warranted based on either of these comments, with the understanding that the city will have future opportunities in this proceeding to raise any of its substantive concerns down the road. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I am presenting this proposed order to the board for adoption as a precedential order that may be relied upon in future adjudicative proceedings. I think this order is potentially significant to the overall processes before the board. This will provide a precedential basis to deny premature petitions for reconsideration on preliminary or procedural rulings by the hearing officer in a proceeding, whether this is an AHO hearing officer or a board member hearing officer. And if adopted, I think this order will be of significant importance to continue to support the Administrative Hearings Office process and its ongoing role to provide a fair and efficient forum for water right adjudications. And with that conclusion, that concludes my presentation, but I'm available and happy to answer any questions as you see fit. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Guenzi. It's not lost on me that here the AHO is such a relatively new tool, very not, just a few years here into its creation. And these decisions and this work are so incredible. And we're just very fortunate for your steady, consistent, and well rationalized and done work here. So thank you incredibly for that. I don't have any question here. I'll just acknowledge that this, what can seem very, ministerial and small action before the board is dissatisfying when I know there is a lot of passion and desire to have a discussion around public trust protection and the need for a discussion around that here on the Kern, and a desire from some of the parties to have it. But this is important work, and here the scope of the decision is appropriate and still leaves off, regrettably, I know, dissatisfying. Again, I'll acknowledge for some discussion around public trust resources and the future of the Kern River in a more comprehensive setting. But as you've heard here covered very well, we have 6 pending applications and a lot of decision making still to go through to get to what are similarly in many watersheds within the state, a really critical discussion around the protection of public trust resources, especially in the face of climate change and desires of communities to balance very difficult decisions. So just thank you again for the thoroughness of your decision making, and really appreciate how important this is, especially at the start of this work, really critical work that the AHO will continue to be called upon to do, because as you can see, it does take a lot of time. And if it were left simply to the board to make and start moving through some of this work and rulings, we'd still be here for a long time yet. So thank you for that. We have a couple of commenters, but other questions, thoughts, or comments from my fellow board colleagues, please. And hearing none, we can go to commenters for now. I'd like to call up then Colin Pierce.
Good morning, board members and Chairperson Esquivel. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Morning. And thank you, Ms. Kunze. Good morning, Ms. Kunze. It's good to see you, and I appreciate your presentation. I'll try to be brief and not repeat what we stated in our in our comments, but I do want to point out that we filed, and Chairperson Esquivel, you identified the issue. The hearing officer office is a fairly new procedure. It's only been in place for a few years. We're still learning the rules. And the city really filed the petition out of an abundance of caution. In the past and during my prior years practicing before the board, there have been some instances when something less than a formal order was subject to a petition for reconsideration. And I recall one instance where I received a letter. My client received a letter, and we basically appealed the letter and ended up having the petition considered. So, we weren't certain that the legal ruling that the hearing officer issued, we weren't 100% certain that it was appealable, but we thought out of an abundance of caution, we would at least preserve our rights. And we do appreciate the clarification in the proposed order that states that this is only a preliminary order. It's not binding yet on anyone, and it's subject to further review. And obviously it was issued before we had the initial phase 1 hearing. So we understand and appreciate all that and appreciate the clarification from the board. And just, I should mention that one other reason why we filed the petition is because as I'm sure the board is well aware, that there's been a tremendous amount of interest in the Kern River, and the public has been really pushing and trying to achieve the goal of restoring the Kern River, saving the Kern River, restoring flows and increasing flows in the Kern River. And the city has been working closely with the citizens and with its residents to do that. But there's also people opposing us, and they've been a little bit in the background, a little hidden. But our concern was that the people and the interests that have actually been taking the water out of the river and diverting it for years in our position without any rights, those people we were concerned about might argue that we had waived our rights. So this wasn't purely a legal issue or a legal strategy. We were really concerned about preserving the city's rights and preserving the city's rights to continue to advocate for water in the Kern River. I do want to mention that we still have a concern with regard to the proposed order, and we do appreciate the hearing officer and the board indicating that public trust will be considered at some point. But as we've mentioned in our papers, our real concern is that the board and the hearing officer not wait too long to do that. And the concern is that if the hearing officer considers public trust issues too far down the road, the water may already be gone. It may have already been found to be diverted by junior appropriators, although it's our position that the junior appropriators that are primarily diverting the water have no right to the water. And that's actually another comment we want to make, is that we actually do believe that the legal effect of the hearing officer's order that the water that is forfeited is automatically, or it is not automatically unappropriated. We believe that we have mitigated that ruling by establishing at the recent hearing that the entity that has primarily diverted the water out of the Kern River, the North Kern Water Storage District, in fact, has no rights to the water. And that has been adjudicated in a prior court decision all the way back in 1999. So we're very hopeful and optimistic that the hearing officer will ultimately find that the water is unappropriated and therefore should remain in the Kern River. But alternatively, getting back to the main point, our hope would be that before the hearing officer makes any kind of final or binding decision about what to do with the water, that first and foremost, the hearing officer and ultimately the board consider the public trust. And I know you've heard public comments, and we've presented substantial evidence and testimony at the recent hearing that establishes the urgent need for increased flows of water in the Kern River. The fact that Kern Delta forfeited water, and that forfeiture has created approximately 40 to 50,000 acre feet of water, which the city is urgently and strongly advocating remain in the Kern River and flow down the Kern River. That water presents a very unique opportunity for the board to do the right thing and to really save the Kern River and help restore the Kern River. So we don't want to lose that opportunity. That's really the main reason, the second main reason why we filed our petition, given the importance of the issue, given the importance of the water. We just wanted to make sure we covered all of our bases, and we kept fighting and advocating, as we will continue to do every step of the way, to save the Kern River. So we thank you for your time, board members, Chairperson Escobar, as well as Hearing Officer Kunze. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I appreciate your comments today and continued engagement in this project. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Bill Cooper. And Mr. Cooper, you should be invited to unmute and then either share your camera.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Good morning.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Bill Cooper. I'm a co-founder of the Kern River Parkway Committee. We've been working on water issues related to the urban area for a long time, starting in about 1974. I just wanted to say that we support the city's application and the city's position on the issue of the Kern Delta allocating the. Let me start over. It's been a long morning. We support the city's position, and we just feel that the public trust issues are very important. When we started many years ago, 1974, on this, we argued public trust issues as quality of life issues. And we still hold to that. If you've looked at the urban river in Bakersfield, it's essentially a dead zone these days. And so we support the city's position on considering moving these public trust issues higher up on the agenda, I guess you'd say. We just can't allow these issues to go. We can't wait till the water is essentially gone, as Mr. Pierce said. So times have changed. You know, there have been some court rulings on public trust issues, and we know for certain that the public's attitudes in the Bakersfield area, which is now a city of 400,000 people, their view on these public trust issues has changed dramatically in the last few years. So that's all I have to say, is that the Kern River Parkway Foundation does support the city's position on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and contributions today, Mr. Cooper, and continued work. Thank you. Then last year, I have here on my list, Scott Cooney. And I believe, Scott, you're marked as speak if necessary. So the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and Hearing Officer Kunze. I appreciate hearing the introduction by all of you as to this issue. We have submitted written comment has been acknowledged that address the basic points of this proposed order, which we do support to be adopted unchanged. It's essential to an efficient administration of this proceeding. I think it is also very important to the overall integrity of the hearing officer process in facilitating matters to bring to the board in a complete record so that you can make a comprehensive review and decision on matters. And so we support that wholeheartedly. And we also, this is not the time and the place, and I'm not going to address merit arguments that I've heard this morning and such. That's not the place for that. That's why we're actually having a hearing proceedings. That's where the evidence is. That's where the law will be applied. I will say that our client and the city of Shafter are very keenly aware and respectful of the necessity of maintaining and preserving the Kern River resource to its fullest potential and beneficial use according to the law, and always have been. So I'll just conclude at that point.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cooney. Appreciate it. Really, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our commenters for the item. Any discussion or questions from my colleagues here?
Yeah, I will. I really appreciate this kind of opportunity, because I do think, as you said, Chair Esquivel, this is an important opportunity to shape the administrative hearings office and its relationship with this board. As you also said, I really think it's, and I think we've heard a lot from folks that it's urgent and necessary that we have water in our rivers. So, in my mind, we aren't doing our job if we allow rivers to run dry because of diversions. That seems to me far from a public trust balancing and administration of our water rights system. So that issue is not the narrow issue before us today. And this proceeding is really, as we've talked about, this discrete referral to the there was a discrete referral to the Administrative Hearings Office limited to supplemental water supplies applications. And, the Hearings Office is new at its core, as folks said, it's to provide an efficient and fair hearing on the matters that we refer to it or that are referred by the executive officer. And any final decision is adopted by us after a hearing. So on this sort of narrow procedural issue, I think we really are just deciding whether we want to defer to the Administrative Hearing Office on determining how best to order and conduct the hearing on a matter we referred to it. And I don't think that we could accomplish the goal of providing for efficient hearings if we were to micromanage how the hearing's conducted. Allowing petitions for reconsideration on each of the provisional decisions would really frustrate that fundamental purpose of the office. And I do think this is a really important precedential decision that is necessary to shape the rules governing this office. We can still, as was said, take up the issue and any of these issues on our own motion, in extreme circumstances. But, in effect, that would mean if we did that we would be pausing the work of the AHO and bringing a specific issue before the board. And so in my mind, it would take fairly extreme circumstances for us to do that after the matter is referred specifically to the AHO. More generally to folks that have been working on this, at its core, I think most of the members of the public and even the parties here today have highlighted the really extreme importance of having river flowing in our streams and rivers. We've heard a lot about the equity issues that also inform our balancing in determining water rights and determination of public trust conditions on water rights, or other actions to establish in-stream flow requirements is, in my mind, frankly necessary on this river. But that is not the proceeding that we have before us. It's not an adjudication of water rights on the river or a regulatory process to establish in-stream flows. And unfortunately, those processes take a huge amount of time and resources. Personally, I think it's extremely frustrating because the impacts that we're seeing really deserve a more timely action than what we seem to be able to provide to date on that. I think that as we go forward, it's really important, therefore, that any final decision that comes to us or that we ultimately adopt really clarify that any narrow and specific determinations of the amount of unappropriated water should not or are not necessarily a determination of public trust conditions on existing water rights unless or until that determination is actually examined and adjudicated. So in other words, I wouldn't want a narrow determination of the amount of water unappropriated to inadvertently be used to undermine public trust responsibilities and conditions in this circumstance. So just wanted to clarify where I'm at on this. I do think it's a really important decision. I really appreciate the, certainly the work of the Administrative Hearings Office and the parties on this. I think the comments make a lot of sense to me. I understand, the need to try to clarify process because especially this, as we've said, this, we haven't really established all these orders, which is why it's important, I think, to adopt this as a precedential order. So I'm happy to to make a motion, but would be open and also open to hear if there's other comments from board members.
Thank you, board members, board member for the good comment and the motion. Other colleagues here.
I concur with board member Firestone's analysis and would like to second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments before go to the roll call vote? Okay, Ms. Townsend.
Sure. Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The vote carries unanimously, and so thank you for the good work from the AHO on this great item. And so we'll look forward to additional work here soon enough, I'm sure. Thanks again. Okay, before we move on to item number 8, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We do have interpretation services for this next item, and so I want to make sure we give our interpreter a moment to get ready. So let's go ahead and take just a 10-minute break here, and we'll come back at 11:55. See you guys here soon.
So you're coming in on the Spanish feed right now? Go ahead and give that a whirl and you should be able to hear Janine and others. All right. Janine, are you able to hear at this point?
I can hear you right now, Michael.
Well, you're coming through really quietly, Janine.
Really?
Janine, I personally can hear you loud and clear on this channel.
Okay. Thank you, Courtney.
So Janine, how are you doing? Can you hear me now at this point?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me louder?
Yeah, that's because I got off the English channel. Flip over to the English channel for a second.
I think I am on the English channel. Oh,
Okay,
no, I'm not.
now I can hear you much better.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Okay.
Was that Leticia? Okay. That's okay.
And then Janine, have we heard whether or not AV stood up the Spanish language broadcast yet?
Yes, they are. They were working with Leticia, as a matter of fact, right, Leticia? If they're broadcasting the Spanish version, and I do believe so. Joaquin was working on it.
Okay.
He was gonna. Yeah. Can you just verify with him that he's broadcasting out on the Spanish? Well, as of right. As of right now, I do not have any commenters that are going, no one wanting to comment in Spanish.
So Leticia, that just means you'll be sending it out for folks who pick up the Spanish language broadcast off the CaliPA website.
Okay, I'm going to go off the English channel. I'm turning off my translation. Michael, are you still on the English channel?
Yes, I am still on the English channel.
Okay. Leticia will announce while we go into this item about people that wanting to hear the translation, what to do. And I do believe I put that in Chair Esquivel's notes.
And so does she know to mention that if you're a Spanish language speaker and you're watching on the webcast, you'll need to switch over to the Spanish feed as opposed to those folks who are on the Zoom platform?
Yeah, that's why she was going to speak,
Yeah.
is what
Okay.
instructions for them what to do. Leticia, can you hear us? I can hear you fine. So when you go, okay, so you're gonna go ahead and announce that when we start, before we start item 8. Okay, perfect. That's all I want to make sure. Thank you so much. I think that well, let's just see what he does. I'm quite not sure.
I'll give him a flag to hand it off to you, Letitia.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Okay, we're at nearly 11:55. I think we can start to gather back. And I think here at the top, I'll kick it over to our interpreter, Leticia. Thank you so much, Leticia. Okay, with that, we can begin item number 8.
Hi, good morning, Chair Escobar and members
Good
of the
morning.
board. Good morning. My name is Gergagan Chand, and I'm a water resource control engineer within the Division of Water Quality. Next slide, please. So with me virtually today are Rebecca Greenwood and Rich Brewer, also within the Division of Water Quality, and Karen Mogus, the division's Deputy Director. Over at the Division of Financial Assistance, we have Salika Potter, and from the Office of Chief Counsel, we have Julie Osborne. Today, I'm here to present for the board's consideration a resolution to adopt the proposed amendment to the California Water and Wastewater Arrears Payment Program guidelines, adding the wastewater arrears program as Appendix A. Next slide, please. So, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many communities have been hit hard financially, and as a result, have been unable to pay their water and sewer bills. In order to provide relief to water and wastewater system customers for their unpaid water and sewer bills, the State Water Board has been tasked with the implementation of the California Water and Wastewater Arrears Payment Program. Approximately $985 million is available in total funding for this program. The first phase of the program was specifically for the Drinking Water Arrears Program. And based on the staff survey of drinking water systems, as well as the drinking water arrears applications received by staff, approximately $350 million has been allocated for drinking water arrears requests. The remaining funds of around $600 million are available for the implementation of the proposed wastewater arrears program. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned in the previous slide, the first phase of the arrearages program was prioritized for arrearage funding for drinking water systems. In order to understand the potential for drinking water arrearages, staff conducted a survey of drinking water systems, and based on the results from that survey, staff drafted guidelines for the drinking water arrearage program. On September 21st, 2021, the State Water Board adopted the Drinking Water Program guidelines, which established the criteria and procedure on how drinking water systems can apply for arrearage funding. The deadline to submit applications under the Drinking Water Arrearage Program was on December 6th, 2021. Shortly thereafter, the guidelines were amended to clarify tax reporting requirements on how funds awarded to approved applicants. Next slide, please. Funds that were not claimed under the Drinking Water Arrears Program have been rolled over to allow for the implementation of the proposed wastewater arrears program. So on December 17, 2021, staff released a public draft of amendments to the guidelines, adding the wastewater arrears program as an appendix. Due to time constraints in meeting the February 1st, 2022 statutory date to establish the wastewater arrears program, staff did not conduct a survey of wastewater systems to predetermine the need for wastewater arrears funds. However, staff did hold a public workshop overviewing the proposed guidelines on January 4th, 2022. The comment period concluded the day after. Staff will highlight comments received during the workshop and during the comment period in the next few slides during today's presentation. Next slide, please. When discussing the proposed guidelines, the wastewater arrears program aligns very closely with the drinking water arrears program. Consistent with drinking water, the period of eligibility remains between March 4th, 2020 through June 15th, 2021. Although participating applicants will be required to submit their tax ID request form, even if they have already submitted a similar application when applying under the drinking water program. Additionally, staff is proposing to expand eligibility under the wastewater arrears program to include wastewater billing entities due to the complex billing methodologies utilized by wastewater treatment providers. We will discuss this as well as additional comments received in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So during staff's public outreach, staff met with sanitation agency representatives, county assessor offices, and community representatives, and received feedback on the proposed wastewater arrears program guidelines. Staff considered all comments, and one minor change was made to the proposed guidelines, which is reflected in the change sheet. I will now be going over a summary of the comments received from stakeholders. Next slide. So the first comment received was in regards to the complex billing methodologies used by wastewater systems. Many wastewater treatment providers do not directly bill their customers for services provided. Rather, billing is through either the county or the city or through county property tax rolls. And so to address this concern, staff expanded the eligibility criteria to include wastewater billing entities within the proposed guidelines. Staff also received comments from stakeholders requesting the inclusion of industrial customer accounts to be eligible for wastewater arrearages funding. So here, per statute, arrearage funding is limited to only residential and commercial customer accounts. Here, staff will be looking to applicants to classify their customer accounts as they apply under the proposed program. Next slide, please. So here, another comment staff heard is to include wastewater arrearage funding to cover revenue shortfalls experienced by wastewater treatment providers during the pandemic. Here, the statute does not allow for reimbursement of revenue shortfalls. Rather, the statute is limited to payments for customer arrearages, and payments from the proposed program must be applied to customer accounts as bill credits. Furthermore, when it comes to the COVID-19 billing relief period, staff reiterate that the relief period is from March 4th, 2020 through June 15th, 2021. It is inclusive of any customer billing period that includes these dates, and this is consistent with the approach outlined within the drinking water arrearage program. Next slide, please. Another comment staff heard is to include wastewater arrearage funding to cover, requests were also made for stormwater and recycled water charges to be included under the proposed program. Staff note that any wastewater arrearage funding requests may be included charges for stormwater as well as recycled water if those charges were included in a customer's unpaid sewer bill during the period of eligibility as discussed in the previous slide. And finally, staff also received requests to increase the 3% maximum allowable reimbursement for administrative costs in order to participate under the proposed program. And finally here, I'll mention that the statute limits the maximum allowable reimbursement to 3% of the total allotted arrearages or $1 million, whichever is less. Next slide, please. So since the draft proposed amendment was released, staff released one change sheet that includes the additional proposed revision, as you can see on this slide. On page 4 of the proposed guidelines, staff proposed changing the residential customer definition to reflect the definition showed on the screen, with an emphasis on the inclusion of the underlined bolded term or wastewater. No further changes were included. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, you can see a timeline, a proposed timeline if the wastewater arrearage program is to be adopted. So consistent with the drinking water arrearage program, staff will implement the following steps. On February 1st, the application portal will be available for applicants to apply under the wastewater arrearage program. The application period will remain open for 2 months, and applicants will have until the final cutoff date of April 22nd to submit any late applications. Staff will begin reviewing applications as soon as they are received and will begin dispersing funds to approved applicants towards the beginning of March and complete disbursement of funds by mid-May. It is crucial that applicants submit their wastewater arrearage applications as soon as possible to ensure that relief is provided to customers. I'll also mention that staff will be available to provide technical assistance with completing the application upon request from applicants. Next slide, please. And so to conclude, staff recommends that the board adopt the amendment to the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program guidelines, adding Appendix A, the wastewater arrearage program, and the associated changes in the change sheet. This concludes the staff presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions on this item at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. It's not lost just the incredible work I know that's gone on here on the wastewater side that had to quickly be developed. Yes, here our arrearage program on the drinking water side, first that we've ever had to pull something together there, but we had more data, we had more information, we had the benefit of a survey that we had done previously as well. and some good thought as to how best, to structure perhaps a program for arrearage here. But with wastewater, it's a very different sector. And still just the incredible work that's gone on, incredibly thankful for and appreciate the thoroughness and thoughtfulness that the guidelines have been developed here, and this program extended to wastewater. So thank you. Any questions off the bat from fellow board colleagues, points otherwise?
I have just a question around, maybe this is for our executive officer, but just when we're planning on giving an update on how it's been going for drinking water. And then, I know we're getting up on we're still not there on the final date to get funding out, but getting pretty close. And so once we know that and therefore know how much money is left for wastewater, it would be great to get an update on the drinking water side. And then, we'll obviously need more time on the, different timing on wastewater funding.
So I can jump in and give you a feel for that. We need to distribute the end of the funds by the end of this month, so end of January. So we'd be happy to come back and give kind of a closeout, probably as part of the executive director's report or a quick item update in February or March would be probably best. We won't, probably the first February meeting we won't have time, but maybe the second February meeting or March, or just as part of the executive director's report, and be up to the board on how they'd like to see that.
Great. Yeah, and I guess, in addition to that is just, I really appreciate the tracking that staff have done on applications and that pretty frequent, almost real time, I think it's weekly updates on applications and who's submitted. And I know, so we're pretty much at the end of any even super late applications and any ability to take on new applications for drinking water. So so I'm assuming that what's on the website for that is probably pretty final in terms of applications submitted. If not, it'd be great to make sure that that's the case and maybe indicated on the website. And then certainly my understanding is that we're going to do a similar thing for wastewater applications. So just wanted to clarify that, make sure that's
yes, right. We are planning on doing a similar thing, and I don't know if we want to say, oh, we have received all applications that we're going to receive until the 31st.
Okay.
Even though we may not be able to pay them all.
Yeah, good. Well, I think we want to get as much, relief as we can out there on the drinking water side. So I really do appreciate, just echo the chair's comments. I am just floored by how quickly we've been able to do this, on so many levels, and just the dedication of staff and creative thinking and thoughtfulness on this. So really grateful and impressed.
It has been a very much a almost board-wide effort with folks from our Division of Financial Assistance, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, DIT, DAS, executive, all working together to OCC, don't want to forget them, to try and get this done in a record period of time. Other programs to get relief still haven't started in other agencies, and we are finishing.
Yeah.
Huge kudos. Yeah, and thank you, board member. I think that download as to where things ended, and even maybe starting of lessons learned a little around some of the work, maybe is something that can be an informational item in March, even as the executive director's report has more, timely information as final number of applications and dollars going out start to roll in. So appreciate that. Other board colleagues here, questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we can move to our commenters. We have, and then always room for comment thereafter as well. And so let's go to Debbie Webster with the Central Valley Clean Water Association.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Again, my name is Debbie Webster. I am with the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I want to start off also by just really appreciating the work that staff has done. And I'm excited about this program. I'm excited for not only our members, but all agencies, wastewater agencies across the state, because this will help out our communities. And as you guys are aware, in the Central Valley, we have a lot of those small disadvantaged communities and customers that this program is aimed towards helping. And so I want to focus on one area, and it's actually a definition that's found at the bottom of page 3 of the proposed guidelines in that appendix. And it's, or actually not in the appendix, in the main section, it's for the commercial customers. Now, the statute talks about commercial customers twice. Once is in the survey that was done for the water system, but the second time it talks about the use of commercial customers. And it says if a community water system uses, and let's start it again as if a community water system uses customer classes for purposes of its billing program, the following customer classes are eligible for funding under this chapter and may be included in the application. And then it says residential customers and commercial customers. But as this program was developed, the commercial customer definition adds what commercial customers aren't, and it includes industrial customers, and those in that definition is animal and food processing. And if most of you are aware of the way the Central Valley works, we are a agricultural community for the most part. And so many of our POTWs, especially in the last decade and a half, have taken on a lot of the food and animal food processing into our wastewater treatment plants as a superior way to treat these wastes rather than having a lot of individual areas. And so when I look at this and it says it's not consistent with the statute, I look at the statute and the statute says, if a water customer classifies this, then these classes are available. Well, wastewater does classify them some more, but water typically does it based upon, they'll say commercial, industrial, it'll be based upon your meter size rather than your actual class of customers. So I think that there is flexibility within the statute to allow for especially the animal and food processing, which is so important to the Central Valley, to be included on this arrearages program. And so that's what I'm asking, is that we would allow that by possibly just deleting that within that animal and food processing within the definitions. Now, I'm going to come clean and say, I can't tell you exactly how many people this will impact in the Central Valley. I don't know how many of those type of agencies are in arrearages, but I do know that most of our wastewater treatment plants, a lot of them do have these as key customers. They provide a huge part of the rate base. And if those rates aren't supported, everybody has to pay for them, just like we would with our fees as we talked about that in the future. So again, that's what is my request, but I also want to just say I really appreciate what staff has done, especially as it deals with working with property tax rolls and some of those things, and really look forward to working further on this program with them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question of clarification. I'm following your request, but in the event that it remains as is, I want to make sure I understand for the POTWs that are accepting this kind of waste, is there a way to apportion out? You know, I got lost on this issue of classification and whether or not that would also be a challenge.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I understand the question. So do we have customers that would fall under a food processing areas is that, yes, sometimes we do it rather than doing meter size, we typically do equivalent single family dwellings. Sometimes there's surcharges for, in the industrial area against for high strength waste or other type of special treatments. Some of our wastewater treatment plants have separate lines, some of them don't. It really is a mixed area. So I don't know if I would say that they, I don't know if I would say that I'm not sure if that answers your question. I guess is that, and maybe you might need to restate it.
I'll let Mr. Bishop jump in.
So, Didi, if I'm understanding this correctly, and Debbie, jump in if I miss everything. What you're asking is, since the statute talks about for water agencies that there is a clear distinction of commercial and residential, but it doesn't say that for wastewater, that you would like us to consider industrial users arrearages for wastewater, so it's not specifically precluded in the statute. That's the way I understood your comment.
Yes, and I mean, there's some of them that I think, there's manufacturing, chemical, refinery, cooling towers. Those are all in there. I think for the Central Valley, those other ones are not as critical for us, but the one that is critical for us is the animal and food processing. That is a huge part of rate base in the Central Valley.
And so I would just ask OCC to comment on their what they feel the risk is associated with that for the board's consideration.
So the chapter, the statutory chapter requires that we have a program for funding wastewater treatment provider arrearages that are in accordance with this chapter. So it points you back to all the drinking water statutes. So it points you back to the requirement that there be residential and commercial only. Now, we will be working with the various different entities to try, they don't all have clear classification of residential or commercial, and staff will be working with them and will be as flexible as they can within the statute. However, we felt that the definition is required by the statute as is.
So I guess just to be clear, food and ag processors then in that definition aren't being classified as commercial, but as industrial in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I mean, I'm interested if there are any food processors that are not paying their wastewater bills, and that I think that would be surprising, and also maybe interesting if that, to understand whether that was at all related to COVID. I know everyone's been hit. Anyway, it just seems surprising if there's large industries that haven't been paying their wastewater bills, to understand that.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, for me, it's a little hard, and I know Ms. Webster, what we don't have is really an understanding of how much that is, kind of what to better understand or base a decision of incorporating it in, not really understanding the scale, the scope, or the amount. And I know it's hard to necessarily differentiate or parse that out quickly here, but even anecdotally, it'd be helpful to understand how much of a challenge and an issue it is. But I do hear your points as well regarding the significant portion of wastewater treatment that goes to animal and food processing within the Central Valley. So again, I'm sympathetic here, and I'm trying to think how best to be able to understand the ask and trying to make sure we're also hearing clearly from OCC here whether or not we're able to then classify these food and ag processors as not industrial but commercial, and then able to be benefiting from the program.
I mean, I'll just say, I don't think we should make a change on this. I don't think we should. I mean, I understand the importance for Central Valley of these customers, but I think for this program, that's not the intent of the statute. It's not to benefit large industrial customers. I think it's about customer benefits. And there was pretty clear guidance on what that meant. And I also just think if we start trying to say, well, these industries we're not going to define, but these industries we will, as commercial, I don't know, it just starts to feel like we're getting into an issue that is much more, that just doesn't seem like what we should be trying to parse here. So I totally hear, like you said, Chair, the importance of these industrial customers to Central Valley wastewater treatment plants. Absolutely. I think for this program, though, I wouldn't want to, I just don't think we should make a change on that with what we have.
Thank you, board member. I appreciate that. Other colleagues, thoughts? And then otherwise, we do have Mr. Voskel as well. And Mr. Luffer, I did see you pop on if you had additional thought.
I was just going to say, I mean, I think Ms. Osborne has been very clear on the point, and I agree with Member Firestone. And I will point out this is consistent with how we approach across all of our programs writ large. These are generally treated as larger industrial scale operations.
Thank you, Mr. Luffer. And thank you, Ms. Webster, and appreciate the dialogue and back and forth here on the issue, and your continued advocacy as well. So thank you.
Thanks.
Next, I'd like to call up, and this is, I think, our last commenter, Jared Voskel. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Jared Voskel on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. We represent more than 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. And I wanted to pile on with our gratitude. We are deeply appreciative to your staff for their swift and excellent work to set up this program. They reached out early to us for technical input, hosted workshops, formed subgroups, and incorporated all of that feedback into preparing the draft guidelines. And then during the follow-up workshop, they received further input and provided clarification about statutory parameters to ensure this program's resources may be spread as widely as possible for our members. So big thanks to all of your team for that amazing work. And then just last for this item, I know it may be attenuated, but on the subject of financial relief for utilities, I wanted to reference Ms. Desjardins' earlier comments about the use of an ensemble model for climate and hydrology forecast of rain. Like anchors for ships, using ensemble models for projections with such major stakes are preferable to our members for some of your forthcoming nutrient management related policies and regulations because of the economic cost to attain and achieve those previously discussed proposals and the need for eliminating further scientific uncertainty before moving on policies that in effect could encumber vast sums of public funds at a time when we're in the middle of a water affordability crisis. A little off topic here, I know, but I did want to extol that earlier mention of ensemble modeling insofar as it may inform the basis of future proceedings, which were covered during your meeting last month on the 2022 priorities. So we look forward to the launching of this arrearages relief program. We're also actively working with your staff and Office of Public Participation, or OPP, on outreach to utilities to get the word out. And we're always grateful for these opportunities to collaborate with your great teams. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskel. On the many fronts, I know that we're coordinated and engaged on, and know that we're doing our best to try to see the forest for the trees, certainly. And when it comes to additional tools, there we were talking certainly about project operations in the middle of drought and or expectations of hydrology. Yeah, similar tools, I'm sure, in other regulatory ways we can be looking at, say, the impact of HABs and the biostimulatory work that the board is doing. Appreciate the note, and thanks for the engagement. Thank you. Okay, with that, we have perhaps further discussion, looking at fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions or otherwise would entertain a motion.
I'll just chime in. I appreciate the discussion earlier on the industrial categorization. I completely agree with the board members about that. And board member Firestone, I think we should leave it as it is, and certainly sympathetic to all the challenges that different businesses, entities have seen across the state through the pandemic. Absolutely. It just, for me, that's just wasn't the purpose of this particular program. Hopefully they can take advantage of other programs that have been out there to provide relief in some way. So, and I also just want to thank staff and everyone who's involved with this so rapidly. I think the first we heard that this was moving forward was in our first December board meeting, and here we are in mid-January, having gone through the whole engagement process and developed the amended or the guidelines for the wastewater rearage program. And I think that's just, compliments to you and just showing that you're able to prioritize and focus and get something like this done. And on the drinking water side, I'm really too looking forward to seeing the results and celebrating that and how many folks that were able to help through this really ambitious program and successful at that. So with all that being said, I'm happy to make a motion to adopt the resolution with the change sheet.
You're here. Thank you, board member. Do you have a second?
Yeah, I am going to second. I want to say one thing, which is just echoing Chair Esquivel, what you said around really that this is a learning ground for working through a lot of the more complexity that we have both in the wastewater side with the complexity around billing and just how to navigate, what works and how to address a lot of the challenges and issues and minimize administrative costs and barriers to ensure that the maximum amount of funding can benefit customers that need it most. And I just really hope that this can ultimately help support a more long-term or ongoing customer assistance program in this state. Which is something, I think for a long time we've all been wanting to see and has been something that has, both been the subject of our AB 401 report and a lot of discussion in the legislature and with stakeholders. So appreciate that. With that, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, board member, and totally agree. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Oops. Hold one moment.
We have an honorary board member today, huh?
I don't know if that counted as a yay or a nay.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. And the vote carries unanimously and the guidelines here are adopted. Just really appreciate again everyone's incredible work. Look forward to hearing the further on as to how many dollars we get out, how many systems we hit, and importantly, the lessons that we can learn here. Just incredible work. Thank you, everyone. Let's go ahead and we'll take a lunch. There's something I'm going to try to hit at around 1 o'clock. So I'm going to give us a little longer of a lunch today, and we'll go ahead and say we'll return back at about 1:20. Hopefully that is okay with everyone. Just trying to make my calendar work. So thank you for that. So we'll see everyone here then at 1:20 with a slightly extended lunch. And thank everyone for their patience and good contributions today to the agenda so far. And look forward to what is actually a very exciting, I know, integrated report. How could that be exciting? It is. We're doing so much great work in that field. Our program folks importantly are. And so look forward to that here then at 1:20. Have a great long lunch, and we'll see you here soon. Thank you. And so we're in recess until then. Thanks.
Okay. We are back. And I think it looks like Chair Esquivel might be running a few minutes behind from his other commitments. So we'll go ahead and get started on item number 9, the integrated report. Ms. Fitzgerald.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair D'Adamo and board members. I am Rebecca Fitzgerald, Environmental Program Manager in the Division of Water Quality of your staff. I am here with my colleague Kira Tuso, environmental scientist, Phil Wiles with the Office of Chief Counsel, and several staff from the Division of Water Quality, as well as with staff from the regional water boards for which water bodies were assessed and are part of this 2020-2022 303D list of impaired waters. And they will all introduce themselves should they speak here today. With that, this item is to consider adoption of a resolution adopting the 2020-2022 California Clean Water Act Section 303D portion of the integrated report. Next slide, please. So I want to just highlight before we begin that this is a fairly long presentation of about 33 slides. And I wanted to ask if you would prefer that I cut to the chase, skip about 10 slides or so that provide an overview of the integrated report and a summary of this particular cycle, and go right to some of the comments that we received in our responses to those comments. So wanted to start with that question for you.
Well, actually, my preference is that you go ahead and go through the full presentation, just move through quickly, just because this seems to be an area where there's ongoing confusion. So I think it'd be a good opportunity to maybe some of the commenters continue to have questions that might be answered in your presentation.
Absolutely, and happy to do so. So with that, I'm going to turn the rest of, or at least the beginning of this presentation over to Ms. Tuso, if you would like to take it from here.
Thank you, Rebecca. I'm going to start with this slide right here. During today's presentation, we'll provide a short overview of the integrated report process, a summary of the proposed statewide 303D list, a summary of major comments and principal responses related to pyrethroids, benthic community effects, data analysis and transparency, shell beneficial uses and objectives, and additional comments regarding aluminum. We will also provide a brief overview of program improvements before we discuss next steps and close. Next slide. This slide illustrates how the integrated report is structured. It consists of 2 parts, the 303D list of impaired water bodies and the 305B condition report. Both are prepared to meet the requirements of the Clean Water Act. Impaired water bodies are those where collected data reflects pollutant levels that exceed numeric thresholds in place to protect beneficial uses. Federal law requires that the 303D list is approved by the US EPA. The State Water Board's adoption of the 303D list serves as a recommendation to the EPA. The other portion of the integrated report is the 305B report, a report on the overall condition of surface water quality. It is included in the integrated report, but it does not require State Board or yet US EPA approval. Therefore, we do not solicit public comments on this portion of the integrated report. Also, it's important to note here that the integrated report must be submitted to the US EPA by April 1st of every even-numbered year. Next slide. Before I go further, it's important to discuss the overall purpose of the integrated report. Its purpose is to assess data and report on the quality of surface waters throughout the state. The report lists and identifies impaired water body segments that do not meet water quality standards by pollutant type. Each listing is a specific pollutant, and there may be multiple listings for one water body segment. The IR is primarily used to prioritize cleanup efforts, such as total maximum daily loads, or TMDLs, and other restoration activities. While the IR is not primarily used to take direct actions, it can be used in some permits to justify increased monitoring if a water body is listed as impaired. Additionally, actual data, not the listing itself, is used to calculate effluent limitations in a permit. The integrated report is also not considered a CEQA project, as adopting a water body list does not result in a physical change to the environment, even if regulatory actions are taken after a water body is listed. Next slide, please. The Water Quality Control Policy for developing California's California Water Act Section 303D list, or listing policy, is the statewide policy that lays out a standard approach for how we develop the 303D list. It describes conditions that must be met to determine if a water body is listed as impaired or if it can be removed from the 303D list. These conditions, also called listing factors, describe statistical tests that are used to determine if water quality objectives are exceeded. The listing policy also contains requirements for how the assessment program is implemented. Requirements include how data is solicited, how we evaluate data for quality, how we map water bodies, and how we report and administer the public process. The listing policy was adopted in 2004 and amended in 2015. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates how we organize and report on assessed data. Lines of evidence, otherwise known as LOEs, are developed to show how we compare the data to a numeric threshold. This is how we answer the question, is there evidence here that the beneficial use is supported? We combine all our LOEs for a pollutant detected in a particular water body and make a decision. This is how we answer the question, based on all the lines of evidence, is the water body impaired for a pollutant? Also, as you can see here from this graphic, we display LOEs and decisions for all pollutants detected in a water body in that water body's fact sheet. These are considered individual 303D listing decisions, so that's why you'll hear that a water body is impaired for pollutants A, for example, bacteria, and for pollutant B, for example, mercury. Water body fact sheets, for those who are following along in the staff report, are contained in Appendix B and B1. Next slide, please. Once all of the decisions have been completed for a water body, it is placed in an integrated report condition category. These categories are the 305B portion of the report that communicates the overall condition of surface waters. The categories are numbered 1 through 5, with 1 being the best and 5 being the worst in terms of condition. Category 1 are water bodies we can determine that at least one beneficial use is being supported and there is no evidence to indicate that any other uses are impaired. Category 2 is for water bodies where there is insufficient information and we cannot determine if a use is supported or not. Category 3 is for water bodies where we have insufficient information, but there is evidence that beneficial uses may be threatened. We call Category 3 the watch list. Category 4 is for water bodies where an impairment has been detected, but a TMDL is not necessarily needed. This is because a TMDL has been developed and approved by the US EPA, or another program is being implemented to fix the impairment, or because the impairment is caused by pollution, not a pollutant. Category 5 is for water bodies where at least one impairment exists and a TMDL is needed. And lastly, Category 5 alt is used when an alternative restoration approach has been developed that includes a near-term plan or description of actions that is more immediately beneficial or practical to achieving standards than a TMDL. Next slide, please. This listing policy allows us to assess data from 3 regions each cycle. These regions are commonly referred to as on-cycle regions. For the 2020-2022 cycle, this includes the Central Coast, Central Valley, and San Diego regions. Additionally, regions may opt to assess data during the off-cycle. For this 2020-2022 integrated report, the Colorado River Basin did such. All readily available data and information, as defined in the listing policy, received prior to the data solicitation cutoff date of June 14, 2019 were considered. Typically, the regional water boards adopt their listing recommendations after a regional public process. The State Water Board then compiles the list and proposes it to the State Board for adoption before submitting to the US EPA. For the 2020-2022 integrated report, it is important to note that the State Water Board is administering the public process for all regional water boards. This procedure is consistent with the listing policy and a settlement agreement the State Water Board entered with Earth Law Center et al. Next slide, please. In order to develop the 2020-2022 integrated report, staff at the state and regional boards evaluated over 4.5 million rows of data. This is almost a 200% data input increase when compared to data evaluated for the 2018 integrated report. Note, though, that this percentage does not include data for continuous temperature measurements, which consists of almost 4 million additional rows of data. Evaluation of data resulted in the development of almost 113,000 lines of evidence for over 1,600 water bodies, an almost 200% increase from 2018 as well. This resulted in the development of over 25,000 decisions, which is a 280% increase from the 2018 cycle. Before I go on, I would also like to take a moment to thank data providers for their contributions to the integrated report and working with us throughout this process. I would also like to acknowledge and congratulate staff at the state and regional boards on the tremendous effort they underwent to assemble, evaluate, and assess all this data. Next slide, please. This table shows the number of impairments by region. The first column shows the total number of impairments as approved in the 2018 integrated report. The second and third columns contain a count of recommended new listings and delistings. The last column includes a total number of listings for the 2020-2022 integrated report if all recommendations are adopted. The rows contrasted with gray highlights are highlighted the regions that conducted assessments this cycle. Before I go on to the next slide, I would also like to remind the audience that once a water body is placed on the 303D list, the regional boards have the opportunity to prioritize which impairments they will work on. For more information on regional board prioritizations, please refer to region-specific sections of the staff report. Next slide, please. This slide breaks down listing recommendations by pollutant type. As you can see, the majority of listing recommendations are for metals and pesticides, followed by nutrients. We infer that the main reason why we are seeing an increase in listings, as shown here, is there was an increase in data available for this cycle across the on-cycle regions. Data used in assessments is from a span of approximately 9 years. Data was also submitted under the Central Valley's Irrigated Lands Program, which likely influenced the nutrient and pesticide decisions. Finally, new listings and delistings in the San Diego region can be attributed to additional sampling efforts across the region, inclusion of water bodies that were not sampled before, and the assessment of new pollutants. Next slide, please. In contrast to the previous slide, this slide shows delisting recommendations by pollutant type. As you can see, the majority of delisting recommendations are for bacteria. This can be attributed to the fact that this was the first integrated report where broad application of the statewide bacteria water quality objectives were applied for the protection of human health during water contact recreation. Statewide bacteria objectives adopted by the board in 2018 are protective of the REC 1 beneficial use and are considered a better indicator of impairment than objectives that were used previously. For a little more context, this was the first time fecal coliform data were not used to determine standards of attainment in freshwaters, and total coliform data were not used in any water body types. Only E. coli data in freshwater and enterococci data in marine, estuarine, or inland saline waters were used in the assessment process. However, this resulted in a significant number of delistings for previously listed water bodies. It should be attributed that some delistings may be a result of improved water quality conditions in water bodies as a result of management actions implemented to address bacteria sources. Other reasons for delistings could include implementation of permits, stream restoration efforts, site cleanups, banning of chemicals, and the adoption of new thresholds. Following this slide, we'll be moving on to the description of comments and responses as presented by Rebecca Fitzgerald. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Kira. So that is sort of our overview, and I wanted to spend the rest of this presentation really focusing on the comments that we received on our proposed 303D list and the responses to those comments. And I want to just start by recognizing the many helpful comments that we did get, led to some corrections, some changes that I really do feel have made a stronger proposed 303D list here. And my next slide actually really speaks to that. If you could go to my next slide, please. Several commenters identified errors in our data assessments. Staff also identified a few errors after the release of our proposed draft in June of last year. And we were able to make some remedies to some of those errors. But first, I'd like to walk through what those errors were. They included some errors in mapping monitoring stations or sites in the Central Valley region associated with a transfer of one data batch from the Federal Water Quality Exchange database into our statewide assessment system. We also had errors associated with data for pyrethroid pesticides in sediment. They were incorrectly assessed as sediment toxicity. In addition, we miscalculated the organic carbon normalization equation for two pyrethroids, permethrin and cyperethrin. Oh my goodness, in sediment. Further, we identified an error made in previous integrated report cycles in which one data set omitted reporting limits, which may lead to incorrect sample counts or exceedances counts. And lastly, the incorrect water quality objective for chloride in some delta water bodies was used. We used the objective out of the Central Valley Basin Plan instead of the one out of the Bay Delta Plan. For all of these errors, staff made corrections to the water bodies or the data sets that were identified by the commenters and by the comment letters that we received. So if there was an issue that was raised, we did everything we could in order to try to fix the error and remedy it. Additionally, for the monitoring station mapping error, the first bullet there, staff made corrections for any water body pollutant combination which was recommended to be listed or delisted for the first time in this cycle. For the rest, we added appendices to the staff report that identify the individual water body pollutant decisions that still do need to be assessed. This was done in an effort to be as transparent as possible. And we are committing to reassessing these data to make sure all of the recommendations are as accurate as possible. Committing to reassessing them in the 2024 integrated report, which is the next cycle and is currently actively underway. I also want to highlight that the proposed resolution before you today includes in recital 15 a statement that the State Water Board expects that any water body listed as impaired associated with one of these errors will not be scheduled for TMDL development until after the errors are fully reassessed and any issues are corrected. I would like to also just take a moment to recognize that we are, as you heard from Ms. Tuso, we are assessing a lot of data each cycle. We are working on multiple cycles simultaneously, and we are moving faster than before. Sometimes this means that we do find errors in our assessments. When we do find them, we are doing everything we can within the timelines that we have to correct them. Recognizing, though, that we are committed to submitting the 2020-2022 integrated report to the US EPA by April 1st, in accordance with our settlement agreement that you heard about earlier. Next slide, please. The next pollutant I would like to discuss, for which we heard comments upon, is water temperature. So this 2020-2022 integrated report includes recommendations to list 9 water bodies in the Sacramento, San Joaquin, and Delta watersheds as impaired for water temperature, based on the use of a 20 degrees C 7-day average of daily maximums threshold at 7 DADM. That's taken from US EPA's Pacific Northwest guidance. And this threshold, this 20 degree C threshold, was used to interpret our narrative temperature water quality objectives. We heard several comments that the 20 degree C threshold was not appropriate because commenters stated that the Central Valley water bodies have different temperature regimes than the water bodies that were used to develop the threshold, and that local salmonid populations have adapted to warmer temperatures. In response, we continue to recommend that these water bodies be listed. The 20 degree C threshold describes the maximum temperature over a week's time that for salmon, so that salmonids when they are in these waters, they are experiencing, in waters higher than this, they're experiencing acute effects such as migration stoppage. They also can experience chronic effects such as reduced metabolic function or increased chance of disease. We had the opportunity in responding to comments to look at several studies that were submitted by commenters to support claims of higher thermal tolerance of Central Valley salmonids. And we actually found that those studies recommended similar thresholds as the 20 degrees C 7 daily average of daily maximums. I want to say, however, that we recognize that there is a lot of interest and continued work ongoing to better understand the state's salmonid populations, including studies that are looking at temperature, which I'm sure you well know. Therefore, we included a recital in the proposed resolution stating that should temperature studies become available that meet the requirements of the listing policy in terms of data quality, for example, that the State Water Board may use those studies to reassess our temperature data and to determine the attainment of temperature water quality standards. We also highlight that the Central Valley Regional Water Board has assigned a lower priority to developing temperature TMDLs for these water bodies. Next slide, please. We also received several comments regarding recommended listings for benthic community effects, which captures impacts to benthic microinvertebrates that live on the bottoms of wadable streams and rivers. The 2020-2022 integrated report includes recommendations to list or not list water bodies based on analyses of bioassessment data using the California Stream Condition Index, or CSCI, and its threshold of 0.79. And based on these analyses, 42 water bodies across the state are recommended to be listed on this 2020-2022 303D list this cycle. And that's in addition to 52 water bodies that are already listed. We've been listing for this benthic community effect since the 2014-2016 cycle, 2 cycles ago. 5 of these water bodies I want to focus here today. These are recommended to be listed as they are located, and they are located on the floor of the Central Valley. So they're streams that are down on the floor, they're not in the foothills. And these streams are located there in the table on the slide, as you can see: Marsh Creek, Laguna Creek, Elder Creek, Morrison, and Lone Tree Creek. Commenters expressed concern with these assessments in a few points. One, they requested to delay listings for the these listings, I should say, until the biostimulatory and biological integrity project is complete. They also submitted comments stating that the threshold of 0.79 is not appropriate because there is only one reference stream that is located in the Central Valley ecological region, and that one stream is not representative of streams that are actually on the valley floor. It's located more up in a foothill type of an environment. And we also got statements that the threshold is not attainable in modified streams. Before I move further and get into our response, I would like to just take a few moments to explain this topic a bit more, because when we're looking at benthic community, when we're looking at biology, we're not looking at a more traditional kind of chemical assessment where we're looking at a chemical and we're applying it against a number that's pretty well understood. The CSCI, the California Stream Condition Index, it is an index. It translates multiple taxa and species that live on the benthic floor of a stream into an overall measure of stream health. Our scores range from 0, which is a highly degraded condition, to 1, which is equal to what we would expect at similar reference type conditions, to sometimes even greater than 1, where conditions are better than expected. The 0.79 threshold is based on scores from minimally disturbed reference sites across California. Specifically, 90% of our California reference sites attain a score of 0.79 or better or higher. So it's 90% of what we're seeing in reference streams is 0.79, and that's where we're setting our threshold. All of our reference sites, I want to highlight that there are quite a large number of reference sites across California. There are 473. It is really a gold standard for bioassessment data sets across the country when others are looking at benthic communities. California's biological assessment program and our associated data analyses tools they're state-of-the-art in terms of standard protocols, our quality assurance program, and a very robust and validated scoring tool, which is that CSCI tool. And we have been using biological assessments for listening purposes, as I said, for the last 2 cycles now. And the tool in the form of the CSCI provides for the evaluation. I want to kind of point to this. It really allows us to evaluate whether or not our aquatic life beneficial uses are impacted or not. And this is as opposed to evaluating a chemical and comparing a concentration to a water quality objective. We're not actually interpreting an objective here. We're trying to get a handle about whether or not aquatic life, the biology, is impaired. And I hope that helps a little bit to set the stage. Could we go to the next slide, please? So I want to kind of come back to one part of our response, which is to describe how we complete assessments of our biological data. We do so in accordance with the listing policy, which is it's our policy, it's water quality control policy that guides how we do our assessments for the integrated report. And our listing policy states that a water body shall be placed on the 303D list if 2 conditions are met. First, that the water body exhibits significant degradation in biological populations or communities as compared to reference sites. And that is exactly what the CSCI, that index tool, does for us. The second condition is that there is an association with the pollutant. In other words, a water body can be listed for impaired biology, so as long as there is another pollutant that is associated with an impairment to aquatic life. This can be a pesticide, it can be nutrients, it can be a metal. And this is the case with the 5 water bodies that were listed on the previous slide. One of those 5 is also impaired for aquatic toxicity. 4 of the 5 is impaired for pesticides and aquatic toxicity. I would like to add that when we identify a water body in which the aquatic life beneficial use is impaired, we don't always know all of the factors that are causing or contributing to the impairment. And it is likely that there are multiple stressors, including pollutants like a pesticide, that cause or contribute. It is also quite possible that there are conditions of pollution that cause or contribute to the bad biology, such as a channelized, paved sort of substrate, kind of the physical construct of the stream. And a causal assessment is often needed to determine what are the causes and what is their relative importance in terms of impacts to biology. I kind of then also want to talk a little bit about if all other pollutants we do know in these instances that there are pollutants with toxicity and pesticides. Should those pollutants be addressed? Should there be a TMDL? Should they be delisted? Section 4.9 of the listing policy is actually quite clear that the water body should also be delisted for benthic community effects. So there is that link. We list when there is a known pollutant. Once that pollutant is addressed, we would then also delist for benthic community effects. I also want to add that there really is no clear guidance from US EPA at this point about what to do in a situation where we could still have impaired biology, bad biology scores, but we've addressed all of the pollutants. We've addressed the pesticides, for example, but there could still be bad biology. It doesn't quite fit within any of the listing categories that we have in place right now for the 303D list or the larger integrated report. So we would like to actually spend some time to work with EPA on how to categorize such instances of such water bodies that are impaired by biology that may be caused by a condition of pollution. So that's just something that we're recognizing as we continue to look at this issue and what the next steps would be to a listing about, okay, we know that if pollutants are addressed, it would be delisted, but there would continue to be impacts to the biology that we may want to capture and want to have conversations with EPA about how to capture that. So this was a fairly longer-winded way, I will admit, of trying to explain our bottom line, which is that we compared benthic community scores to what we would expect in similar reference sites. And we are recommending listing water bodies where scores are low and below our threshold, indicating poor biology, and that there is an associated impairment for a pollutant that can impact aquatic life uses. Therefore, in conformance with our listing policy, we do recommend using the CSCI and the 0.79 threshold. I also just want to add that last bullet there, that we do not feel that it is necessary to wait for the statewide project to be complete before we proceed with listings for benthic community effects. In part because we are following the existing listing policy requirements, and because we're not interpreting an objective in this case. We are applying data against reference condition expectations and whether or not there's an impairment of the use. Next slide, please. I also want to speak a bit to the comments that it is not appropriate to use the 0.79 CSCI threshold for streams that are located in the Central Valley floor, and that the threshold is not always attainable in modified streams. Following some of the comments that we received, staff conducted a fairly in-depth analysis on these 5 Central Valley floor streams, and we concluded that the 0.79 threshold is applicable. The 5 streams are similar to minimally disturbed reference sites, so reference sites in other parts of California. And when I say that they're similar, they are similar in terms of key environmental factors that have an impact on benthic macroinvertebrate biology. And that's air temperature, precipitation, elevation, and watershed area. And it was really helpful to see those similarities and kind of come to the conclusion that the reference conditions in other parts of the state are similar enough to the conditions in these 5 streams to feel confident in applying the 0.79 threshold. We also analyzed CSCI scores from other valley floor water bodies to see if a 0.79 is even attainable at all. And we found that in 7 instances where we had available data that the 0.79 threshold was indeed attained, and not all of those water bodies were what somebody could call pristine. For example, the lower Tuolumne River between Don Pedro Reservoir and the San Joaquin River had values that were, I think, in the 0.80s. And then in addition, we found that the CSCI really does work as it is intended to work in valley floor type streams. Even in channelized modified streams, it works as expected. And this is in terms of specifically where development increases, where salinity or conductivity, increases, we're seeing lower CSCI scores. So it is working as it is intended. And then the last point there is one that I've already made, in that in compliance with our listing policy, there are pollutants for these 5 streams that indicate that there is impairments to aquatic life uses that could be associated with bad biology. So combining this evidence is why we continue to recommend that these 5 water bodies be listed as impaired for benthic community effects. All right, next slide. Next slide, and a new issue. We also heard commenters express concern about iron and phosphorus assessments for water bodies in the San Diego region. In particular, concerns around recommended listings for Escondido Creek for iron and phosphorus. As you can see on the slide, the recommendation to list for iron is based on exceedances of the iron water quality objective that's in the San Diego Region Basin Plan. And the recommendation to list for phosphorus is based on exceedances of a phosphorus goal that is a component of the biostimulatory objective in, again, San Diego's Basin Plan. And then just for clarity and completeness, we also received comments about a draft recommendation to list Santa Margarita River for iron, but we are no longer making that recommendation. We corrected it after the comment letters come in, as we found that actually the data was tied to a different water body. It was the latitude and longitude had errors in what was submitted to us. Next slide, please. So commenters shared several concerns about these listings. In particular, there were expressed concerns about the use of the iron secondary maximum contaminant level, or MCL, and the use of the phosphorus value to assess data, that protecting for taste and odor in drinking water is not appropriate, that the phosphorus value is not actually an objective, but a desired goal, that the objectives should be changed and should not be used for the integrated report until after the San Diego Regional Water Board evaluates the objectives as part of a triennial review of their basin plan. And then we also received comments concerning impacts of a listing to industrial stormwater dischargers. Next slide, please. In response, we continue to recommend that the listings for Escondido Creek remain. The iron and the phosphorus data that were assessed against the water quality objectives that are contained in the basin plan in conformance with the listing policy. And I want to note that we defer to the Regional Water Board on how to interpret their water quality objectives. However, we do concur that the triennial review of the basin plan is the appropriate venue to consider changes to water quality objectives. And should the San Diego Regional Water Board undertake a project to amend their iron and phosphorus objectives, and should those objectives be changed, data would be assessed against those amended objectives in the following integrated report cycle. Finally, regarding the impact to industrial stormwater discharges, it is important to note that the State Board's General Industrial Stormwater Permit requires that all industrial stormwater discharges and authorized non-stormwater discharges, that they not cause or contribute to an exceedance of any applicable water quality standard in any receiving water body, regardless of the water body's status as impaired or not. The commenter is correct that the State Board's General Industrial Stormwater Permit requires any new discharger who proposes to discharge to a water body that is listed as impaired is required to provide additional information to show that the discharger will not cause or contribute to the impairment. And then this is the same approach that US EPA uses for its multi-section industrial stormwater permit. As for other implications of a listing, I'm actually just going to refer back to what Ms. Tuso said about our earlier slide about the purpose of the integrated report. Next slide, please. We also received several comments regarding assessments for electrical conductivity and total dissolved solids, or TDS, for the San Joaquin River in the Central Valley. The draft that was released last June included recommendations to list this reach of the river between the Merced and Tuolumne for both pollutants, for both conductivity and TDS. And this was based upon water quality objectives that were effect when we began our data assessment efforts back in June of 2019. And we received comments, and I apologize, my dog's barking. I hope you guys can't hear him. We received comments stating that assessments should be conducted using some new water quality objectives that recently took effect. One is the amended salinity water quality objective associated with the Central Valley's Phase 2 San Joaquin River Salt and Boron Amendment. And the other is the chemical constituents objective to assess TDS data associated with CV salts. In response, we revised the listing recommendations, recognizing that our assessments should be based on comparison of data to the revised and amended water quality objectives. And so conductivity and TDS data for this reach of the San Joaquin River, what we did is that while we evaluated them, we are not using those data to make any new listing or new delisting recommendations for this 2020-2022 303D list. In effect, the conductivity and TDS listings will remain as they are currently listed in the 2018 integrated report. And this will basically afford us adequate time for staff and for stakeholders to review any proposed changes and compare data against the new objectives. We are also committing to assessing these data using the revised water quality objectives during the 2024 integrated report, which, as I mentioned earlier, is currently happening right now. All right, next slide, please. The next issue I'd like to discuss is in regards to pyrethroids, which is a type of a pesticide in our assessments for these. The 2020-2022 integrated report includes recommendations to list 23 water bodies in the Central Valley region as impaired for pyrethroids. And this is based on comparing data to a 4-day average goal for different pyrethroid types or for summed pyrethroids from the Central Valley Pyrethroid Basin Plan Amendment in TMDL. And we use those thresholds to interpret narrative pyrethroid objectives or narrative toxicity objectives. Commenters stated that it is inappropriate to use the thresholds because they are triggers to establish monitoring requirements and were not adopted as water quality objectives. In response, we continue to recommend that the listings remain unchanged and that we recommend these water bodies be listed as impaired. And this is because we feel that the thresholds are appropriate. They meet the criteria for an acceptable evaluation guideline of narrative water quality objectives per our listing policy, which lays out several criteria for when we are selecting a narrative threshold. These include that the threshold is applicable to the beneficial use, that it's protective of the use, that it's linked to the pollutant under consideration, that it's scientifically based, that's peer reviewed, well described, and identifies a range above which impacts occur and below which, no or few impacts are predicted. So the thresholds that we were using and are using for pyrethroids are indeed protective of cold and warm freshwater habitat, and they meet the other criteria. They've been peer reviewed. They identify a range so that we can draw the line and use the right threshold. Next slide, please. We also received comments that certain pyrethroid impaired water bodies in the Central Valley should be placed into, for those that are impaired, that they should be placed into an integrated report listing category that recognizes alternative control measures for controlling pyrethroids besides developing a TMDL. And these two categories in particular are 4B and 5-alt. 4B requires evidence of reasonable assurance that standards will be attained in a reasonable time frame. And 5-alt basically requires a plan of action along with a time schedule. I want to highlight that the 2020-2022 integrated report includes recommendations to place 6 pesticide impaired water bodies already into category 4B, and these are listed here on the table on the slide. These water bodies are being addressed by an enforceable regulatory program other than a TMDL that is reasonably expected to result in attainment of standards in a reasonable specified timeframe. In particular, there are management plans that are in place for these pesticides for these water bodies. The management plans were approved by the Central Valley Regional Water Board, are being implemented, and monitoring is ongoing. All of this is in accordance with the Central Valley Regional Water Board's irrigated land regulatory program and their waste discharge requirements. Other pesticide impaired water bodies have not been so placed in category 4B or 5 alt, but remain in the category stating that they are impaired and that a TMDL is required, basically because we lack similar management plans for other water bodies. However, I will certainly recognize that we expect other impaired water bodies to be placed into category 4B or 5 alt as management plans are submitted and implemented. And when that happens, we will consider moving other water bodies into other categories. And I also want to note that that moving a water body between categories does not require additional sampling. It does not require a higher number of clean samples in the way that delisting does. This is a recognition of efforts that are underway in order to address the pollutant. Before I leave this slide, I would like to bring to your attention one of the water bodies that are recommended to be placed in 4B. It's the first here on the table, Dry Creek, tributary through the Tuolumne River at Modesto. And it's recommended to be listed for pyrethroids and put into category 4B. While this water body was placed in 4B for the broader pollutant type of pyrethroids, we actually recently caught an error that there were several individual pyrethroid types that were not so similarly categorized, which is what my next slide speaks to. If you could switch slides, please. Thank you. So we are proposing to fix that error here today. As part of this item, you have before you a change sheet that is dated last Friday, January 14th. One component of that change sheet is to direct staff to revise 3 individual pyrethroid listing decisions for Dry Creek, for bifenthrin, cyfrufrin, and cyhalofrin lambda, and move these water body pollutant combinations from category 5 to category 4B. And the change sheet also directs staff to make conforming changes to the staff report and our associated appendices. Next slide, please. The next comment and response that I want to highlight is regarding aluminum assessments. The draft that we released last summer included recommendations to list 34 water bodies in the Central Valley region and 31 water bodies in the Central Coast region for aluminum for the protection against toxic impacts to aquatic life uses. These listings were based on comparing data to a static 87 microgram per liter threshold that was taken from US EPA's older 1988 recommended chronic criterion for aluminum. Commenters expressed concerns that the 87 microgram per liter threshold is overly protective and suggested that data be compared to US EPA's more recent 2018 criterion, which is expressed as a variable aluminum threshold that's based on pH, dissolved organic carbon, and total hardness data. They also suggested that data be compared to a threshold taken from results of water effect ratio analyses, which have been developed for several of our permits. The variable aluminum threshold from the new criterion was not initially used when we did our initial assessments because the aluminum data that we had that were submitted for this cycle, it did not include the total hardness or the dissolved organic carbon data. We did get some pH data, but we didn't have enough of all of the parameters to be able to apply the new 2018 criterion, and therefore data were initially evaluated using the older static threshold. Next slide, please. However, in response to comments, we wanted to take a closer look at the 2 thresholds and conducted a cursory review to better understand the appropriateness potentially of using the 2018 variable criterion. So staff went out of our way to gather data from sources that were not readily available for the integrated report, and was able to compile pH, dissolved organic carbon, and hardness data for 3 Central Valley water bodies, where those data corresponded to the aluminum data that we already had. And the results of this cursory review are shown here in the table. Aluminum concentrations appear to be well below, at least for these 3 water bodies, they appear to be well below the 2018 criterion when we do account for pH, dissolved organic carbon, and hardness. And given the range of the aluminum samples that were submitted and the range of the calculated thresholds, we found that there were 0 exceedances out of the samples that we had. Therefore, the 1988 criterion really may not be the appropriate evaluation guideline to use. Next slide, please. Therefore, the aluminum recommendations were revised so as to not make any new listing recommendations for this 2020-2022 integrated report. So similar to what I previously said about conductivity and total dissolved solids, we are recommending to retain the listing status for these water body pollutant combinations as they are currently listed on the 2018 303D list. Although we evaluated the aluminum data, we are just not using those data to make listing or delisting recommendations this cycle. And we are committing to doing what we can to assess those aluminum data again during the 2024 integrated report, using the newer criterion, following some additional efforts to try to gather and apply pH, dissolved organic carbon, and hardness data. And we will also be gathering and considering results from water effects ratio analyses or other similar analyses that were developed and used in permits. I want to highlight that the changes for aluminum were made and posted online late last week, and also shared via listserv email announcements on last Friday. The changes are reflected in the staff report and in the associated appendices. And are available there at that web link. The next slide, please. However, the change sheet that, again, you have before you today does contain some language to recognize these aluminum revisions. The change sheet adds a new recital to the proposed resolution explaining the aluminum changes made, identifies that we did make conforming changes, and those are now shown in the January 14th first revised proposed staff report and several of its appendices. And the change sheet directs staff to make conforming changes to our summary of comments and responses. Before I switch over to the next slide, I want to just add in a response to comments that we have just recently heard, or heard more about, I should say, which are in regards to Battle Creek, and which is in the Central Valley, and proposed listings for pH in Rock Creek, a tributary to Bailey Creek in Shasta County, and to South Fork Battle Creek. We've been hearing some comments that that are concerned about the lateness of these new pH listings. The pH data were initially and inadvertently filtered out when we did our initial data assessment, and they were not assessed. We received a comment letter during the written comment period highlighting that the data were submitted and are available, and we followed with a data analysis. This led to the new pH changes, and the new recommended listings were publicly distributed in the December 17th draft. And I just want to recognize that this means that there was limited time for stakeholders to review the new listings and the evidence for those listings. And we have since learned that there is more pH data that have been collected in these water bodies and are available, and that they were submitted actually last Friday into CEDN. We certainly welcome the submission of these data. We would have appreciated having them submitted during the data solicitation period, and certainly encourage anybody who does have data to submit, even if those data show attainment of standards, not just impairment of standards, encourage those data to be submitted. We will consider assessing the new pH data as an off-cycle high priority assessment, but we obviously have not had the time to look at them as they were just recently uploaded. We've also heard some concerns regarding data quality of the pH data that led to those new listings. In response, I can say that the data were submitted along with a quality assurance project plan that was reviewed by Water Board staff and met the requirements of our listing policy in terms of data quality. The data were also run through a quality assessor checker as part of our initial assessment process and passed that process. And then finally, we've heard that the Water Board, in regards to actually temperature issues in Battle Creek, we've heard that the Water Board should investigate the causes of increased temperatures in Battle Creek and take into account, in particular, increases in water temperature when conducting anti-degradation assessments. We've shared these comments with our colleagues in the Central Valley Regional Water Board as they look at any permitting issues, as they look at potentially conducting anti-degradation analyses, but recognize that anti-degradation analyses are a separate process than what we're considering here today with the 303D list. I do also want to share that the temperature data were assessed, that we received in the temperature data that were received timely were assessed with this integrated report. And with that, can you change the slide, please? So thank you for your patience as I talk through all of those issues and comments that we received. Before I conclude the staff presentation, I would like to quickly highlight some program improvements that are underway, as well as our upcoming integrated report cycles. We are actively working to improve the underlying data system known as CalWACA that should allow us to further automate assessments, be more transparent, move in a much better fashion when we have changes to water quality objectives or new thresholds that we want to use. We're also actively working to document our procedures and our assessment processes. And then, of course, I want to highlight that while we are getting towards the end of the 2020-2022 cycle, we have 2 more cycles that are active or on the horizon. The 2024 is currently underway, as I have mentioned a couple of times. We expect to conclude our assessment process primarily towards the end of this year, and then have workshops and a comment period in the February to April timeframe next year. And we're going to initiate our 2026 integrated report late spring, early summer, with beginning our data solicitation period. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll just bring it back to the 2020-2022 cycle that is before us today. Recognize the key dates and steps that have brought us to this board meeting. I also want to highlight the webpage at the bottom of the slide. It includes an interactive map of our recommended water body listings for anybody who would like to see some more information about what we're proposing. Next slide, please. So I will conclude with staff recommendation to following a motion to adopt the change sheet, adopt the proposed resolution, adopting the Clean Water Act Section 303D list of impaired waters portion of the 2020-2022 California Integrated Report. Next slide. And with that, I'm available for any questions. Certainly, the change sheet is also available to display should you wish to walk through it or if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. I really do appreciate what is a lot of innovative work that's going on here when it comes to processing all the data of the integrated report, but continuing to improve it as a tool and a really important, now increasingly more timely and yeah, look forward to almost, like you can see perhaps somewhere out in the future still yet, but there a more real-time system of evaluation. So all this automating the ability, to your point, to quickly translate updates in basin plans, and here knowing that some of the comments are pointed toward the appropriateness of certain standards, here thinking of iron and other secondary MCL standards that are incorporated in basin plans, that the integrated report is simply a reflection of and not a place where those policy issues are necessarily addressed. But just the good fundamental work here of improving our ability to consume and better take information and turn it data rather and turn it into information, things to be acted on, is just really, really appreciated. So thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair, for stepping in to start the item here in my absence. So thanks all around. I don't have any questions off the bat. I know we have a number of commenters, but I look to my board colleagues. So for any questions or further comment before we get to further comments from folks.
I guess I'll just because I think I want to hear all the comments. But before that, I just thought I'd mention to staff. I think for future listing cycles, it would be great if we could add in some kind of racial equity or disproportionate impact context within the staff report, or just in terms of presentation of understanding what we're seeing in terms of impaired water bodies. So again, that's more for just as we're developing the next cycle. But I really appreciate the detailed going over and responsive listening incorporation, I think, of a lot of work in continuing to iterate and improve this. And I'll just save other comments for later after public comment.
Thank you, board member. Looking to my colleagues.
Just a quick question. Just wondering, Ms. Fitzgerald, on the timing of the Cal WACA, if I got that right, data modernization. It seems like we've got a couple cycles that you're working on now, kind of concurrently with the data modernization project. So how is that all going to work out?
Yeah, so we're doing it in phases, and with much support and appreciation from DIT, by the way. Our first phase is about a 1-year phase, and it should wrap up later this summer or early fall, and it will give us improved functionality within Cal WACA, including bringing, right now, as you heard at the beginning of the presentation, all of our data are in individual discrete lines of evidence, and they're linked from those lines of evidence, sometimes to Excel spreadsheets or PDFs with the data. And we're hoping to be able to bring that data into like one system so that we can then sort it, compare it to a new threshold should an objective change. And that's going to be probably the most significant lift and improvement in order to have us be able to actually get to the data and analyze the data in a much more streamlined fashion and be able to automate that as well as other user improvements for a fairly clunky database. So we hope to wrap that up, I want to say late summer, fall. There are other phases, that future improvements that we want to continue to make as well. So that's just some of the highlights. If you want more detail, we can bring Lori Weber in, who's been working hand in hand with DIT to run through them.
Maybe not right now, but maybe at a future time. I think it's really exciting, those investments that you're making, and it sounds like it'll start paying dividends in the next, the 2024 cycle, and then into the future. So I'll be interested in hearing more about it as it gets closer to launch, and making sure stakeholders are aware about the improvements and how it can help, better inform the processes and the listing decisions and data collection and submittal and the like. So I think that's enough for now, from my perspective. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any thanks, board member. Okay, we can now begin to go to commenters. I believe first we have up Karen Cowan.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the
see you.
board. Good to see you too. I am Karen Cowan, CASPA's Executive Director. So I believe I have a PowerPoint. Oh, here it comes. Excellent. So our comments today are in line with our comments that we always provide. And obviously that's to help try to provide some context to improve what's already going on. And before I get to the improvements, I do really, truly want to acknowledge staff. I know it is unbelievable the amount of data to sort through to do this. And it is ongoing in 2-year cycles. It is Herculean, to put it mildly. So thank you to staff. All right, so we can go to the next slide. So I want to kind of start to give some more context for the 303D list and why listings matter. And, you know, I was reflecting upon this even a little bit more, of thinking about, you know, the last time even the 303D listing policy was amended, and sort of where we're going with, you know, the permit requirements and that evolution over the last decade or so. And what I really, really want to make sure everybody knows is that the 303D list is not a parking lot for TMDLs and for development of TMDLs. That's historically, I would say, maybe how it operated even around the time the listing policy originally was developed. That is no longer how it's used. So the listings really, really matter. Obviously, we want the list to reflect impairments and where we need to put efforts to fix those impairments. That's obviously the goal, and we all share that goal. But ensuring that the list itself is accurate has consequences beyond just, we're not sure, so let's put it on the list and we can figure it out later. So in an extraordinarily oversimplified version of the regulatory process in 4 circles, leading into the 303D list, the 2 common things that are evaluated are the water quality objective, right, which can include narrative or numeric, as well as the applicability of the beneficial use. Where that's not being met, things can be placed on the 303D list. Again, massive oversimplification, but just to highlight that. And then the 303D list now, especially in stormwater, is being implemented in specific permit requirements. And I want to give that context again, because I know before you today, the decision is to approve the list itself. But every single one of these, again, very simplified versions, has a lot of things that go into it where you are making decisions. And if there's something that needs to be updated or evaluated in any of those 4 circles, we have some issues that we're basically either trying to address something that doesn't need to be addressed, or putting our resources over here when they should really be better put over there. So because we're talking about the 303D list again, understanding all parts of that in the decisions you make today, that's sort of the context for where we're going to provide our testimony. So next slide, please. Oh, I forgot I put in some, so in addition to our permit requirements, sorry, Jenny, if you go back, beyond the actual permit requirements, if something's on the 303D list, it does drive statewide priorities, as it should, right? So if there's something that's impaired, trying to figure out what we need to address, whether it's from state water board priorities or say CASPA's priorities, where we absolutely do that, where we look statewide and say, what are the biggest issues and how can we come up with solutions to address them? Again, just highlighting it really matters. And the last part I'd say where it also matters is in a communication tool to the public, for telling the public, you know, how are your local water bodies? What are the impairments? How is the state doing? So again, ensuring that the 303D list communicates that accurately is important. Okay, now really next slide. So we looked at the MS4 permits, a subset of them. Obviously, this is not all of them, to kind of highlight and share for you all where those permit requirements come into play. Again, well beyond the fact that these are parking lots for future TMDLs, but where a listing literally triggers immediate implications for folks in their MS4 permits. So we looked at the Central Coast permit, which is the city of Salinas, the LA regional permit, Central Valley region, San Diego region, and the statewide phase 2 permit. Those are all the permit references for you for applicability, but next slide, please. So cumulatively looking at all of those permits, the 2 really big take-home messages for you all is that every single phase 1 permit that was on that list includes some version of a stormwater management plan. So I'm sure you're all probably very well versed in receiving water limitations and the precedential orders that have come out about how one complies with them. The stormwater management plans are used in that context a lot, but they're basically what they say is, you know, what are our priorities from a water quality perspective? what actions, what management actions are needed, what treatment controls are needed, what's the plan for those treatment controls, and those plans move forward. They're really very big. They are the heart of stormwater permits throughout the state now, and they are very, very much linked to the 303D list. So if something is put on the 303D list, it has to be addressed in your stormwater management plan through various permutations, obviously, throughout the different regions, but it really can result in having to take significant action once it's on the 303D list. And then another one, again, getting to sort of discharge prohibitions and receiving water limitations, there is a direct linkage in the San Diego regional permit for things that are on the 303D list. So those are the two very, very large significant impacts. Okay, next slide. So in addition to those management actions that come through different regions' version of a stormwater management plan, here's a summary of additional parts of the permit where there's a linkage to the 303D list. It can be from everything from additional inspections, additional monitoring, study designs, analysis. That is no small burden or impact, I should say, for a lot of municipalities. That can be a lot of work. Looking at those different listings, existing development requirements, the industrial, commercial, there's a lot of impacts through all different sections of the permit. Next slide, please. Okay, all right, so I won't read all of this for you. I just wanted to give you the ability that you can see what those different permit requirements are. So in the Central Coast, their version of the stormwater plan is called a pollutant reduction plan, which again pulls in the 303D list and requires those listings to be addressed by control measures. Next slide. In the LA permit, our watershed management plans. Again, this is probably the original permit, had this concept that really pulled in, that's resulted in a lot of the precedential orders. It's a big deal. So if you're identified as a high priority, if you are on the 303D list, which requires it to be addressed through control measures and address that impairment in the watershed management plan, it also triggers additional requirements in the planning and land development program and the construction program specific to nitrogen controls and sediment controls. Next, please. Moving on to the Central Valley. They actually call it a stormwater management plan. So that is their plan. And again, required to be addressed, anything that is currently on the 303D list. And there's mapping requirements, construction site inventory, again, on and on and on through all the different permits from the listing itself. Next slide. Region 9 has a lot of requirements. Again, their version of the stormwater management plan is the WQIP, the Water Quality Improvement Plan. And as I noted, there is a connection to the receiving water limitations and the discharge prohibitions. If you are on the 303D list, you have to include interim and final numeric goals expressed as a concentration or load-based goals for anything that is on the 303D list. So anything in Region 9 that is added to the 303D list will very much impact compliance for the stormwater permittees in Region 9. And as you can see, the rest of those requirements there, really there's a lot specific to all the different types of monitoring requirements in the permit. And I also should say, I'm putting out these permit requirements. This is not a discussion of whether or not the requirement is a good or bad idea. Again, it's just to drive home the impact when something's on the list. Okay, next slide. And then our phase 2 small permit. Again, even this phase 2 small permit, if something's on the 303D list, it'll impact a bunch of monitoring and inventory and compliance requirements. Next slide. All right, back to sort of the concept of listings matter. We do have some specific asks today to look at on the 303D list, and they really kind of get to that first part of the slide here, is understanding the water quality objectives and the beneficial uses and the discretion you have and the decisions you're making for the 303D list. Okay, next slide. All right, so our 3 specific requests. The first one relates to waters of the US, otherwise known as WOTUS. We did submit some comments on some listings that were in the Central Valley. The data itself came out of CEDN, and it was for some LID features. Our comment was that that data was not from a water of the US. And the response to comments was that it was unclear whether or not it was or was not a water of the US, therefore no change was made. So I think what we're asking is from a policy perspective, rather than having to prove something is or is not a water of the US, that's sort of the basic structure of the 303D list itself. Anything on the 303D list should be something that isn't a water of the US. So if we're asking and noting that that data came from something that was an LID feature and it's not in the water of the US, we would like the State Water Board to ensure anything that is on the list really is actually a water of the US. Our secondary comment, I know Rebecca spent a lot of time going through the comments on the California Stream Condition Index. So additional thoughts I'd like, and I totally appreciate everything Rebecca laid out. I kind of want to take a step back though for a second on that and acknowledge, as you know, as Rebecca did, there is a statewide process for biological integrity and biostimulatory substances. And there's a reason that effort is going on, because this is a very complex issue. And it involves setting the objective itself, as well as the applicability of that beneficial use. It's really important, again, laying out all the impact here, again, in context of what a listing means, that if the state is undertaking this effort for stream condition, which definitely again, this is a great idea. It's just going through the actual public process on that. Otherwise, I would ask the question, if we're just going to jump to the 303D list and we're not going to, you know, what are we doing in that statewide effort? I hope that statewide effort means something. I hope it matters. And again, looking at everything holistically. One thing on the 303D list is, again, everything doesn't have to be category 5. So there is that category 4C where something can be the result of channelization. And this is at the heart of some of the things that the Water Board is still looking at in terms of stream condition, is what do you do in a highly modified urban channel, and how does that impact everything? So with those questions at play, that's the heart of, think of our comments on those particular listings for Benthic community, is to let that statewide process play out and not to make those listings until the statewide effort has established the objective and it can be interpreted that way. And again, I very much appreciate what the listing policy already lays out, but it's in terms of making policy, these integrated policy decisions at the state. I think one of the other concerns as well is how exactly something would really be removed from the list if it's put on, because while there were some delistings put forward this year, it is not very easy to go the other direction and to take something off the 303D list. And then the last here are related to the shellfish listings. So the shellfish beneficial use. The objective itself for this one is definitely under review. It is a priority for evaluation in the ocean plan. There's a lot of work going on in Orange County that another commenter, Amanda Carr from the County of Orange, will talk about the local work that's going on to give this additional context. But again, going back to sort of that slide on water quality objective and beneficial uses, both are part of what's being evaluated. There's an acknowledgement that the water quality objective really does need to be reevaluated. And then where the beneficial use applies, where shellfish harvesting can occur, is allowed to occur, et cetera. So again, thinking in terms of making good public policy, if both of those concepts are being evaluated, putting it on the 303D list will have significant implications immediately for folks in Region 9 through their stormwater permit. And I'll hold off on the exact specificity on that and let Amanda go through that in more detail. So those are our 3 specific requests, and I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a question on that, or I guess on this slide. Wouldn't we defer to the basin plan in terms of beneficial uses? So even if there's consideration of, you know, changing them, or doesn't the basin plan set that as default? So wouldn't we use that?
There are default numeric objectives and there are default beneficial use for sure. I think the question is, if both of those are under review and evaluation, there's a whole bunch of new listings coming out of Region 9. And the question is, why now? And the management actions that trigger that'll happen, right? So that's the context of it, is it will require and I'm getting ahead of Amanda's going to talk about this even more detail, but changes to their WQIP, their water quality improvement plan, management actions that are going to have to be immediately implemented because it's on the 303D list.
Mr. Bishop?
So just to clarify, Board Member Feinerstone, yes, what we do is we look at the existing water quality objectives and the existing beneficial uses, and we compare it to that. What I think Karen is saying is that, yes, they are existing, but they're under review. I don't know how to thread that needle, because we have lots of things on triennial reviews that don't get reviewed in many years. We have things that don't actually lead. We have projects that move forward but don't come to conclusion. We normally just use what's the default, but I do recognize there is consequence to being on the 303D list.
Yeah, thank you. And I will just say thank you, Ms. Cowan, on being helping to flesh out the impacts, because I feel like that's something I've continued to try to better understand, is the implications of the 303D list. So that's really helpful. And I appreciate all the work breaking it down and giving really specific examples. It's really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Agreed. And thank you, board member. Any other questions from colleagues here?
Just quickly on this the shellfish beneficial use. Do we know if, is this data that's been in existence that Region 9 had, the regional board, when they were taking lead on listing cycles for their 303D list? Did they exercise discretion here in whether to consider shellfish?
Well, sorry, John, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is the request did not come from the regional board itself, but that it came from state water board staff.
So I can jump in a bit and clarify that we tried to have a consistent approach across the state when we were looking at our shellfish data and the bacteria data associated with the shellfish use. And we did proceed with applying the objectives that are currently in place in the basin plans. So we had conversations with Region 9 staff, with San Diego Regional Water Board staff about this, recognizing that there were beaches where we were seeing improvement in terms of bacterial loads for the protection of Rec 1 uses, but that we still had the impairment in place for the shellfish uses. And it is the challenges, I think, of the time it takes with some of our standard setting and planning projects, where we do want to be conscious and considerate about, if we are going to make an objective change, that we are looking at all aspects of it and that we go through a public process for it. And that's sort of been our approach with the integrated report, of using the objectives that are in place in our basin plans until they go through a standards process to amend them. I will also highlight that there is actually a resolved finding in the proposed resolution that speaks a little bit to the shellfish beneficial use issue, and highlights, at least touches on the impacts of a list to any TMDL development, and highlights the directive to not prioritize any new TMDLs or any TMDLs for the development of these impairments until the standards project is able to move forward. So at least in terms of the TMDL development, we're recognizing that should be delayed until the standards project is able to move.
Yeah, and that discretion makes sense, and I appreciate that step. I think for me, I was just trying to understand a bit of the history here and how the regional boards handled this very situation, whether it's Region 9 or any on the coast, as it relates to shellfish. So, but thank you, it's helpful. Definitely a lot to think about.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald. And thank you, Ms. Cohen. I appreciate the very good comments and look forward to further discussion on a number of your points here. Let's go ahead and move to our next commenter. I'd like to call up Cody Phillips.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cody Phillips, and I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'd like to acknowledge the staff for the incredible work they put into the report and this presentation for this cycle. It's very well done and super informative. I have two things that I'd like to touch on today. First, I'd like to thank the staff again for revising Region 9 recommendations for 3 bodies of water, Buena Vista Creek, Otay River, and the San Alejo Lagoon, based off of San Diego Coastkeeper data. We just appreciate willingness to revise recommendations based off of new information. And second, I'd like to comment on the old data used to delist certain bodies of water based off of the modified bacteria objectives. The report delisted 134 water bodies for bacteria, and as that presentation explained, there are many reasons why so many bodies were delisted. But I'd like to focus specifically on delisting based off of the modified bacteria objectives. Under Section 4 of the listing policy, it makes clear that if a water quality standard or objective has been revised and the site or the water meets water quality standards, then the segment should be removed from the 303D list. Actually, it shall be removed. But the report relied on fairly old data to delist some of these bodies of water. For example, the data used to support delisting Alamo Creek in Region 3 was collected prior to 2010. So to borrow language from the staff report, data this old may be a poor indicator of current risks to human health, and this could result in unnecessary expenditure of public resources or missing a problem completely. So although the staff report does go on to note that old data was only used when modern data was not available, in situations such as this, where the only data available is old, the board should really modify that policy to require collecting new data before delisting a body of water. These bacteria TMDLs are for the health and safety of the people of California, and it's disconcerting to see bodies of water delisted based off of data that doesn't really represent the current state of affairs. So thank you for the time and the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your time sticking with us today and providing good comment and continued engagement here on this really important work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tina Yin.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the California Integrated Report and specifically the list of impaired waters. My name is Tina Yin. I am the manager of the US EPA Water Quality Standards and Assessment section here in EPA Region 9 in San Francisco. We are responsible for the review and approval or disapproval of state impaired waters lists, also known as the 303D list, which is before you today. As just presented, I wanted to reiterate that the purpose of the 303D list is for states to identify their water quality impairments, but also to help water quality agencies target their programs and resources to address the sources of water pollution that we have across the state through TMDLs or other management approaches, many of which you've heard here today. So it really is a driver for many of our Clean Water Act programs. But with that, I would also remind us that 303D lists, they're living documents. We develop them every 2 years, and the Clean Water Act was set up this way purposefully to ensure that we continue to consider new information about our waters, understand where we have persistent water quality issues, as well as to see water quality trends, where waters may be getting better or worse, where additional implementation may be necessary. So as a driver for the other Clean Water Act programs, the standards being the linchpin and then the integrated report or the assessments being the driver for our programs, it is really important, which is why they come through EPA for review and approval. That said, the Clean Water Act sets up the expectation that these lists will be delivered every 2 years on even numbered years, and that can be very difficult. And many states don't have traditionally not made this bar at all. In fact, this year, which is the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, EPA set a national goal to try to have 100% of all of our states deliver integrated reports or 303D lists on time by April of 2022. So adoption of the list today in California will help California submit a timely report and be a part of helping hit that national goal, so we get a good snapshot of what the quality across the country is in our water quality, in our waters, sorry. So the report before you today is the product of a significant effort by the state and regional boards to assess California's waters. As you know, California has a really robust monitoring program, and the statistics highlighted by Kara Tuso provided excellent context on the breadth and depth of the program in California, with over 4.5 million points of data collected by either the state or submitted by your stakeholders, which is a very important part of the process, and assessing thousands of potential water body pollutant combinations. This is no small task, and the state is really to be commended for this effort. And we've seen the program evolve over time and look forward to continuing to work with you to get even stronger, better reports. Also important to note that the water boards have gone through a really important multi-step public process to not only collect data and information, but also to provide a transparent process on its assessment decisions and to gather important stakeholder feedback. And I just wanted to point out that the errors identified in the public comment period that Rebecca Fitzgerald just walked us through, as well as some of the others, this is the public process working the way it was intended, and also a way that helps feed a continuing every 2-year program. So EPA has been in conversations with the state, and we agree that the process forward that Rebecca Fitzgerald laid out is an appropriate way to move forward on making sure that public comments are addressed, corrections are made, and solutions moving forward are identified and kept transparent on the process. So we appreciate that. And again, we appreciate and congratulate the water boards for completing this enormous undertaking and to submit a timely report this year. Should the board adopt it, the California will meet its statutory obligation to deliver this report by April of 2022, which is important for us from EPA's perspective for sure. And also, as you implement the improvements that you've identified over the past few years, you're really poised to continue to meet this statutory obligation. And we look forward to continuing to work with the state to do that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yin. I appreciate the continued just great relationship we have with US EPA here. And thank you for making sure to acknowledge and flag these programs are 50 years old. They're half a century worth of incredible development. And here we are all the beneficiaries of them, and important if they're going to continue to rise to the occasion of the challenges we have for the next 50 years, that we think of them in that context of needing to be refreshed. And here the 303D list and the integrated report was something that we weren't living up to our potential around. And so glad for the leadership, and here again the shared collaboration with our federal partners to get us up to speed. And here now that we're getting better at just meeting our timelines as is, start to explore what the future of the listings look like insofar as our ability to process what are going to be only greater amounts of information here in the future, and a need to be better decision makers here all amongst us in it. So thank you for your very good comments. Well received, and look forward to the continued fruitfulness of this collaborative relationship with the federal government. So thank you, Ms. Yin. Okay, next I would like to call up Richard McHenry.
Thank you, Board Chair, board members. I am Richard McHenry. I'm here today representing the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance. In the past, I've made specific comments on specific listings in the 303D list, but with this first exception, I guess my comments this year are a bit more generic. Touching on the 305 integrated report and the 303D list and the impacts of both. I'd like to start off with a specific comment, and that is that the TMDL, which was approved by US EPA for the lower San Joaquin River and Mud Slough, did not consider discharges from the San Luis drain being routed through the wetlands water supply. As a result, the basin plan objectives for Mud Slough are not protective of the wetlands beneficial use. Therefore, we recommend that Mud Slough North be included in the Grasslands Marsh TMDL and not the lower San Joaquin River, TMDM. Next. Like I said, I took a more generic look at the report this year, and it's hard to separate the two. I guess looking through the reports, I found that something that I've always thought was listing, and that was a list of the water bodies which were either not sampled or incompletely sampled in California, which would give one a complete picture of, you know, what's the true condition of water quality in California if all of those were included. And, you know, staff provided excellent responses and apparently very honest and open responses, which I do appreciate. And the first one, of course, was the inadequacy of the database, and that was being updated. Appreciate that. They also estimated, which I thought was interesting, that approximately 50% of the streams in California have not been mapped because of the lack of data. You know, that to me is a very significant number. You know, and I think the public would be interested in that. Another just a general note. Some of the water bodies were listed as being miles of impairment or acres of impairment. Others had no such listing at all. Staff said that data simply wasn't given to them, but I think it's certainly significant when you're reading the report, when you see 80 miles of a river is impaired, you know, that's pretty significant. So it would be nice if those numbers could be included with all the impaired water bodies. We also submitted a comment that, and I'd like to quote here from several NPDES permits that we reviewed that contain the language that says, the receiving water is considered an attainment water because the receiving water is not listed as impaired on the 303D list for these constituents. And in several cases, numeric limits were removed from permits based on that. The response to comments by staff was, you know, that's not the intent of the 303D list, that our comments should be geared to the regional board and the permit writing staff. Completely agree with that, and we did indeed do that. However, our comments were ignored, and I would just request that finding by staff that it's inappropriate for non-listed water bodies to make any determination about the quality of water. If there was a footnote in the 303D list or some comment, I think that would go to clarify, you know, the use and intent of the 303D list for everybody. My last comment, we commented on the 303D list, the written comments, that in the 20 or in a past iteration of 303D list, there were 60 water bodies in the Central Valley region, which were not included in the 303D list. And the response to comments cited those water, but well, actually they didn't cite the specific water bodies, but they refer back to the determination as to, you know, what's the water of the United States, an issue that you just heard about from a different perspective, obviously. It's our understanding that those water bodies were originally designated by the regional board as not being waters of the state. And then there was, a determination, or I guess it was a determination by two federal agencies that such water bodies would be considered water of the United States. Then there was a court case saying that no, they wouldn't be considered waters of the United States. And so I guess the response to comments, and now EPA is considering adoption of a new rule or a new plan and determining what is and what isn't the water of the United States. The request you just heard was that those water bodies, shouldn't be listed in the 303D list. Obviously, our preference would be the opposite of that, but we're not insisting on that. But we would recommend that some footnote at least be maintained in the 303D list so that these water bodies don't fall off everybody's plate altogether. That some notation memorializing that this has been a back and forth issue until it's finally resolved, that we could bring that data back to light again if things fall that way. Anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McHenry. I appreciate your flags here. On the first issue of a misidentification ultimately of one of the bodies, I don't know if our folks in the program have any response there. And when it comes to waters of the US and the current lack of clarity or certainty on the definition, I think we do generally make reference to desiring just to leave things as be currently and allow some as this administration begins to signal where they're going to be going with the rule, some future update of the report be able to incorporate hopefully with some future certainty. So, but thank you. I appreciate your comments. And Ms. Fitzgerald, anything you'd like to add?
Thank you.
Yeah, on the first point regarding mud slough, I'm actually going to suggest maybe Patrick Paloopa respond. I think he's going to have a better understanding of the water body and the TMDL.
Yeah, no, thanks. And good to see you, Richard. It's been a little while. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're referring to that issue that's kind of in controversy by virtue of a 401 water quality certification that the State Water Board is working on, and some discussion about what selenium objective applies to those wetlands areas. I think we're still waiting on making that final determination, or State Board is waiting on making that final determination, but I think we've been providing some input to the State Water Board as they go through their internal deliberations on that particular project and how the objectives should apply, because I agree with you, some of the initial language in there is ambiguous, and I think our default would be to apply the more protective standard, at least at the Central Valley, and I think we've provided that input to State Water Board as they try and sort that issue out. I hope that answers your question. I know the State Water Board 401 water quality 401 water quality certification staff might have a better answer, but since we were consulted on that question, and certainly we saw the comment letter coming in from CSPA, I offer my perspective here about kind of some of the inside deliberations that we've been having over that particular issue.
Thank you, Patrick. Actually, that does answer the question, and more than anything else, I think we wanted to make sure that we bookmarked our issue here.
Certainly.
So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paloopa. I really appreciate you stepping in there. And thank you, Mr. McHenry, for the flags and the engagement here on this important process. So thank you. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Marilee Woodhouse.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, kind of new to Zoom. So this is Marilee Woodhouse. I'm the director of a small nonprofit called the Battle Creek Watershed. I've lived here since the 1980s, and so I've seen really vast changes in the time that I've lived here. And what I want to talk to you about, I'm using Battle Creek as an example, But what I want to talk to you about is what is going on in the small rural watersheds in the watersheds of California, which provide a large percentage, over 60% of the water to the state. And so this is a map to just give you an idea of where I'm talking about. The Battle Creek watershed lies east of Redding and west of Mount Lassen. And you can see the detail area. It's partially in Shasta County and partially in Tehama County. Next slide, please. And so a lot has changed in the land cover, particularly in the watershed in the years I've been here, particularly since 1998. Here is a Google Earth shot to show what it was like in 1998. The blue line is Digger Creek, which is a tributary of Battle Creek. And that's in this area, the border between Shasta and Tehama counties. And further to the west is Coleman National Fish Hatchery. And that is a mitigation for the Shasta Dam. And so it's downstream of the area that I'm talking about. And also the area of Battle Creek has been the site of a salmon restoration project for over 20 years now. It's about at $130 million so far. It was supposed to be finished in 10 years, but it is still going on. Next slide, please. And this is what the watershed looked like in 2017 after a fire and after a lot of years of logging. All of those small brown holes that you see are 20-acre clear cuts. And for anybody that's not used to being on 20 acres is about 4 city blocks. So each of those little spots is that. The large boot-shaped sort of brown area there is the site of a 2012 fire that burned over the area after it had been cut a lot. Next slide, please. And so in this area, there are quite a few CDEX stations. You can see all the little blue markers are CDEX stations, but there are really not that many in the Battle Creek area downstream of the area that has changed a lot. And almost all of them don't take very much data. The Shingletown station takes air temperature along with flow data. And the lower stations there circled in yellow are the North Fork and South Fork Battle Creek CDEX stations. They both take water temperature, but that's it. I mean, the rest of the stations only take flow. There's really very little data, and compared to all the analytes that you use for your studies and things, there's very little data being collected. And so that was the reason why we began in 2009 collecting data, was because there was so little data. And we take water temperature, air temperature, turbidity, pH, and soil temperature, but still it's a very small fraction of the analytes that you use. So there's not a lot of data, and that makes it very difficult to know what's going on. And with the 2 lower stations that do take water temperature, they have been turned off since 2020 because of no funding. And the funding for them is only $32,000 a year for each of them. So it's not a huge amount, and yet, they're not even collecting any data now. And the integrated report didn't use any of the CDEC data from these stations, and they collect data every 15 minutes. So there's quite a wealth of data there. Next slide, please. This is the South Fork Battle Creek station of CDEC started collecting data in 2020, but it was late in the year. It wasn't in the summertime. And so this is the first year that they had data for was 2021. And Peter Moyle, the fisheries expert, rates 21 degrees centigrade as lethal and above 18 degrees centigrade as sublethal. And at sublethal levels, it changes juvenile fish behavior, their ability to find food. There's a lot of things that happen at the sublethal level too. But the 21 degrees was what the integrated report used as an exceedance of water temperature. But as I say, the CDEC data was not used at all. Our data was, but the CDEC wasn't. Next slide, please. And so this is our South Fork Battle Creek station also. It's just showing June 1st to August 31st, because in this area, we take water temperature, or all of our data we take year round, but with the water temperature, the only time that it really changes a lot is in the summer months, the 3 summer months of June, July, and August. And so this shows how it's changed just even in the last 3 years, how many more exceedances there are and how many above sublethal level there is. Every single sample was above sublethal for the past several years. And with this graph, the point of it is that when the integrated report analyzed the data, they used all of our samples from year round. But so what happens then is that the summertime temperatures are diluted by the other 9 months of the year. So it doesn't show how bad it is for 3 months of the year and how it's getting worse. Next slide, please. This is our Digger Creek monitoring site, and it shows the differences between 2011 and 2012, which are the blue and green lines, and then 2020 and 21, which are the yellow and red lines. Next slide, please. And also, with everything that's going on in the world, you know, climate catastrophe is one of the major things that's affecting everything at this point. And this shows how just the past 3 years have gotten so much hotter. This area, when I moved here back in the 80s, it rarely got above 92 degrees here in the summertime, and it was just for a day or two. And now it's just constant high heat. It's just so incredibly more difficult for everything to survive, the plants, the animals, the people. Everything is harder now. And if you look at the averages there at the bottom of the graph, in 2019, the average daily temperature in July was 92.3. In 2020, it was 95.7, and this last year it was 99.9, so basically 100 degrees. The only reason there was one cooler day was because we happened to get some rain after the Dixie Fire started, which was helpful, but it did make, you know, just one day that was cooler also. Next slide, please. So, you know, overall, what we've seen over the years with all of our forestry work and our wildlife work and our water quality work is that nobody is collecting very much data. And so nothing is much happening for anything getting protected. And we're getting to points now where things are failing badly. And within your own integrated report, it's not serving to protect these rural watersheds, and I want you to be aware of that. And I don't know, because most people don't visit these places, I don't know how much anybody knows about them, but I know that they are failing. And like I say, it's not just Battle Creek, it's all of the rural watersheds. And so that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Woodhouse. Just really appreciate your advocacy and engagement here with our process here on the listing, but also flagging your concerns writ large when it comes to some of our policies. So I do really appreciate your engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask clarification from
By
staff
all means,
on,
please, board member.
Thanks. Just on the comments around CDEC data and also the averaging over the year for temperature. Can you just speak to those two things? I want to make sure I understand those issues.
Well, so you're asking me, aren't you? Or are you asking Rebecca?
Well, I was asking staff actually to respond.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem. I didn't make that clear.
Well, I'll jump in, and then I may ask my staff actually to provide some more detail here. For the Battle Creek temperature data, we assess the data that were submitted, and my understanding is that the CDEC data were not submitted and were not within that data pool that we then looked at within this cycle, or at least not for this water body. We are aware of some CDEC data for the 2024 cycle that was submitted through other commenters, but I don't think we got it for this particular water body. And, you know, that just speaks to our ongoing efforts to try to get the good data that we know are out there, so we can make the best assessments based on the best data. And then as far as the summer temperature regime, for this water body, we assessed, it was grab sample data. We actually applied for grab sample data, a 21 degrees C year-round threshold. That is representative of an optimum range for rainbow trout, taken from, I believe, Peter Moyle's work. what I spoke to earlier in the presentation was really where we had more of the ongoing every 15-minute type continuous monitoring data, where we use the 20, and we could go by kind of life cycle stage. Here we were looking at what seemed to be an optimal range threshold. That's what I can tell you. If you have more questions, I welcome Lori Weber joining this conversation as she's done the deeper dive into our temperature data.
Just on that, so you're saying it isn't averaged over the year. It's you look at whether it's in a range. I just wanted on the temperature averaging issue. Laurie, do you?
Right, just to jump in with a little bit more detail. So for this water body, we had what we're calling grab sample temperature data. So this was taken, sampled at irregular intervals, not continuous monitoring data. And we compared each data point to the threshold, and we used the 21 degrees Celsius threshold. So we didn't average any of the temperature data. We compared each measurement to the threshold and counted how many of those data points exceeded the threshold.
Okay, thanks.
Does that answer your question?
That answered my question, I think, for me. I guess, can staff speak a little bit to how, we don't and can't have monitoring everywhere that we would like, but how can we, or what is the process and venue to be able to increase monitoring in areas where there's a lack of monitoring available, but concern from that folks are seeing. I definitely resonate with rural areas not having as many resources, and in many cases as much data. So this is a broader question.
Yeah, it is actually a fundamental question in how we do things. Most of our data is data that we request from dischargers that do the monitoring of receiving water, that get the data. We also have data that comes in from special studies that we pay for, or from NGOs. We don't, I think there's a misconception that we have a broad network of monitoring stations out around the state that we monitor on a regular basis. We have a limited number of monitoring that goes on a regular basis, depending on the priorities at the regional boards. They do their, they make the decisions about monitoring in their region for most of the work. We do have statewide studies that we do, but they are pretty limited in spatial, and they are trying to answer certain problems. But I'm trying to give you the order of magnitude, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But I think we have something like $10 million worth of monitoring that the state pays for. About half of it is for specific studies, and about half of it is directed by the regions for their important work. I might be off a little on that these days. That is not going to give you a comprehensive monitoring around the state of the rivers and streams. It's just not even close.
And just maybe both John and Rebecca, you may it seems like what I've heard is where stakeholders have flagged that there's maybe another agency's database that is informative to be used, that is when we can assess bringing that data in. I guess, what's our process for identifying where there's other data being collected by a different, whether it's state or federal or local agency through their monitoring programs that we would integrate?
Well, I would say, yeah, I would say it's a bit ad hoc and a bit kind of where we know that there is quality data, that it is a high priority data set to assess. It is often when we hear from stakeholders saying, hey, there's this out here, or we know that there's key temperature data from DWR or something along those lines that we want to bring in and try to, and then we'll go out and get. That's happened in a few different, pollutants and parameters in a few different regions, and it is pretty ad hoc, though, I will say, and not sort of regulated.
So for the most part, we assess data that's submitted to us. We solicit the data and it's submitted. If we'll just use the example that Rebecca was saying, if DWR sensors out in a watershed and they don't submit that data, we don't necessarily go out and try and find all the data we can. And to be blunt, and on a 2-year cycle, millions of pieces of data, we have no time to go look for new data. If it's not submitted to us, it's not going to get analyzed for the most part.
Yeah, so just as this evolves, it seems like, and Chair Esquivel, you may know more about this, but there's maybe more centralized data exchanges with that pull these data sources together that maybe it's be trying to integrate.
It's pretty hard to use those. There are some that can be used, but we have pretty high standards on what data we're going to use in our reports because it does have important consequences. And so in the past, we have used summary data from this study or compiled data over here. The problem is that you don't usually have the QA/QC associated with that data. You just have the final results. It's not a question that we can just go out to the internet and pull in a whole bunch of data that we don't already have and suddenly have a whole bunch of new data.
Right. Well, and maybe that's something though we could explore in terms of, if DWR, there's sort of a California data exchange that has adequate QA/QC and information, that could be something we could more easily integrate without having to make somebody else submit or our staff have to go look for individually, just as we continue to iterate here.
Can I just add one thing to the conversation that has not yet been said, which is that we have the California Environmental Data Exchange Network. That is how we define readily available data. We pull in data from many, many water quality monitoring programs into CEDN, including, we've already mentioned the water quality exchange data that we get from the national database. And not only that, but we identified some pretty severe water quality, data quality problems associated with those data. So it's really important to know that the more data we get in, the more we need to be mindful of the quality of that data so that we make good assessments and good decisions. So just wanted to point that out.
Great. Thank you all. That's really helpful.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, everyone there. I think for sure, I think that there are likely some efficiencies to be had by better working with CDEC and the other platforms or sources of information here that, to the board member, your point, as opposed to being reliant on someone submitting to us or say, no, we know this X water body, we have additional data on. If we can just go solicit to our sister agencies at the very least, a clear ask to them to provide to us so that we have the most up-to-date information as we pursue the integrated reports could be an opportunity. So I'd be interested as well, board member, of figuring out how we take advantage of those opportunities so that if there are, again, data available from sister agencies, particularly, that we can easily mine from their existing databases, let's make sure that their understanding of what water bodies are being considered and their potential to provide data for us. So thank you. I'd like to now call up then, if there aren't any further discussion around this, our next commenter, Wayne Rosenbaum.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Rosenbaum. I'm a partner with the Environmental Law Group. Today, I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Industrial Environmental Association. And we want to thank you for this opportunity. What we'd like to spend a few moments talking about really kind of links with what Karen Cowan was talking about from the MS4 perspective, but I'm going to talk about it in terms of the industrial general permit perspective. The fact is that 303D listings have real world consequences, particularly to minority and lower income communities, because it drives jobs. What we're asking the State Water Resources Control Board to do today is to withhold approval of Region 9's 303D listings for iron and phosphorus until Region 9 evaluates 45-year-old water body designations under the triennial review process in conformity with Water Board Policy 2005-0050. Next slide. IEA was established in 1983 to provide manufacturing companies with a voice in the development of environmental regulations. And what IEA tries to do is to work with regulatory agencies to help develop both appropriate regulations and regulations that allow industry to comply and address the environmental and social impacts of those regulations. Next slide. IEA submitted comments in this matter in July of 2021, stating there was no substantial evidence to list Escondido Creek for iron or phosphorus or Santa Margarita Creek for iron. Comments also listed the same pollutants, but noted that due to the difficult presentation of the data, it was hard to necessarily evaluate all of the data streams for all of the water segments that were proposed to be listed for iron and phosphorus. So we use these as sample examples, if you will. Next slide. Why does the listing matter? Well, as was mentioned earlier, 303D listings, when it comes to NPDES stormwater permits, have significant real-world issues. If a water body is listed as impaired, what we are saying is no new industrial business can enroll in the industrial general permit unless the business can demonstrate that it will not cause or contribute to an exceedance of the water quality standard. Essentially, what it is saying is you cannot have iron or phosphorus in your stormwater discharge associated with your industrial activities above a level of 0. That is the way the NPDES permits are interpreted. So what we end up with is a significant barrier to industries that often provide the jobs for less skilled workers without college degrees. Those jobs, those businesses cannot meet these standards, or if they can meet the standards, because as my engineer friends tell me, given enough time and enough money, you can do anything. They cannot do it feasibly. Next slide. When the water quality values for iron and phosphorus in the San Diego Basin, on which these 303D listings were set up, are based on data or assumptions that go back 45 years. The basin plan states that these values are for aesthetics. The values are not based on findings that these numbers cause harm to human health, aquatic life, or the environment. But businesses are still being held to meet these values, and the costs become infeasible, and it just drives jobs out of communities, out of our communities. Next slide. Okay, so how did we get here? Well, IEA asked multiple state and local and regional water quality control board personnel for help. we started out, we asked the staff, the industrial and construction water permits, whether it was appropriate to use secondary MCLs which are based in aesthetics as a basis for non-discharge under NPDES permits. The response was, go talk to the Region 9 staff. Okay, so we went and talked to the Region 9 staff to address this part of these issues as part of the triennial review. The regional board staff originally told us, go talk to the industrial and construction stormwater permit teams. So IEA then submitted comments on the 303 list asking that this issue be addressed as part of the 303 review. And the response was, well, it should be raised as part of the triennial review. For those of you from the East Coast, if you've ever seen a cartoon of the Tweed Ring, we begin to feel like we were just going around and round in circles. And this is really the issue. We understand that if these water segments are listed for iron and phosphorus without real good science behind it, we know what the consequences are going to be, but we cannot find anybody in the organizational structure who is willing to take a serious look at whether these values are viable or appropriate before they become regulatory standards. The bottom line is that these issues need to be addressed by the various branches of the state and regional board before we start implementing what amounts to discharge limitations. Next slide. So what are the issues with iron and phosphorus? Well, the alleged water quality objective for iron, as I mentioned before, is based on a secondary drinking water standard. The basin plan identifies 55% of all its water bodies as for municipal domestic use. The basin plan then says iron is undesirable. Okay. Based on this, all water bodies except 13 in the basin were assigned a water quality goal of objective of 0.3 milligrams per liter. And I would note, this now gets to be imposed on permits where the federal stormwater permit has said regulating iron at all makes no sense. The objective is for aesthetics. The value for phosphorus has never been established as a water quality objective. The basin plan, going back 45 years, said it was a desired goal in order to prevent nuisance in streams and flowing waters. And the right number appears to be 0.1 milligrams per liter. That, by the way, was generated by saying, well, we don't want nitrogen above 1 milligram per liter. And so 10% of that ought to be the right number for phosphorus. There's no science behind it. Nowhere does the basin plan say that the value is more than a goal. And the purpose is to address a possible nuisance, not human health, not aquatic life, not the environment. But these objectives are then enforced on NPDES dischargers. And it's not just the money. It's you reach a point where trying to achieve these kinds of goals make jobs infeasible. Next slide. So the water body, why are we doing this? The water body policy 2005-0050 discusses, because we know 303Ds are intended to generate TMDLs. And so when we refer back to this water body policy that discusses when should we do this, it says first and foremost, a TMDL for impaired waters should not be established because of natural conditions, the standards are too broad or too vague, or incompatible uses exist. And essentially, this is the classic case for that. So we are establishing a 303D standard, which will have draconian effects. But by the time we get to setting the TMDL, the question is, does our policy even allow for it? Next slide. And I'm just going to rip through this one, but because I think I've already told you this. I think what we're trying to say to you here is that what should how do we do this in a realistic process? And the realistic process, we believe, because of the way 303Ds have now been implemented into NPDES stormwater permits, it is essential that the water quality objectives as established in a basin plan 45 years ago be reviewed through the triennial process prior to them being used, at least in this situation, when there does not appear to be any basis in toxicity. There doesn't even appear to be a basis to assume they're a water quality objective. So to use them in this manner. So what we are, and we don't need to go through all the slides. What we are asking is that for Region 9's iron and phosphorus 303D proposed impairment listings, that this section be put aside until these and the basis for these listings can be appropriately analyzed through the triennial review process. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. I don't have any question or ask for clarification at this point from staff, but fellow board colleagues, anything? Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to our next commenter. We have Debbie Webster.
Well, thank you again, Chair Escobar and board members. Debbie Webster from the Central Valley Clean Water Association. And I have a PowerPoint if that could be brought up real quickly. Thank you. And then we can go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. So Civicla submitted comments on the 303D list back in July. And since then, we've met with the board staff and really thank them for meeting with us to address and to discuss some of our concerns. Basically, in our comment letter, we talked about how this was much more aggressive in a sense that there was over 400 new listings in the Central Valley, over 1,000 statewide. It was, much more than we had seen in past years. And many of those listings were based not on a water quality objective, or interpretations or best professional judgment calls by staff. But the list did not always include that best available information. So next slide, please. So we appreciate, again, those changes that respond to our comments, especially as it relates to aluminum, which allows consideration of the site-specific studies and the new data in interpreting the basin plan. We also appreciate the decision not to list the lower San Joaquin River for salinity. And to defer those multiple listings, because really in the Central Valley, we have committed and are implementing a very significant salt control program. And finally, also really appreciate the decision not to list the waters for TEHMs. Okay, so next slide. And this is really where the meat of what I'd like to talk about remains is our concern regarding listing of benthic community effects. So all this hinges on using that CSCI score of 0.79, and as Ms. Fitzgerald said, it's a best score of averages all over the place. But I think what Ms. Gowan was saying, and then others have said, and even Ms. Fitzgerald said, is that number is really the attainable of conditions that are more pristine. And as working through the process that we've been working through for reference conditions and other conditions as we look at in across the state, but specifically also in the Central Valley, is that anything typically with more than 5% development in there really impacts that CSCI score and that reference. And so much of the discussion has been is what is those appropriate numbers, or what's that appropriate value for streams in the Central Valley. And so in elsewhere for places where things are developed. And so really, we think that using this, that the State Water Board using this score of 0.79 is a significant policy decision, and it has resource implications. And you've heard some of those. And I would say on the POTW side, we see very similar types of implications. And it creates a precedent that becomes very problematic, because that becomes what the goal and the targets end up being. And we might have, it might just be, oh, this is for listing purposes, but it does get convoluted as you're trying to figure out what is appropriate for, for more of municipal or other types of conditions. We're really concerned that 0.79 is not attainable. Now, as was mentioned, there's one reference site in the whole Central Valley floor. As Ms. Fitzgerald mentioned, there's other ones that meet it, but again, these are not the pristine watersheds on the Central Valley floor. So we really are. There's a question, and that has been a question through the biological, biostimulatory, and biointegrity policy development, is if that's attainable at all. And again, as was mentioned, this has been part of a public process. That process really needs to be played out. And so, and then the last thing is where there are concerns, where there are other lines of evidence, such as a pollutant, those streams, you can rely on those stream parameters. So for those reasons, we are asking that the benthic community effects listings be removed, or alternatively, they can be put in category 3, which is the watch list, as they were as was described earlier. Or, and I'm like, as if it is because it is a land development, land change issue, then as Ms. Gowan said, I think she said it was category 4C. But I would say, we would prefer category 3 at this point. Watch and let the biological or the biostimulatory and biointegrity process play itself out, and get appropriate score conditions for these water bodies. So I'm open to any questions, but thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, Ms. Webster, and for your points here. It's appreciated. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? Okay. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, quick question. Can staff clarify what category, TMDL category, are these listings being put in currently?
Yeah, happy to do so. So where we have the benthic community effects, we're putting them in because there is an associated pollutant into category 5, which is impaired and would need a TMDL. Although I will recognize it's really kind of an awkward fit, because we wouldn't be doing a TMDL for benthic community effects for the biology. It would be there for the associated pollutant. Yet that kind of gets to what I was kind of mentioning about, we would like to have some further discussions with EPA about potentially a better category to put these types of listings into, where there could be, contributions from both pollutants as well as physical channel type or other conditions of pollution. But for right now, to answer your question, it's category 5, impaired and TMDL.
Okay, and so I'll just ask the question to you straight here. I mean, does category 3 work? That was the suggestion from Ms. Webster. Is that a good placeholder here as we sort of sort through this issue?
Well, I've been thinking about it, and I would say it's not my favorite place for it, because category 3 implies that there may be a potential impairment. And I think here we have demonstrated that there is an impairment to the biology. So in that respect, it's not a great fit in category 3 either. So if that answers your question from my perspective, I think what we've been challenged with here is what might be attainable where we have altered streams, where that alteration is of value for flood control or for other uses. And I think that is, it is to what is attainable that I think I want to, the better place for that will be within our biostimulatory and biological integrity project.
So, let me remind the board members just one thing is, and Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that we're not listing a water body that just has a low score. It has to have a low score and have an associated pollutant with it, which is what the TMDL will be written on. I totally understand Ms. Webster's concern, but it's not going to change any of the work that needs to be done. Even if we don't do the listings for the biointegrity, because the listings are all associated with something else.
Yes, with the pollutant that is associated with an aquatic life impact.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking out loud here, and I'll continue to think about this as we hear from the other commenters. But this is one where it does kind of ring true to me that, you know, a watch may be the, you know, category 3 may be the right path here as we finish the biostimulatory policy and that work is done and we have a better clarity about, you know, I know you feel confident on the scoring and where that index, I understand that, but the fact is that the policy does not exist yet. It's still in development. There's still thinking there. You acknowledge that we need to better understand, you know, physical modifications to these water bodies and what those implications are. So in some respects, it is still a watch. And it won't hold, as I understand it, it wouldn't hold up a TMDL development for whatever that pollutant is, whether it's a pesticide or some other issue. So anyway, I'll keep ruminating on this, and I see Vice Chair has some thoughts.
Thank you, board member.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to also flag that this is an area that I continue to not feel comfortable with. And we did have I had a good follow-up discussion yesterday, and don't want to take up too much time now, but just want to flag for later in the discussion. I would like to have Ms. Mogus and Mr. Wiles available, because Mr. Wiles talked a lot about, you know, this might be a square peg in a round hole, you know, kind of doesn't fit, you know, the typical impairment pollutant that we look at. And so I thought that he had a good way of describing that I think everyone could benefit from. And then also on, you know, potential for a different category. Maybe not even waiting for the biostimulatory project, because that could take years and years, but maybe just for another listing cycle. So not to take up time to debate that now, but just wanted to flag that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Wiles, did you want to add anything?
No, actually, the Vice Chair pretty much captured our conversation. I would sort of maybe reinforce the last point, which is I'm not sure it'd be a great idea to tie the resolution of this issue to the state project. It is a complicated project. It's not clear at all that we will really even have a way to determine anytime soon the extent to which non-pollutants, or, you know, what we refer to as pollution, are a significant cause for the impairment. So we do have some other ideas about how to go. One of those Ms. Fitzgerald mentioned, which is exploring with US EPA the possibility of creating a new subcategory where we could essentially park these water bodies. Right now, we've taken a really close look at all of the EPA guidance, and they don't have any clear guidance for what to do in a situation where, as of now, when we're adopting the integrated report, we don't have a clear sense based on data and information about whether pollution is a substantial cause in addition to the pollutant that we're listing it for the impact to the biological community. So that would be one way we could go. You know, I will say that in the short term, Ms. Fitzgerald mentioned this before, there would not be any requirement to initiate a TMDL based on impacts to benthic or other biological communities, because both the listing policy and just the fact that they're not a pollutant means that there's no obligation to do a TMDL. So I don't actually anticipate that there would be any short-term impacts other than perhaps the regional board might require some additional information or additional assessment for discharges to these 5 water bodies. They might speak to that if you ask them to, but it would be nice to have for the next listing cycle to have a clear place, a clear subcategory to put these water bodies in.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles. Yeah, I'm comfortable with the rationale why Category 3 isn't an appropriate place to have this, and here then I think it's wise to try to develop something along with US EPA regional folks to see what could be developed, particularly for the next cycle. I think would be important. And here your sense that this shouldn't create any real impact within the region, but will be somewhat left to discretion whether or not that does at least lead to further study or desire for further information from the region on that. So yeah, appreciate that. Yeah.
Sorry. Just as as commenters come, I think I would like to understand, given that, are there concrete, in this particular case, concrete impacts to requirements that they would anticipate, given that we're not going to do TMDLs, and this applies if there's also another constituent or contaminant, right? So what impact would this have in a concrete way? Would be helpful to flesh out in your comments as you go forward. But I would agree with your comments, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, board member, and all board members here for the engagement. Anything further? Any further discussion here? And what I would recommend, let's go ahead and just take a quick 10-minute break. We have about 10 commenters left. And so let's, if there isn't any further discussion, looking to my colleagues, then let's go ahead and take a quick 10-minute, and we'll come back here at 4:02 then. Thank you, Ms. Webster. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, I think we begin to gather back. Thanks everyone for entertaining a quick break, and we can now get back to our commenters. And next we'd like to call Cedric Twite, who will be followed by Grant Wilson and then Amanda Carr.
Hello, this is Cedric Dwight, Sierra Pacific Industries. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, for the opportunity to talk. Thank you, board members, and thank you, staff, for a very tough job that you guys have to carry out. Quickly, just to comment on the Battle Creek Alliance's previous comments, they caught me by surprise, but I wanted to share with you the fact that we are the major landowner that they were referring to. And as a matter of fact, we've been collecting continuous water quality monitoring data in that watershed since 2000, 3 separate continuous water quality monitoring stations since 2000. We added 3 more in 2001. Those collect data 24/7, every 15 minutes for a variety of different water quality parameters. So to suggest that that water quality data is not present in that watershed's misleading. That data may not be the sort of data that the Battle Creek Alliance wants to see, but it is true and correct and is available, and we have used it to thwart various antagonistic attacks by that group in our timber harvesting operations. Our comments today are to point out an error in the listing process that was alluded to by Mrs. Fitzgerald as being acceptable, but were in fact corrected inappropriately because the correction was done in a manner that excluded adequate notice or an opportunity for public comment. The logic Mrs. Fitzgerald used to rationalize the correction afforded the BCA submittal an error by staff by not including those water bodies in the draft integrated report does not excuse the board from shortcutting the public process. It was disturbing to hear Mrs. Fitzgerald suggest it was a failure of SPI to make timely comments when in fact it was entirely the board staff's errors of omission in the draft integrated report that caused SPI and the public at large to not have any knowledge of the board staff's interpretation of the Battle Creek Alliance's data and decision to list those 2 watersheds in the revised integrated report. It's in this context that I make the following comments. Sierra Pacific Industries is commenting to express concern with the proposed pH-related Clean Water Act 303D listing of the following water bodies: Rock Creek tributary to Bailey Creek in Shasta County and South Fork of Battle Creek in Tehama County. SPI has owned property in the Great Battle Creek watershed since the 1990s. In 2019, after notification by the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board Force Activity Staff, SPI submitted to the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, CEDN, 9 years of turbidity and rainfall data collected in the Greater Battle Creek watershed and elsewhere on SPI property. Collection occurred at permanent continuous water monitoring stations under standardized field, laboratory, and data management methods, including a quality assurance project plan. Throughout SPI's history in this watershed, no pH-related concerns have been raised in public, regulatory, or scientific settings. As a result, SPI did not include pH data in our initial data upload. Further, SPI did not provide pH-related feedback to the draft 2020-22 integrated report because this potential 303D listing was not disclosed until after the close of public comment period, and more specifically, in the December 17, 2021 response to comments and revised 303D list that accompanied that report. Consequently, SPI and the public did not have adequate notice of this potential listing. While the draft 2022 integrated report included no 303D listings for these watersheds, the finalized report included the above 303D listings for pH. Based on the public and scientific record, it seems possible this sudden addition is based on a Battle Creek Alliance pH data set submitted to the draft integrated report, but previously dismissed. When this was raised by BCA in comments on the draft integrated report, staff appears to have taken it upon themselves to add these watersheds to the TMDL list without public notification or any opportunity for public comment. SPI is concerned that the associated BCA data collection method is not representative of actual stream conditions. Specifically, readings are based on a 7 milliliter, 0.24 tenths of an ounce water sample that is removed from the stream for analysis. Since the temperature of this teeny sample is so impacted by the ambient air temperature, and because pH is so affected by temperature, unstable results are likely inevitable. If the reading is recorded immediately, the pH sensor may not have time to adjust to the water temperature and stabilize. If the reading is delayed until the sensor stabilizes, typically 1 to 3 minutes, then the water temperature of the teeny sample will have increased and affected pH reading. The manufacturer's stated accuracy of plus or minus 0.1 tenth is based on the assumption that the temperature of the calibration standards is the same as the temperature of the samples. This confirms that temperature affects pH readings. The manufacturer's guidelines and protocols are appropriate in a lab setting where the temperature of both the standards and samples are controlled. However, ambient stream measurements require appropriate modifications. The typical procedure for measuring pH would place the device directly into the stream for 1 to 3 minutes, so the pH sensor acclimates and stabilizes to the ambient stream temperature. Finally, the BCA, Battle Creek Alliance QAPP, mentions a daily calibration when sampling, but does not state whether a 1, 2, or 3-point calibration is conducted, or what pH standards, e.g. 4, 7, and or 10 are used. This information is important because it affects the valid measurement range of the Hatch pH Pro Tester. In continuing cooperation with the water boards, on January 14, 2022, SPI submitted to CEDN the pH portion of the above mentioned 9-year data set. With the addition of this substantial pH data set and sufficient time to understand the basis for the pH listing, and insufficient time to understand the basis for the pH listing, SPI requests the 2 specified water bodies be excluded from this 303D listing cycle. We thank you for your consideration of these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I appreciate your comments today. Next, I'd like to call up Grant Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Grant Wilson, and I'm the director at Earth Law Center. We are a nonprofit organization that advocates for Earth-centered laws, including the rights of rivers to exist and flow. As an initial matter, I do want to thank you for your hard work to release a timely integrated report now and in the future. I know it's a huge task, and it's great to see that is on track. I've given similar comments to these before, so I'll be fairly brief. For the past 12 years, a coalition of organizations have asked the state board to identify certain water bodies as impaired due to low flows and other forms of hydromodification based on readily available data, including the most up-to-date data. States can do this in either Category 4C or sometimes together with other impairments in Category 5. In our comment letter in the 2020-2022 integrated report, we reiterated the law, policy, and science reasons for the listing of hydrologically impaired waters. And one of the basic reasons I just want to highlight is just very simple, that the Clean Water Act protects the physical integrity of rivers. It protects flows without which rivers and fish would not exist. And it doesn't make law or policy sense to omit consideration of low flows and other forms of hydromodification when determining whether waterways fail to meet water quality standards and therefore must be listed as impaired. Many other states, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico, and Washington, to name a few in the West, already list waterways as hydrologically impaired. And in the comments we previously submitted, I attached some details about how they do this and what it looks like. In our comment letter, we also submitted a short list of waterways with readily available data clearly supporting hydromodification listings in the Central Coast, Central Valley, and San Diego regions, as well as the Colorado River Basin, through which flows what may be the most dam diverted and otherwise clearly hydrologically impaired waterway in the US and world, the Colorado River. The last thing I want to note is that a growing part of my own work at Earth Law Center is to advance ecological river protections globally. And in many Latin American countries, as well as places like Bangladesh and New Zealand, and even in the United States through some tribal nations and communities, rivers have been recognized as having legal rights, such as a right to be restored to health, rather than just being treated as resources. And I bring this up just as one example of many examples in the past decade of different governments implementing really innovative and restorative approaches to protecting rivers and addressing threats to freshwater systems. And all the while, many Western states in the midst of climate change still fall short of the basic application of the Clean Water Act to flows, which is not to say that these states haven't done many other positive things, because they have. So I bring that up to say that I hope that California, like many governments across the world, can be innovative, bold, and restorative with its water policy, particularly for the sake of future generations and for rivers themselves, which don't always have a clear voice in these processes. And so to bring it back to my main point, in sum, I once again express my support for hydro modification listings in the integrated report. Even if it's just a handful of waterways at this time, I think that would be a step in the right direction. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you sticking with us today and providing your good insight and comment here. I appreciate the time and comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Amanda Carr, who will be followed by Caitlin Rich. Good afternoon.
Good. Sorry. Can you hear me? I'm still looking at you, Chair. I was expecting to see myself. So thank you. Chair Esquivel and members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about our comments on the proposed listings for the 303D cycle for Region 9. In particular, I'll be linking back to many of the comments that Karen Cowan made at the beginning of our comment process. And like to fully support the comments that CASQA has put forward on behalf of many NPDES permittees, and in particular, the permittees within Orange County. My name is Amanda Carr. I'm Deputy Director for OC Environmental Resources. We are the lead permittee for the Orange County region within the San Diego regional permit. So I am speaking on behalf of the County of Orange, the Orange County Flood Control District, and our fellow permittees within South Orange County in the Region 9 area. In particular, I'd like to, as others have, really recognized the efforts by regional and state board staff. This is a huge, huge undertaking to look at water quality assessment on a statewide basis. But I very much appreciate the opportunity to bring some local information and implications forward through my comments today. And specifically, I'd like to speak to the Shell and benthic community listings for Orange County within Region 9. The Shell listings, I feel, are particularly problematic because they lack a justifiable scientific basis. The Shell water quality objectives are based on century-old science, and this has specifically been noted in the 2011 to 13 Ocean Plan Triennial Review, in which state board staff outlined significant changes to the shellfish harvesting objectives to address these flaws, but this work has not progressed. And so this regulatory issue and really risk to public safety for consumption of shellfish still remain unaddressed. And in particular, I'm all the more aware of this because my other region, Region 8, houses the shellfish TMDL for the Newport Bay watershed. And through that TMDL, through collaborative efforts funded by the Newport Bay Watershed NPDES permittees, as well as the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board, we have funded studies that are ongoing through SWRCB that have shown that water column concentrations of total coliforms and fecal coliforms do not correlate with unsafe levels of viral pathogens found in bivalve shellfish. So we have specific paired tissue data and water column quality data that clearly show that this water quality objective is not protective of the beneficial use. In fact, in our dry weather monitoring, which has been the first phase of the work that we've done, we are not finding pathogens in shellfish at all in dry weather. But there can be exceedances of the water column concentrations that would indicate impairment of the water quality objective, but not of the actual beneficial use. And so I would really very much encourage, if state board members are interested in hearing more about this work, of having Steve Weisberg come forward from SWRCB. He can really walk you through all the technical information. And we are continuing that work and moving on to look at whether any correlation exists during wet weather. That being said, I guess I am unclear why these shellfish listings are being proposed now. It is my understanding that these shell listings in Region 9 were not proposed by regional board staff in their listing assessment, and they have been added by state board staff. And frankly, Rec 1 listings have been in place for many of these locations since the early 90s, and a Rec 1 TMDL was adopted in the early 2000s, and shell listings have never been previously proposed. All the while, if a location does not meet Rec 1 standards, they don't meet shell standards. So, I mean, I think a lot of times regional boards and state board have been whistling past the graveyard on this issue because they know the problematic nature of this objective. And so I'm not certain why these listings are coming forward now. In addition, as Karen pointed out in her comments, you know, it's not just about whether a TMDL will be adopted and I very much appreciate the point that was made earlier that TMDLs for these listings are deprioritized and are not recommended to move forward until more work on the objective is done. However, as Karen pointed out, 303D listings have much broader implication in a lot of NPDES permits, not only on the municipal side, but within the construction general permit as well as the industrial general permit, and trigger a lot of work. So for Orange County and our permittees in particular, this listing will trigger revision of our water quality improvement plan and require us to develop new actions and regulatory management actions with documentable reasonable assurance of achievement of the water quality objectives in order to address constituents that we know do not track with improving or reducing the risk of shellfish consumption. So we are going to be forced to develop programs and to take actions to address total coliform and fecal coliform and not have any beneficial impact on whether or not shellfish in these areas will then be safe to eat. Additionally, this will require a lot more monitoring, a lot more data analysis, and a lot more reporting, again, on constituents that don't provide environmental benefit or human health protection because they don't correlate with the pathogen impact within shellfish tissue itself. So I guess I just really like to make clear that proceeding with flawed listings really ends up creating needless regulatory churn at the local permittee level, at the regional board level, and the state board level to then go back and fix these listings after we have addressed the water quality objectives issues and further down the road, but they trigger a lot of requirements in the meantime. So I would really request that we take a look at why are we proposing these listings at this time when this information about whether or not the shellfish standard is being met, I believe has been available for decades. And then I would also request that in addition to the language that's already within the resolution, that it deprioritizes the shell listings that deprioritizes the development of TMDLs for these shell listings, that it also recognizes and recommends deprioritizing any permit actions in addition to TMDL development until the shell objective has been addressed, if these listings are to move forward. My recommendation would be to continue to exercise discretion in not adding new shell listings at this time until the shell objective has been addressed. But if that is not possible, to deprioritize any additional permit actions until that has happened. And then I think in closing, in general, what this really highlights, and I think is echoed in many of the other commenters who have gone on before me, is that if we are not confident in our water quality objectives, if we understand that there are flaws in our water quality objectives, that's the first domino in the regulatory process. And I think the state board should really be able to set its own priorities in what it addresses. And I think addressing and revisiting and reevaluating water quality objectives has been something that we have long wanted to do, but haven't been able to set that priority for ourselves. And so I think as a board, I would really encourage focusing on addressing issues within the water quality objectives, because then all of our subsequent regulatory decisions are really standing on firm footing, and there's much less churning and arguing as we move forward, and for potentially unattended consequences of, if we make this decision now, what does that do for dominoes down the way? So I appreciate the opportunity to make these comments. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. I do appreciate the constructive suggestion of adding at least within the resolution, not just mention of development of TMDLs, but perhaps permit requirements. Would like to get a sense from staff how they feel on that, and if it's a way to help further alleviate concern. But to your point, the concern and the real issue is perhaps around the objective, and that's within the basin plan, that's within the regional boards, real important purview here. And although the desire, I hear clearly, not just on this, but iron as well, and we've heard cases for otherwise, to make that decision at this point within the actual 303D list and the integrated report is not really a desire of mine. But I hear the clear frustration and agree with you actually that we should be better resourcing what is important update and work here within the basin plans, so that the objectives are reflective of best science and our understanding of the work and need. But Ms. Fitzgerald, at least on the good constructive suggestion to at least add some language here to the resolution when it comes to permit actions, is that agreeable, or is it creating some issue here that I'm not thinking of?
Well, I don't have any immediate opposition to it. I see Phil is also on the line, so I may defer Mr. Wiles to you.
Yeah, so I'll just point out, I think there's a bit of a problem with being too directive in terms of how the regional boards should use their discretion at this stage. I do think that it's going to be probably case by case about whether a regional board.
Do you want me to forward you the same?
Excuse me, I'm pulling up some other. All right, there we go. Multiple meetings at once. Sorry about that. I think there's some problem with being too directive. I do think that it's fine to encourage the regional boards to use their discretion where appropriate for water quality objectives or beneficial uses that we might be changing in the future. But until we change them, we don't really have a basis for saying to not apply them. So some of the permits that we have out there do allow for some discretion. For example, I believe that for Region 9, there can be a conversation with the regional board about what's appropriate for revisions to the water quality improvement plan. I'll point out for the industrial general permit, the solution there is it's spelled out in the permit, and it's to either demonstrate that bacteria are not present at the facility or eliminate exposure to stormwater. So it's not quite as dire as it's been presented. But yes, we can work
That's
on.
fair. I appreciate that.
We can work on some language in terms of encouraging the regional boards to use discretion where appropriate.
I'd be in support, and thank you, Mr. Wiles. Looking at other board colleagues, though, to please weigh in, and otherwise share any thought.
Yeah, I really agree. I think it's a good point. It's, folks have said that, I think, made clear that there's some permit actions that are triggered, it sounds like, by listings. And, we're saying in the resolution that we don't think that some should be prioritized for TMDLs. And so figuring out how we navigate that line of not telling regional boards they can't do that, since certainly that's the way our system works and that's their permit, and this doesn't amend their permits. But maybe signaling that, the same way that we are with TMDLs, that from our perspective, this is an area that they may want to exercise some discretion on. And I also just echo the frustration. I feel like this is, I just see this in everything. We were just talking about water rates, and now in this context too, where, what's really needed here is to, adopt regulations on, adopt the Basin Plan Amendment and more, specific and updated objectives, or in some cases site-specific objectives, or the biostimulatory policy. These are really big actions that absolutely we need to do, and yet they take a really long time. And in the meantime, we're operating within the system that we have. And so, I feel like I saw the same thing just in the earlier discussion around water rights and the Kern River. It's just, to really address these issues correctly, it's just a much more comprehensive process that takes a lot of time and isn't immediate, and it's incredibly frustrating. So I don't know, unfortunately, I'm not seeing the way around it. Just the working with the system we have. But I don't know, I'll just, echo the frustration on that. I guess we can blame it on resources, but also just the trade-offs between having a really deliberative, thorough regulatory and Basin Plan Amendment process, and then the time it takes on that. Anyway, just my my echoing of those frustrations. I agree with what you said, Chair.
Thank you, board member. Yeah, and as we get here now more on time with doing the integrated report and get quicker at doing it, these issues, these tensions between work that needs to be further done on water quality objectives and basin plans, and then what becomes reflected within the 303D list as we pursue it, is becoming more evident and more obvious here amongst us, I think. Board member McGuire.
Yeah, I share all of your frustrations and confusion even on this approach and how to do this. So I'm just going to, this came up earlier with Ms. Cowan's comments. I'm just going to bring it up again. And that is to the extent that, if we do have discretion here to make a decision, make a call to say, hey, do not list this cycle, that would be the other path. That may be a path that the regional board has chosen over the decades. Ms. Carr, I think, suggested that. That would buy us some time. If we're thinking about, hey, let's provide some suggested language or direction for the regional boards to not take action on permitting activities and such, perhaps this is another way to get to the same end goal. And at the same time, prioritize doing something, whether it's through the Ocean Plan Review or Region 9, updating their basin plan. It seems like there's other ways we can get to revised water quality objectives, whatever that outcome may be. So I think for me, I just would like to hear again from maybe Mr. Wiles or others, if that is an option that I could offer up or not.
Jonathan, did you want to respond?
I just wanted to jump in real quick and say, it's not likely that that the next listing cycle this will get resolved, or the one after that. I do believe Amanda is correct that this has been an issue that's been out there forever, and it has not always been looked at. Only some of the regions have looked at it, not all of them have looked at their bacteria. But in San Diego, if they've had a listing for recreational exceedances, if they had compared it to the shellfish, it would have exceeded the shellfish, since the shellfish is much lower than that. But I do want the board to realize that this is not a process that we're in the end game on, and that's going to be concluded in the next couple of years. It's many years out.
Mr. Bishop, Vice Chair.
Thank you. I think for me, on these issues that we'll be looking at as we close out, there just seems to be this tension between the role that we now have with the integrated report, moving expeditiously, but thoughtfully and carefully. But we've got this timeline, and so I think I agree with Board Member McGuire. I'm struggling on this as well, but for me, it's maybe more big picture, looking for where staff feels that the category 5 is appropriate, looking for some additional space for us where, had we had additional time, maybe we could get more comfortable with a category 5. And for those of us who might be leaning toward a category 3 or some other approach where we don't have a consensus of the board, just looking for some other, whether it's through resolution language or some other vehicle to point to the need for ongoing work where maybe a category 3 isn't the right fit.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair. I'd be supportive of language that here, as we've heard from Ms. Fitzgerald, there are ongoing conversations with US EPA and desire for additional ones around this parking lot category, a category that could be developed that can better suit the purposes here of kind of these items that deserve here some incorporation. The work and data is there. It is reflective of what are objectives that are existing in basin plans, but can help ease what is the concern around the triggering of additional requirements and work on when it comes to 303D listings. So, maybe that's, and regrettably, we're not going to be, I think, here close to your point to being able to have consensus amongst the 5 of us on a way best to move forward. So perhaps resolution language speaking to it, finding a desire to, figure out what this additional category could potentially be that's amenable to US EPA is maybe a worthwhile direction to provide to be able to give space to what could be a potential future solution here. Knowing that, as Mr. Bishop said as well, here even on the shellfish issue or any one of the individual ones, there's still years out potentially for resolution. Mr. Wiles.
Oh, I was just going to respond to that. We can, if you give us a little bit of time at the end, we can put together some language for the board to consider. And along the lines of what you just said, it may be 2 different new subcategories. One dealing with the pollution issue and biological communities, and another where we have some level of certainty. I don't know what that level would be exactly, but there's a likelihood that we will be revising the objective or the beneficial use in the future and trying to come up with a place to put that or put those potential listings instead of putting them in category 5. I think that actually, if we can work with EPA on that, that might be the best path forward, because for all the other ones where we are suggesting deferring listing, it's generally based on a lack of adequate information for assessment, as opposed to a sort of a problem where we know that we're working on revising the objectives.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles. I think that sounds good. Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just say, I concur with the comments and fellow board members have made, and just ask staff are looking at drafting that language in addition to asking the regional board to use discretion on TMDLs and adding requirements to permits. If they can also, if necessary, add the language for discretion for investigatory orders for 13267s, because that would be the other category that would require the additional work and research around these areas that we're not too sure about at the moment, and so just would ask that to be considered along with the resolution language.
Good call. Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Ms. Carr. I appreciate your comments. And hopefully this, again, although not the complete ask of just eliminating the shellfish, but hopefully this helps give some comfort to the concerns that are being voiced here. So thank you for that.
Very much so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Next, I believe we have Dagmara Saini, and after that, have speak if need only, and I think only a handful of folks that are left that are still there. Regina Chicazola and Jim Murray. So
actually, Chair Esquivel,
yes.
Caitlin Rich is the next person.
Oh, I apologize. I completely skipped over Caitlin. Ms. Rich, apologies. Good to see you.
It's all good. I had a disconnection. So just hi to the chair and board members. I just have a really quick comment. So my name is Caitlin Rich, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center, also known as SWRCB, and we're located in Twain Harte, California. And we have engaged in years of water sampling throughout our local region, and biologists with our center have submitted years of data to the State Water Board. And we just wanted to acknowledge the extensive work that by the Water Board staff that went into this extensive data evaluation effort, and thank the staff for putting together such a timely and important technical report. So we really wanted to express our support for the approval of the included streams in our Central Sierra Nevada region into the 2020-2022 California Integrated Report that is before the board for consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rich. I appreciate your patience and engaging here with us on the project and your good comments. So thank you for your organization's long history of submitting data. As we've heard today, it's such a huge and key backbone to our work is that relationship and that submittal of data. So thank you, much appreciated.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Dagmara Saini.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Dagmara Saini, and I'm a program manager at the City of Stockton. I'm here today providing testimony for both the City of Stockton and for the County of San Joaquin municipal stormwater programs, since we work very closely to implement our programs. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments on the 2020-2022 California Integrated Report and understand the effort involved in conducting this assessment. We would like to specifically acknowledge our appreciation of staff efforts in working with us for delisting of the Lower Calaveras River, Mosher Slough, Smith Canal, since it is equally as important to identify and delist the water bodies that are attaining the water quality standards. Similar to the other commenters, we have concerns about the lack of transparency in the development of the report. It is critical that the public understands what specific data, the methodologies and analysis that were conducted, and how the conclusions were derived. Although a great deal of information was communicated in the fact sheets, the specific data used for the analysis was not provided in there. So if that would be wonderful. Without these elements, in the water body fact sheets and the spreadsheets that were accompanied. Reviewing or recreating the analysis requires intensive time and resources, and without that clarity, it's hard to know if it was replicated correctly. We would like to reiterate our request that this detail be provided as part of the water body fact sheets in the future. I also want to take a little bit of time to talk about the listing decisions for the pyrethroids in the Central Valley. Multiple listings within the Central Valley included those in French Camp Slough, had listing decisions for pyrethroids and bifenthrin of category 5, which is that a TMDL is needed to be developed. It is unclear why the listing for this category would be selected, since there is an adopted basin plan amendment already for the control of pyrethroid pesticide discharges, which establishes the pyrethroid concentration goals and the program of implementation of surface waters in Sacramento and the San Joaquin River watersheds in the Central Valley. So in fact, the staff report for the program stated that the following development of previous basin plan amendments to address the insecticides was determined that a comprehensive basin plan amendment determined that multiple water bodies and multiple pesticides would likely be it would be more cost effective and efficient if rather than developing the plan amendments and the TMDLs for all of the individual water bodies and the individual compounds. So thus there's already a regulatory program in place that addresses the impairment and the intent to holistically address the pesticides. So again, I just want to highlight that there is a management plan already in place, the pyrethroid control program. And since there is already a comprehensive regional regulatory program in place that explicitly addresses the pyrethroid pesticides and potential new listings like the French Camp Slough, we should include a more representative category such as 4B or 5C or 5 Alt, which include the program being expected to be addressed by other TMDLs. I guess this concludes my testimony for your consideration, and we just want to tell you thank you, and we really appreciate the excitement that you showed right before lunch about this. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ayeni. I really appreciate you sticking with us today. I know it's been a long day, but here providing your good comment and flags and concerns. I'll just say when it comes to the openness and transparency of which we're documenting our decisions and providing data that's replicable in our analysis, it's really core and important for us to do so. And would note, I know that here, particularly with the integrated report, we're greater moving toward an ability for everyone to better really see the back end data, if you will, to check our homework and be able to be communicative and clear as to how folks can do that. So we're trying to get better. I know this here report is still even greater in its ability to communicate that data and transparency than our last. And so here I share your desire for us to continue to move in that direction, and hopefully just at least the improvements that folks have seen here as we move forward these last years are an example of where we're wanting to head. So thank you for your comments. I really do appreciate it. Next, I think we have Regina Chicazola and then Jill Murray. And I'll note, Jared Voskuil, I thought I saw your name associated with the integrated report at some point here. And so I don't know if you are still with us. Maybe I think you just dropped off. But if you have comment, please do so as well. Ms. Chicazola.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, my internet's not being great right now. Okay. First of all, I wanted to thank the Central Valley Water Board for finally getting some temperature listings on the mainstream Sacramento. I was involved in the 303D list the last time around for 2018 listings, I believe, and there was already enough data at that point for the listings, at least at Night Landing. And now I see that there is 3 listings in the Sacramento. And I feel like I heard it said earlier that people were upset that there are temperature listings happening, and that the board said, well, don't worry, now it's not a priority. But I really can't think. I've been involved in the triennial review process at the Central Valley Water Board. I've been involved in the pyrethroid project and the irrigated lands program. And truthfully, temperature is key to getting at the flow issues within these watersheds. And when there's not enough flows, the agricultural pollution and the pesticides are more concentrated, and that can affect people's drinking water supplies. And I think that if all these listings in the Central Valley show anything, it's that the irrigated lands programs are not really working well, because we just keep seeing more and more agricultural chemical listings. And I'm really hoping that we get some TMDLs in place and the program becomes more effective. But in the meanwhile, we really need to protect these cold water inflows and temperatures in these rural areas and in these upriver areas, because if we don't, then we're not going to be able to deal with the salinity issues in the Delta, and we're not going to be able to deal with the concentrations of pesticides such as pyrethroids. And so I just want to talk a little really quickly about the importance of this process, but not only of this process, but of this Central Valley Water Board not backing down because of some of these comments. It is really crucial that these temperature issues are looked at, especially due to climate change, and especially due to some of these trends that we're seeing with large-scale fish kills in our previously really important tributaries, such as Battle Creek and Butte Creek and some of in the upper Sacramento River. So like I said, I really do thank the board and the staff for taking these temperature issues and these pesticide issues seriously this time around, and making sure that the data comes in and that the listings do happen. But I really do think like a temperature TMDL moving quickly is critical in light of climate change. And it's not just that the fish are suffering, which they are, but these cold water inputs are critical for people's water supply to continue to be clean enough to drink. And so I know that the regulated community is not happy about some of these listings. I know so there are people in rural communities where these watersheds are so critical that are not happy about there being so much more monitoring happening, and people's water actually having to be curtailed at times. But this process is really needed, and the Central Valley Water Board continuing to look at the importance of temperature and making sure that that data is collected is so critical right now. And so I just would like to flag that and say that I don't think the Central Valley Water Board should deprioritize that issue. And then with that being done, I also wanted to say, I think we really need to work on the irrigated lands program being more effective, because if we're going to continue to have like this many listings of chemicals that are largely agricultural chemicals, then we have to think about the effectiveness of our permitting and our programs, because I don't want to see like massive new listings of chemicals from agricultural runoff happening the way it is. I mean, no one does. No one wants the extra work. So if we can stop the runoff from being so bad from at least agriculture, then maybe we can figure out a way for us not to have to go through all this extra process. And I think that's probably my time. Again, thank you so much. I know this is a really difficult, long process. And I think that is just really important. Looking forward, we think of some solutions to these critical pesticide and temperature issues.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chicazola. Appreciate your patience today. I know it's been a long day, but continued great contributions to our discussions. So thank you. And I apologize. I think I've been mispronouncing or missaying your name and saying Jim. We have Jill Murray here with us. Good to see you, Jill. Thank you. You should be invited to unmute.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to the board. I am speaking on behalf of the City of Santa Barbara's Creeks Division. And we submitted a comment letter on the draft integrated report, and we're really pleased with our regional board's responses via some conversation and in the written comments responses. We have a shared interest in water quality, and we were able to exchange a lot of valuable information in that dialogue. I also really appreciate all of the hard work that has gone into the draft report. We now want to add to our comment based on the aluminum change letter that was released last Friday. And we did get a heads up on that a little bit ahead of time from our regional board, but not with any content. So we didn't really know what was coming. In the change letter, the water board acknowledged that the aluminum criteria were not applied appropriately due to a lack of constituents required to calculate or understand the bioavailability of aluminum. As you know, hard water and dissolved organic carbon and pH can lead to lower, in California especially, can lead to lower bioavailability and associated toxicity from metals. And this change letter also noted that in the future, additional efforts would be made. Not only would the listings be postponed, but the assessments be postponed, but that between now and the next cycle, the additional they would make an effort to gather the data from the additional constituents that are required to calculate the bioavailability. And this is something that we noted in our comment letter. But we also noted that the criteria for selenium and copper were also not applicable for similar reasons. The selenium criteria are presently being revised by the state, as far as I can tell, by looking at all the different websites and links and timing and all of that, that the state is currently revising the selenium criteria and that it will include bioavailability calculations and or tissue accumulation data. And so it doesn't seem right that outdated criteria that do not address bioavailability should be used right now and then put things on the 303D list, which are then harder to get off should we need to. For copper, the national recommended water quality criteria from the current table states that freshwater copper criteria should be calculated using the biotic ligand model, which requires simultaneous collection of several other analytes similar to the aluminum, but also includes a lot of other ions that compete with copper in the organism's receptors. So my group has done this because we had measured total copper years ago and said, this is the only metal that looks suspicious. As far as toxicity goes, we need to understand this more. And so we found the biotic ligand model, collected several samples with all of the different constituents, and we didn't find any exceedances. And so that did not alert us as a water quality concern. So we were really surprised to see all these metals on the new listings. To postpone the aluminum listing, but not examine selenium and copper, and perhaps some other metals from some other listings that I didn't look at because they didn't address our water bodies, will likely lead to overly protective listings that will draw resources away from more toxic constituents. We therefore request that the water board address these constituents with a change letter prior to adoption of the integrated report. And if you have already done this analysis, because they were able to look at, gather some data for aluminum and make an educated estimate that aluminum wasn't going to probably become a high priority metal. If you've already done that for selenium and copper, please share the review or at least mention that in the report. And because if this is not done, if this is not specified, it's doubtful that the required additional constituents will be collected between now and the next listing cycle. So something at least should be written about this. Finally, in regards to the very real impacts of 303D listings, I will share some perspective from a permitted municipality. In addition to the TMDLs that everyone's already discussed, the MPDES general permits for phase 2 communities have had increasing monitoring requirements over the last few cycles. And the monitoring is specifically required based on the 303D listed pollutants and water bodies. So we will probably have to discuss with our water board and add a lot more sampling for our next permit cycle. And this really does take away, very literally takes away from some of the issues that we are studying that we think are really high priority right now. Our top issues right now are neonicotinoid pesticides, potential human waste contamination getting into the storm drains. And we're starting to really tackle microplastics. And when we have to shift to meet water board monitoring requirements, we're a small group and it has a real impact. So if you are going to update some of the I didn't totally follow everything about adding some language, the parking lot language, but perhaps you could add for listings that aren't made using that they're made using a criteria that are under some review, that maybe those don't need to be necessarily or de facto included in the 303D monitoring required by the general stormwater permits. And with that, I will thank you for your consideration. And I probably can't answer questions, but I'll take any if you have them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Murray. I appreciate your as well patience here, but delivery of good comments and just much appreciated. Thank you. Fellow board colleagues, additional thoughts, questions, concerns, and then otherwise, I know we have provided some direction on potential changes and or additional language for the resolution. Anything else from anyone?
Chair Esquivel.
Yes, Ms. Townsend.
Jared Voskuil is back on.
Oh, okay. Mr. Voskuil, would you like to have a comment here? And if not, no need either. So good evening.
Chair Esquivel, this is, hi. I know, I guess it's 5 o'clock now, so good evening. Thanks again. Sorry for having to do this over the telephone. Chair Esquivel and board members, this is Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA. And again, we just wanted to kind of begin by reiterating our thanks and recognition to your staff for connecting with all of our members to resolve issues that arose over the last 6 months with the listing cycle and the public process. Innumerable members at the board were so generous with their time and applied so much effort to meet and discuss complex and technical data issues, analyses, and the determinations from them. And we are very, very appreciative to them for engaging with us to this extent. Our comments are mostly process oriented. And we do understand that a lot of the processes in this listing cycle were driven by the timelines from the ELC litigation in 2019. And as I understand it, this in effect reduced a critical stage from the prior listing cycles, namely that regional water board stakeholder process before the state water boards process. And it appears on the integrated report cycle webpage that the 2024 report cycle will restore that step with the regional water board input before yours. And we wanted to seek clarification for that, but also encourage that step due to their understandings and local familiarity with water bodies in their respective region and the processes that they conduct to reach their decisions. And, I think also that there, as I understood it, with some of the deliberation today, that it sounded like this point was recognized and you were trying to find a way to draft through resolution or other means solutions for giving back some of that discretion to the board in their determination on how to proceed. And we're supportive of that. I also understand it. There are so many new listings this cycle, and a lot of that I think was because of the new automated data processing tools that were utilized this time. I think that was the first time that they'd been used to this extent, and having to calibrate their accuracy, further time really was needed beyond the deadline that you're having to deal with right now to comply with EPA's requirements. And so, our hope is that in the next listing cycle for 2024, lessons that were learned this time will be applied to that. So San Francisco and LA and Santa Ana regions and our members there will be able to, make the adjustments that need to be made, before this is back in front of you for your review and adoption of those lists. So, to close out, I want to reiterate our support for Debbie Webster's comments regarding the benefit communities and on just the use of that CSCI score 0.79 and how that's conducted in lieu of the forthcoming proceedings on the biostimulatory and biointegrity policy. But I hadn't really planned to comment on the substance today, just on the process. And hearing a lot of the issues that folks have raised, it really does seem like your staff is being as responsive as possible to the concerns, and that is not going unnoticed. And we're very appreciative and grateful for all the work you're doing. So we hope you have a great evening, and thank you for sticking through this to the nighttime. And we'll see you at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate it, Mr. Voskel, and yes, appreciate your good comments here. Fellow board colleagues, any other thought, consideration?
I just wanted to say I'm very interested in seeing the proposed resolution language as well, and so I'm open to that. And I would also like to hear, just keying off of Mr. Voskel's comment about regional board engagement in the next listing cycle. I think that does go to a lot of the concerns that I've had this afternoon. So I would appreciate hearing from staff about how they propose to work with the regional boards going forward, if that's going to change from what we had to do in this sort of rushed cycle. I'd like to hear a little bit of input on that.
So I would like to say this is not a rush cycle. This is the new normal. If we're going to meet a 2-year schedule, the first time we've ever met a 2-year schedule, and if we're going to continue to meet a 2-year schedule. So I don't want to give the impression to the board that this one was rushed to meet something and that we're going to have more time in the next one. We're already in the middle of the next one right now, and we're I don't remember, but I think we're in the solicitation for the one after that. So there is a big concern about how do we, in a 2-year time frame, bring the regions into to have their own public process and then a public process at the state board. We are trying to work with the regions to figure out how we would do that, but it does concern me because we don't have the luxury of missing our deadlines.
If I may just add, I wanted to share that there's been, a lot of coordination between state board and regional water board staff, including supporting regional board workshops during the public comment process for these integrated report cycles so that they can be held locally in the regions. We can be there to help answer questions. Regional board staff are there in order to at least, that's kind of our minimum when we are administrating the cycle at the state board, in order to provide an opportunity for at least the draft to be shared and discussed within the regions. So we're committed to that. I just wanted to add that point here as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I know we're working on the issues we've already been discussing. I just wanted to double check, we do our prioritization work plan each year, and I know the biostimulatory policy is on that list. And like we said, it takes longer than a year or two to adopt a policy like that. So that's still some years out, but at least I know that one is on there. And, I do think from this discussion today, hopefully we're all hearing and staff is hearing, and we're all in agreement that that is definitely a priority. It's on the list. We already said it as a priority. And I think this only strengthens that as a priority. And then on the shellfish objective, that one, maybe this is where staff could just clarify. I know that's in the ocean plan process of priorities, but that I didn't see it on the list for this work plan. I think we're instead prioritizing the one we listed was acidification and hypoxia. So I think that that's correct, but if it doesn't mean we're not moving forward in some way, but it also means that that isn't high on the top priorities, even within the ocean plan. So just in terms of expectations of timeline to address that issue, I think it's important for us, just wanted to make sure that I was reading that right. And then, I think just hear thoughts about, it seems like that still lies with us to address that. Is there any other space that is being addressed either through a region in a more site-specific way, or just understanding better how that might be moving forward? I know it's on our list generally in terms of ocean plan priorities, but looks like it's not at the very top immediately.
You're correct. It's not at the very top, and it's not likely to be a project that we really pick up this year, potentially next year. One thing I can share is Karen Cowan and us, we're partnering, Casco and us are partnering on a bacteria summit later this year, in which we want to discuss this as well as recreational issues associated with shellfish objectives, and really kind of prioritize what is really the most critical potential standards setting component associated with bacteria that we want to pick up. Having that conversation with regulators and the regulated community and academia, and hopefully that can maybe guide us just a little bit then. And do we pick up a shellfish objective, or do we focus on other recreational new parameters that are coming into place for looking at recreational impacts as well? But that's a very long-winded way of, basically answering that. We don't have a project immediately keyed up, with the scope, with staff for ocean plan bacteria at this time.
And I don't know, I know Ms. Cowan has her hands up, but I'm just on that question. Is it possible to hear from Ms. Cowan?
Yeah, by all means, Ms. Cowan.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Board Member Firestone and Chair Esquivel, for letting me chime in. So Rebecca and I have been working with some other folks, as she noted, on putting together this summit, and we're not quite there yet to fully put out the save the date. We want to make sure that we communicate what it's about very clearly to everybody, but you should know that is in the works, and our intention is universally to look at everything and figure out our solutions for recreation. And what we've been talking about is, how much do we bite off? Do we take rec and shell together? Because that's a lot. Or do we focus on what generally has been the priority, is addressing the safe to swim concept, right, from rec? And we've had this very discussion. What do we do then with all the shellfish listings? And if the objective is based on the same approach, but just lower, we could come up with the world's best solutions from a regulatory and technical perspective, but literally solve nothing unless we address shell. So I don't think we've answered that yet, but I think this conversation, you should know about that. We're talking about it, and perhaps, I know this won't be the last time we all talk about it.
Thanks, that's all really helpful.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, Ms. Cowan and Ms. Fitzgerald. Appreciate it. Other comments, questions, thoughts?
I just wanted real quick, got a lot of thoughts, but just Ms. Murray with Santa Barbara, heard last comments about aluminum and then selenium and copper. I don't want to go into that, but just the general concept of using the biotic ligand model. I know that's something we are looking at least for copper and zinc. And so the issue of, are we collecting the data? Are permittees collecting the right constituent data to actually assess those types of constituents in the first place, I think is one that I just want to flag. I'd like to hear more about. I think aluminum, we learned a lot about here, that we have the new criteria, and we were collecting aluminum data, but maybe not hardness and such. And I hope we can, as we look at these new objectives going forward, we can find ways to start training, educating folks that are going to be collecting this type of information to make sure that we're getting a good data set day one. So just wanted to put a pin in that.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate that. Quick check-in, perhaps to Mr. Wiles and staff. How much time folks think they need for additionally for language? We can take a break here if needed.
I think we could use a break. We have a lot of cooks in the kitchen. Somebody who knows much more than I, Mr. Bishop, suggested 20 minutes if the board's amenable to that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. How about we then reconvene here at 5:30? It's 5:12, so 18 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. I'll see you. We'll see each other here at 5:30 then. And thank everyone for their good participation and discussion here. And see you soon. Thank you. All right, everyone. I think we can begin together back here. And first, we'll actually check in and see if folks are done developing language.
Chair Esquivel, we could have used those 2 minutes, but I think no, we will go ahead and share with you what we've come up with so far. There may be some reason to discuss the draft for sure, though. Let's see, I have not sent it to Janine. Is that what I should do right now, Janine?
Go ahead and send it to Courtney
To Courtney, okay. Give me 1 minute, please.
and CC me, please.
Okay. Okay, it's on its way to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles.
All right, thanks, Courtney. If it would be helpful, I could walk the board members through what we've got here. So it's, for your consideration, it's 3 revisions to the resolution. This is on top of the change sheet that was already distributed. So the first one
Mr.
would
Wiles,
be,
I apologize. Before you begin, Ms. Tyler, do you mind just zooming in so that it might be able to help with readability for some? So thank you.
okay. So the first change would be for the 3 recitals where we discuss concerns with shellfish, temperature, and also the errors that we've identified but did not have time to correct. And so therefore we will correct them for the 2024 integrated report cycle. It's adding just encouragement to the regional boards to use their discretion where it's appropriate when they are imposing obligations based on those listings. The second is to address the biological populations and communities. And this is to have the board direct the staff to work with US EPA to come up with a new subcategory under category 4. And I want to stress category 4 is the category that does not need a TMDL. And to use this essentially as a place to put water bodies where we have an impairment of either the benthic or other biological population. And I will say under the listing policy that we also, again, need to have, to even be talking about this, we also need to have an impairment of a pollutant that is associated with the biological population impairment. But to create this new subcategory, so we could put the biological population issue here while we try to figure out whether the impairment to the biological population is caused by pollution in addition to the associated pollutant. And this is the subcategory where, you know, there just is no clear place to put these water bodies. EPA's guidance and their categories, their subcategories currently assume that we have a very clear idea about whether pollution is a cause or not. And then number 3 is an attempt to deal with some of the board members' issues where there's a concern that, like shellfish, but potentially for other pollutants as well, other water quality standards as well, where we've identified 2 things essentially. One, that the regional board or the state board has actually acknowledged the water quality standard itself probably is more stringent than necessary. And I'm going in reverse order. And also number 1, they're doing something about it. They're either actively working on revising the standard, or they've at least put it on the triennial review list. I'll drop a footnote there and I'll come back to it. But talking to US EPA about whether we can put a new subcategory here under category 3 also does not require a TMDL for these situations. I do think it's worth having a conversation about whether or not we want to even identify the triennial review list as, explicitly as where a regional board or state board might have a water quality standard revision project. We don't want to, essentially now have everybody show up at the triennial review and really advocate strongly to have something put on the list, whether or not there's really a good basis for concluding that that standard probably is likely to be more stringent than necessary. So we might want to consider some options. I will point out though that this is, this would be also a topic for a conversation with US EPA staff. So we wouldn't necessarily be wed to exactly this approach. We would come back to the board after those conversations, and presumably if we get some traction with US EPA, we would come back with some new subcategories for the 2024 listing cycle. We did think it was important, if we do go this way for number 3, to have an update with respect to each of the projects where a water quality standard is being considered for revision, just so that this doesn't end up becoming sort of a black hole where projects, good intentions are that the project will happen and it just never happens.
Can I ask maybe a question on this, just as I'm thinking about the approach here with the third one? I mean, there are lots of things that we're in the process of, that we've identified in the triennial review, and we're in the process of needing to adopt that would actually strengthen water quality objectives like tribal beneficial uses. And this sort of seems like a one-way street where we're saying, you don't, we're just gonna acknowledge work to where we think it's more stringent, but not recognize the need to flag areas where there's plans to strengthen it.
So the reason for that, well, it is one way, because we're talking about if we're going to strengthen the objective, there's no reason not to list it now with a weaker water quality objective.
Right.
So that's why it's one way.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just, but we're not listing things that don't that aren't also already impaired by a less stringent standard. I mean, I understand in practical ways why.
So we don't want to put everything that we're potentially working on into a new category and not do a TMDL if we know that the direction we're going is to make it more stringent.
Yeah.
We don't want to wait to work on it.
Agreed. I guess I just feel like we're creating this sort of like new subcategory with the intent of recognizing that we are where we are, but water quality standards are changing because that's what basin plan, amendments are. That's what the triennial review is. And so we're kind of flagging and creating this whole new subcategory to sort of recognize that. And it just feels like we're creating a category for one, and then not creating a category for, those that may be likely to be listed once we adopt, other standards. It all seems like kind of speculatory and
it is.
Like very, this doesn't really seem to follow for me with just like the system that we're stuck with. If we're gonna be creating whole new subcategories, I just think we need to be thoughtful about both ways. How do we do that? What does that mean? I totally understand. Like, I think we said at the beginning, the intent here is to, I think maybe especially with number one, and then also trigger discussions with EPA about how best to deal with things. So I don't have concerns over, in general, discussions that I think clause 2 and 3 are saying, let's have good, discussions with EPA. I guess I just am concerned about being so prescriptive on this thing that seems very speculatory and kind of just one way.
Understood. I would also say that that we'll need, when we have this discussion with the EPA, we'll need to talk about the appropriate way to implement this, which may not be just the changing the way we look at the listings, but maybe the listing policy itself, so that it has a much more holistic approach to the changes.
Is that another way to approach this? Just leave the language a little bit more general in terms of meeting with EPA as to how to best address these situations versus creating a new category?
That would
yes,
work. Yeah,
would
I mean,
work.
we could easily change number 3, if that's the one you're referring to, Board Member McGuire, to direct the staff to discuss with EPA this situation. And I think at that point we could trim it down to essentially the situation where the water quality standard is likely to be more stringent than necessary to protect all the beneficial uses.
Right.
And just have it more general.
Yeah, because I think Board Member Firestone makes a really good point, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves or create this separate process here unintentionally today. And I know you only had 18 minutes to come up with this language, so at least for me, it'd be, I think, less might be more here, but still being able to tee up the issue.
I think that works, and I'm supportive of leaving off here the determination of creating a new subcategory and simply exploring the issue with US EPA. And perhaps that's what comes out of it, but we don't have to make that determination by direction here.
Yeah, I would agree. And I agree also that less is potentially more, but you're getting the direction from us that we're looking for options. So whatever those options, whatever the outcome is, in the discussions, between our staff and EPA, you're the experts in terms of, what's possible out there. And I think the other issue as well would be some sort of report back so that we could receive progress on those discussions.
I think that sounds good, Vice Chair.
Yes, we will do that. Phil, can you,
Yeah.
or
I've got it
Michael,
here.
have you been able to capture that discussion?
Yeah, I could actually email it to Courtney or I could just read it to you whatever the board's preference is.
If you wanted to, if it's a simple enough adjustment, truncating by and large the clause, then I think you can just read it. But otherwise, send it. Yeah.
All right. So it starts the same way. Staff is further directed to discuss with US EPA staff options for dealing with water quality standards that are likely to be more stringent than necessary to protect all applicable beneficial uses, comma, and to report back to the State Water Board on the outcome of those discussions.
That works for me, Mr. Bishop, and looking to my fellow board colleagues.
I don't want to wordsmith. I hate wordsmithing, but it seems to me that we need to put in listings that result from water quality standards that may be more stringent.
Yeah, I think maybe we can do that. Listings that would otherwise result probably, but sure. Yeah, I'll just insert the words listing. Let me read it to you, everybody, one more time. So it would say, staff is further directed to discuss with US EPA staff options for dealing with listings resulting from water quality standards that are likely to be more stringent than necessary to protect all applicable beneficial uses, and to report back to the State Water Board on the outcome of those discussions.
My only thing that's giving me a little bit of a hang up is where you say standards that are likely to be more stringent. But we're talking about, I think, are standards that maybe currently are more stringent. Then maybe I'm just hearing it wrong in my head. Does that make sense?
It does. The problem is that we don't really, until we
know.
do the planning project, we don't know for sure that they're more stringent. And so it's more of a, we don't want to just say, well, somebody objects to a standard, so we should deal with that. It should be, I think, some level of buy-in by water board management that yes, this probably is too stringent.
Right. Okay.
That's the reason for the more likely.
I'm just making sure I'm hearing it right in my head. So thank you.
I'm supportive of 1 and 2 that were shown on the screen, and ultimately here then with adjustment as read in number 3. So, but other discussion here, fellow board colleagues?
I'm fine with that too. I do think if we end up going this route, it's going to be kind of a mess of trying to make a determination when we have a process to decide what the standard should be. So I'm just I'm not super optimistic that we're going to find an easy solution here. But I do totally support this language. So I'm happy to make a motion.
Well, I think the process in the past has been different, right? The process has been the regional boards through their process have weighed these different factors and considered that. And here we're open, we're trying to do this in a really expedited fashion, and it's hard when we're trying to automate a lot of what we're doing. And at the same time, these types of decisions and weighing can't really be readily automated. So I think it's definitely worth having this conversation. And I agree with you, it's messy. But I'm optimistic that, you know, the fact that we're flagging it and acknowledging that it is an issue and a concern gives me some hope that we can figure it out.
Yeah,
So-
I absolutely agree. I think, you know, we are in a bit of a transition here. And so trying these other approaches, but, you know, giving our staff the direction and the time to work with EPA, I think is the best approach. I just want to take this opportunity to really thank staff because it's been challenging. It's been challenging, I think, to educate us at the same time, move quickly and thoughtfully through the process so that we can meet the schedule. And I just really appreciate all of the additional time spent with me on these issues. And I look forward to a report back because I'm just going to flag this for myself that I want to work on these issues sooner rather than later, you know, looking for opportunities to engage with stakeholders and staff early on so that hopefully we can engage sooner as well as board members. So thank you again, all of you that worked on this, in particular, Ms. Fitzgerald and your whole team.
Yeah, I want to echo that also. Just thanks to Ms. Fitzgerald and Lori Weber in particular. I know you went above and beyond. I mean, to be honest, with some of the issues that came, aluminum is the one that pops into my head. Right at, you know, over the last, you know, first couple weeks in December, right up to the deadline, and the fact that we're here today, we're able to contemplate adopting this report and being on schedule and meeting those commitments is really a testament to all the hard work that was done over the last few months. So I really, really appreciate all of it as well.
Great team.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Here, here. Thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, Board Member. Join you in the acknowledgement. And again, real excitement around the integrated report because it's an incredible project, and it just been very impressed by everyone's engagement and work around it. So thank you. Okay, I think we can maybe entertain a motion, and I believe there is a change sheet here as well. So I think it's a multi-step. So anyway.
Yeah, so adopting it with the change sheet number 1 and the changes to the resolution that were read into the record. Is that, am I capturing it right? What else do we have?
That's fine. And for absolute clarity, I'd probably say items 1 and 2 read into the record and presented on the screen by Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles, and then item 3 as amended on the fly verbally by Wiles.
That, yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
Great. We have a second. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend, and thank you, colleagues. Unanimous vote, and the integrated report is adopted and here off to be sent on time to US EPA. And again, can't acknowledge enough how critical and huge a step that is, and thank everyone for their incredible work and leadership here on it. On to then the next integrated report here. You know, the cycles don't stop. So thank you, everyone. That concludes then item number 9. I appreciate everyone's patience. It did take time to get through comments and then here also to reflect our direction and good discussion. So thank you, everyone. It does bring us now to our last 2 items, our informational items. We're running to the home stretch before the recess and then tomorrow's workshop. And we have item number 10, board member reports. I'll start off by simply thanking Vice Chair Diadamo and Board Member McGuire for stepping in. I was not at the last board meeting, off having a break, and really appreciate everyone's just stepping up and being able to take some time off. So because of that, I don't have much of a report here at this point, and so look to my colleagues for any potential reports from them.
I don't have any reports. Just note that I had a couple of speaking engagements that were in person that got canceled, and because of the COVID situation, and just hope everyone stays safe and we'll be able to resume those in-person meetings soon.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And we'll note Bagley Keene suspensions and our ability to meet here remotely as board members has been extended to the end of March. And so our meetings here, important to note, will continue to be remote meetings. We won't have a physical meeting room in order to keep everyone here, continue to keep folks healthy and safe. So thank you, Vice Chair, for that, and would want to make sure to flag that. Other colleagues, reports?
And no report for me this time.
No report for me.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hearing no further report then, we're now over to item number 11, which is the Executive Director's Report. Ms. Sobek, anything particular to highlight?
No, I leave it to you all to read the report. Happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate it. And only I would note, as reflective of, I think, Board Member Firestone's request and a discussion earlier, it'd be good to make sure we do get in there any updates to the arrearage program, any final numbers once we have them.
Yeah, I did note it is in there. There was an update about where the numbers were at the time the report came out. So we will make sure to update those next time the report is issued.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you for that. I saw that, and it'd be great to get the final update.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And I do, I mean, yeah, I think it's, I mean, it was, I don't have it in front of me now, but it was over, 600 applications. And I think that's pretty amazing. So I look forward to just seeing the final, but it's really quite a feat and a huge amount of money that went out to folks that need it, just even from those almost final numbers that were reported. So thanks.
Thank you, Board Member, and want to thank the many communities that have been working, at water agencies, leaders to get through the program here. Again, a lot of, as we said earlier, a lot of learning to be done in the space, and that I know extends to our water agencies who are here having to navigate a program for the first time, and just appreciate everyone's patience and continued engagement with us to get that ultimate benefit out to communities, which is so incredibly important right now. Okay. Any other questions from colleagues on the Executive Director's Report? Anything further to flag? Okay, it's been a long enough day then, and I appreciate everyone's time and patience. Thank you. And that concludes item number 11. We are now in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and at which time we will continue on to item number 12 and have here a workshop on our intended use plan. Thank you, everyone. Again, I know it's been a long day. Appreciate the good discussion and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Until then, we are in recess. Thanks again. See you tomorrow.